Hello, good morning cricket lovers. Rico Full here at the Montjuïc Cricket Ground in Barcelona. Firstly, apologies for the issues that we've had with the sound this morning, some technical issues. But I'm glad that you've all stuck around. And welcome to the European Cricket Network International Series here in Barcelona. And the match that you're currently watching, of course, is Romania taking on Portugal. Now, Portugal, they want to keep their hopes alive of winning this series if they can get over Romania here. And then the match against Spain next up becomes critical for them. And that could be the decider, depending how the two teams do against Romania later. And Romania, though, they're fighting hard, but that's going to hurt them. That's going to be a minimal. And disrupt some of the warm-ups that the Spanish boys are doing there in the background. So yeah, once again, everybody, lovely that you can be with us on this Sunday. Well, we were calling it Silent Sunday for a moment. Well, it's been pretty silent. I suppose it is a Sunday. A lot of people like to, have their thoughts to themselves and maybe do some silent prayers first thing. Well, I hope you've done all of that, because now it's time to hear the rumble of the Barcelona Bash. Yep, that's right. And in comes Mishra, who's bowling well. He's getting the ball really to swing around. And he's already picked up one wicket. And Romania's certainly making a fight of this. So look, once again, the issues with them were with, of course, their batting. It was a great knock from Fernando, 49-24. Dennis Fernando backed up what he did yesterday, batting well as well. But before he got run out at a critical stage, I think, at that point, Romania were probably looking to maybe post something like 120, 130. Nice delivery there again from Mishra. I just get the feeling when he does not try and bowl too fast, Gaurav, he does get the ball to swing around a fair bit. But yes, a very, very good morning to everyone. Buenos dias. Bună dimineața to all of the Romanian fans that are tuning in as well. And they're all probably saying, Mult noroc, Romania. Hopefully, Romania get a bit of luck, but they've got to try and create it here. And oh, that doesn't help with Taranjeet Singh, the captain. Just a bit of a misfield, allowing the batters to take a two. Francis Stoneman in there with Suman Ghamiri. Suman Ghamiri hasn't really got going. He struggled a little, hasn't he? And just before him, Kuliglaya, he struggled as well, making just 6. And even Gomes was out to a catch from Taranjeet. When Gill came on to bowl, the surprise bowler picked up 2 wickets. So we're into the 4th over here, being bowled by Mishra. And this one is straight down the ground, and it's going to be right on top of me, or just to the side of me. And that's got a lovely shot, 6 runs in the firing line here. Beautifully hit. Now, no swing this time, not as much. It's in the zone, hits it down the ground, and it goes all the way. Seis Carreras. They're knocking on my door, that one was. Hello, everyone. And huge welcome to Rob Thompson. Hello to Daisinge saying, pleasure to hear my voice. Well, it's a pleasure to have you all with us. Big opportunity. Taran doesn't drop him, takes the catch. An important one to take. The 4th wicket goes down, and Suman Ghamiri, who was saying really was struggling. He did hit that one boundary, but he goes. Another wicket. This one is well in the balance here. Look, they're nearing around, approaching around 10.5 and over. And Romania certainly are fighting. Can there be a twist here? Portugal, not one that they want to lose, especially if they want to be triumphant at the end of today and be victorious in this international series. And Najam Shazad, the captain, is making his way out there. So Taran takes his 2nd catch and, well, makes amends for the misfield, doesn't he? So that is the end of Ghamiri, who, like I said, really did struggle. Normally a very fluent player, played some lovely shots. And he's out of here. And makes a run of ball 9. And Mishra picking up another. It was also the end of the over, 49 for 4. And we're going to go now to the spin of Dylan Fernando. I like this call. I think Portugal and their batters probably feeling that they want to attack to make the game safe. But any miscues here, the field are waiting to pounce. Hello to Jules, and hello to Jeffrey Maguire as well, who's in the chat, and crew Oh, this is a good recovery, I have to say. It's a difficult part of the ground to field because that's, of course, some of the bases there on baseball. So as this being hit, he loses his footing slightly, but keeps his eye on the ball, doesn't let it get past him. Look, he smothers it here pretty quickly. So well done. Carefully played by El Capitan Najam Shazad. Jeffrey Maguire saying, come on, Romania. Some Romanian support there. Romania fighting, looking for their first victory. That's overpitched. And not the best of deliveries, but he needed to try and work this behind square, did Najam Shazad. Haven't seen the best of him yet. Didn't see the best of him in day one. Francis Stolman is still there, and this guy can change the course of this match in an instant. Talented player. Goes high up in the air, and it will go all the way. Volley, volley, volley. And well, Shub, you might be wearing the dark shades, but we know who you are. And Shub again, his quest to take a catch. A crowd catch continues. It's another one that goes down. But it's another boundary as well. And, well, important knock as now Portugal go past the 50 mark. Nice shot there. Well, a good control shot by Bastoman. Looking to win the match for Portugal. Fernando, what's his reply going to be? He goes outside the off. Nicely played. And, oh, it's a misfield, unfortunately. And chased hard by Laurentine. They'll come back and they will take a couple. Yeah, a couple of misfields. Well, that one really shouldn't have been no run. See, it's straight more or less to him, but just gets it wrong. And unfortunately, I don't think there's any excuses on this outfield. It is like a carpet, I have to say. 10 off the over. That's where they need to be, Portugal. And now he goes big. It is high and mighty. It will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Vitro, que guay, que genial, que grande. 6 carreras. And Francis Stoneman just trying to take all the pressure off the batting side here. And they're trying to really make a dent in the rate required per over. That takes it now to below 10 and over. It's a good over. The end of the 5th. And 65 for 4. Rico full here. And, well, man, also that's been pretty silent on this Sunday. Silent Sunday. Vinny Sandu, well, it's time for you to give us some vocal cords, Vinny.
Well, I'm happy to be here, of course. Have been here the whole morning. Now it's nice to be able to be heard, of course. This is the final day of the ECI Spain. We have the ECS starting tomorrow. And just 3 weeks away now from the start of the ECCW. Here's Jamalco Fernando. He's going to induce a top edge here. Should be caught. Going back and dropped. And you couldn't really misjudge a catch more than that, really. Big moment because Portugal have just kind of got the momentum back. That really should have been the end of Najam Shazad.
Yeah, I mean, catches win your matches, don't they? And this one, I think it was sort of evenly in the balance. That last over belonged to Portugal. But if you took the wicket of the captain there, everything could have changed. Francois, he's a man on a mission. He's batted superbly up until now. Played some nice shots, and you can see he's determined to get this victory for Portugal.
I guess now we can finally say good morning to everyone in the chat, even though we have in chat form. We did try and communicate with you through the veil of silence, didn't we, in the first innings?
Well bowled. A good attack. Oh, they're going to take 2 here, and that's where Romania... They've been just a little bit sloppy here, Vinny, in these areas, and that's probably 3 or 4 runs that they've given away unnecessarily.
It's actually really good running because there was a backup fielder trying to get there, but the batters kind of judged that there was still a run on because he had a lot of work to do to get the ball in the first place.
Not a good delivery, and it's an awkward bounce, and this one really... You know when you think sometimes maybe fielders should perhaps wear helmets as well? This is one of those occasions you knew this was going to be a nasty bounce, because I think this, once again, is probably bouncing more or less where that clay is.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there's one particular spot, which is the pitcher's mound, which is actually elevated. This one's not so bad, but yeah, it was just an awkward distance in front of him. Couldn't make the stop. Now this one isn't going to be stopped by anyone because that's out of here.
Oh, that is brutal, isn't it? That is muscle to the boundary, and this is why you can't drop good players. Najam Shazad, I mean, this guy, he's like an ox. He hits the ball, he's got power, and when he gives you a chance when he's on one, you got to take it. If not, it could be curtains, it could be goodbye.
Yeah, getting some of the big fish at the top of the order. Cheaply, Romania, but middle order, thorn in the side here. Last ball here for Jamalka Fernando.
It should be swept, and it will be get the single. 15 come off it. So Portugal, they're stepping on the accelerator just when they needed to. End of the over, 80 for 4 after 6.
So Romania hoping to spring a surprise here if everything goes according to the script. Portugal win this one and set up a third and final showdown with Team Spain in match 7. That's coming up soon. Can see bits and pieces here. No one reaching 20 yet. Well, these two are both potentially going to get there. Stoneman yesterday came out in a real pressure situation against Spain and basically ramped the first ball, Yorker, for 4, which was the catalyst for them to end up closing that chase out. And now you've got the current captain, Najam Shazad, and potential future captain, I think, and Faf Stoneman out there trying to win the game for Portugal. 33 required off the last 4 overs. Janitha Fernando comes back for his second over.
And he's going to get mullered, and once again, we're in the firing line. Thud! It will go maybe into the wall behind us and over. That's a big hit. And a cracking shot once again from Najam Shazad. It's just almost like he needed that life to kickstart him going. And he's probably thinking, you don't often get a second chance in life. I've got one here. I'm going to make it count. And he muscles another one over the boundary.
It's a good shot, isn't it? Really well balanced. Kind of clears the front leg. A very modern cricket shot from Najam Shazad. Fernando just missing his spot there. And, well, one ball went over the fence. 2 came back. Anyway, Shazad, try again.
And he's going to get another. It's going to be 6 more. And he's just in his zone right now. And Shub, well, he's in his zone. He never comes out of that zone at the moment. Somebody go over there and give him a shake. Shub, wake up. Have a cafe con leche. Go on. Or a cafe solo more like Shub. He always gives us a few highlights, old Shub.
Not attempting too many in the slightly colder air of Barcelona. One hand off the fence, but he couldn't get there. And so that's 2 balls, 2 sixes. Portugal now have it in control, don't they? Down just below a run of ball.
And it's going to be another 6. No hay dos sin tres. Shaka, shaka, shaka. A hat-trick of 6s. And Najam Shazad, the captain of Portugal, is going to try and win this in style.
Yeah, but got to say, Janitha Fernando has a little bit of the Sunday mornings about his bowling. You know, doesn't quite have the zip of yesterday. He's bowling basically slot stuff, and Shazad's eating it up so far. That's 3 balls, 3 sixes.
You've got to try something different. Maybe even it's just a slower delivery. You'll try and bang one in, but you can't be bowling the same shrub. It's another one. It is 4 in 4. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Quina zona, que guay, que grande.
Well, this is where Fernando just has to do something different. I mean, number one, I just don't think he's hit his spots here at all. He's just rocking and bowling like a bowling machine, and Shazad's just playing him like a computer game, really. I mean, potentially, this game could finish with a perfect over, 36 off 6.
4 balls bowled. 4 have gone over the fence for 6. Here comes the 5th. And he's going to try something different, I think. Going to try and change the angle.
Yeah, well, he's trying something.
Okay, opportunity. The young man under it. And he fluffs it. Down it goes. And then he throws it away. And they'll get 2. And just like that, Najam Shazad will go back on strike. I've got to say, though, Vinny, maybe that's been the difference between the teams. Romania, they've dropped too many catches.
Yeah, that's true. Something they've been working really hard on over the last 12 months. Lonchi gets there, but doesn't quite get their hands in the right position. And in a cruel twist of fate, Shazad gets the strike back on the overthrow. Last ball, the 7th over.
And he's going to get lucky again. Ay, suerte, suerte, suerte por el capitán. 4 carreras más. Well, it's been an expensive over, hasn't it? It's gone supersonic, Vinny. 30 come off it.
Yeah, dirty 30 for Janitha Fernando, but really Shazad shouldn't have been there. He's ridden his luck. 110 for 4 after 7. This one's on borrowed time. And yeah, you can see the matches coming up and the tournament's coming up, starting with the ECS tomorrow. Pretty sure we're not too far away from having the teams for match 7 coming in. So hopefully we get those soon. And I do have some toss news there as well.
The lovely sunshine here at the moment. There's Mountjoy Olympic ground, and well, the man who could have made a difference if he held on to the catch, Mehesh Prasanna. This is what's coming up next.
Yeah, so Portugal, Spain, looks like this will be a showdown potentially for the trophy. And the news there is that Spain have won the toss and sent in Portugal. When those two teams met yesterday, they split their matches, but both matches were won by teams batting second. It's been a bit of a trend in this series. And so I suppose Spain will get to chase. Yeah, Prasanna comes on for an over that might not go the whole distance. Shazad, with a Maximo, he could bring up his 50 and bring up the victory.
And he will do just that, and it is... Oh, no! Well, we... Call the medics! Call the medics! Shubi's down! Oh, Shubi. Well, I say no hay dos sin tres, and that counts for Shub as well, because it's... Well, it's not third time lucky for him. Down it goes as well. Down goes Shub. Well, nobody was hurt in the making of that video, everybody, but the only team that is hurt is Romania, because they lose again, and it's Prasanna, the man who put Najam Shazad down all one. I'm just looking at the reactions of everybody there saying, come on, Shub, what happened? We thought you had it. I reckon we're going to have to change Shub. Can we have the 12? Can we have the substitute on, please?
I think we do, because Shub is theoretically in charge of that area, and he's losing social capital every time one goes down. He's getting heaps from the players there. This is what's coming up, Portugal versus Spain. And so that's coming up in around about, about 14 minutes from now. So I do think we should start on time there. And of course, Bubba at the top. Let's see if he clicks for Spain. But first, Sean Gomes, she'll be hoping to put another big score on the board and see if Portugal can get after the bowling when that match starts. So, yeah, this one, we can wrap it up and tell you that Portugal do get there in the end. They get there with 16 balls to spare. And looking at the scorecards, Shazad did bring up his 50 off the last ball of the match, but he did have a couple of opportunities that he gave, and they just couldn't hold on. Romania kind of sums them up. They're competitive at times in the game, but they can't quite string a whole game together, apart from that 18 off 9 for Stoneman. And then Amidar 12 and Gomes also getting to double figures, but their top order not clicking, but the middle order picking up the pieces for Portugal.
Good signs for Portugal, I have to say. Faf Stoneman batted sensibly. Nadam Shazad, he's a power horse, and we know that. Smashed the ball all over the place. There's the bowling fingers there. Guru Mishra back to what we know he can do. He's getting the ball to swing around, so good to see him back 2 for 15. 2 for 15 from Ricky Gill of that one over. That was a surprise. At that moment, you thought Romania could pull this off, but then, well, drop catches. I've got to say, if you don't take your catches, you're not going to win matches, and I think that's the story there for Romania.
Yeah, you called it, Rico. Back with a huge match coming up. Match number 7 will be lucky for one of the two teams. Portugal versus Spain. Biggest game of the series so far. After this break, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full here in Barcelona. We'll see you shortly for more ECI Spain. Hello and welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic round here in Barcelona. And now it's time for a huge match. I think it's probably the biggest match in this series so far. It's match number 7 between Portugal and Spain. And the way that these things are going at the moment, it feels like this is the kind of pseudo-final because these two teams, they have split their contests against each other in the series so far. Tyrone's ready, he's got the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Spain's call.
Damn.
Tails is a call. It's a tail.
We have the one first.
Always Ahmed standing in at the toss for Team Spain. He wins the toss and elects to bowl. He actually says, we have to bowl. And probably that's why, well, the reason would be that yesterday, both of these games between these two teams, they were won by the team chasing. Spain executing the chase in match 1. And then Portugal, thanks to a nice half century from Sean Gomes and some pretty good hitting late in the piece from Faf Stone and some brave cricket from him, got Portugal over the line. So I think this is going to be a sensational game. I've got to say, Juan Henry's really come along with the ball for Portugal in this series. He's getting better and better with every outing in a Portuguese shirt. But we know for Spain, I mean, they've been shuffling their order around. Babar had an okay day yesterday, wasn't quite at his best. Maybe he can turn it on today, but there's plenty of other players to watch, including Hamza Saleem Dar. I mean, he is the MVP of the European Championships, and I'm sure he's keen to have a big game here. So natural rivals, I said yesterday, they're like oil and water. They just don't mix, and let's see who gets the better in this one. Rico Full, well, quite crazy that he was silenced this morning, but he's silenced no more. Time to go over to the commentary box with the news that Spain, they've won the toss, and they've sent in the Portuguese here in match 7.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this major contest here between Portugal and Spain. Everything to play for here as we have a look at the two teams. And Mohamed Baba, of course, he's been in sensational form, as has the likes of Hamza Saleem Dar. And they've got a few other great players there. I mean, Lorne Burns bowled beautifully yesterday, and then over to the other side. I mean, you've got Combs who's been good. We just saw Najam Shazad being absolutely brutal in that win against Romania. So Portugal coming into this one with some form. But remember, the winner of this match, well, if they can keep a good clean slate against Romania later, they could go on and win the series. So everything to play for here between these two teams. They're one apiece so far in this series. Of course, you saw Portugal restrict Spain to 116 yesterday and win with 4 balls to go earlier in the day. In the very first match of this series, it was Spain that was victorious, chasing 134. And I think you can see there from the win percentages, Spain favourites here. I think a number of reasons. I mean, we know how good they are at chasing and winning the toss. I mean, they'll feel that they're sort of halfway there. But it all depends how they go about containing this Portuguese side. Remember yesterday in first match, between these two, Portugal did get to 83 off the first 5 overs, and then they sort of fell away a little bit. But if they can maintain that pace all the way through, they certainly will be setting Spain a 150 plus target, and that will make this match interesting. I think Portugal will know, though, that they've got to really be looking to get around that 150 mark here to give themselves a chance. Shots like that will help from Mohamed Adnan. This guy is there to do one thing in the power play, and that's to try and smash the ball to the boundary as many times as he can. Welcome to everybody. Jeffrey Maguire and Jules in the chat, along with Christopher Ward. Lovely to have you all with us, and Kroom as well. And the sun has just disappeared for a moment, a little bit of cloud cover. And Mohamed Baba, first time we've seen him bowl in this series as well. Didn't bowl yesterday. That's uppish, but through the gap is going to be 4 runs, cuatro más. And, well, living a little bit dangerously, Adnan, but that's the way he plays. He's not there to hang around. He's there to play these kind of shots. Didn't quite get the elevation that he wanted, but he gets it through the gap. So 4 more, and that means that a sweeper now being put outside the offside, around about the extra cover area. They've then also got that very, very straight long off as well. That's the 2-man out. 10 of the over so far. A great delivery, Yorker length, and wants the single. And he's going to have to hurry here. And he will. The throw's just a little bit wild from Yasser Ali, who was spot on with his radar yesterday. That's a good single to take. Baba just gets away from him, but a really good delivery. And that's what good players do. Even when they get a good nut like that, they find a way to get something from it. Baba has been awesome, hasn't he, for Spain? looking to step up and get the win here. Making some adjustments now to the left-hander. Sean Gomes has been very good, been pretty reliable and efficient with the bat. It's a lovely shot. They've got the field. Oh dear, that's an absolute clanger. And Mohamed Ishan, of all people, I can't believe that. Probably one of the best fielders that Spain have, and there's no excuses for that. Just takes his eye off the ball. I think he wanted to have a quick look up to see the batters were going to take him on and take two, and in doing so, lets the ball go through in 4 runs. A rare error there from Ishan. Oh, and this one, I think there might have been a little bit something on this, you know. It doesn't go through to Awais Ahmed. It's the end of the over. 15 come off it. A nice shot there of Alistair Brittle sitting in the background. And of course, and remind you, the Euros of cricket, the women's cricket that is, starting in 21 days' time. That will be happening in Khartoum, in the beautiful Andalusian province, and the region of Malaga. The Khartoum Oval will once again be the place to be for the Euros of women's cricket. And of course, the big news was that England 11 will be joining the likes of the Netherlands, Italy, Austria, and of course the host Spain. Ron Burns coming on the bowl. He was very successful yesterday with his leg spin. Floats it up and wanted the single, but Awais pretty sharp getting there. That means that Gomes gets sent back. So, taking the pace off to Adnan. I don't think that's a bad thing. Adnan likes the pace, uses it against the bowler. Flighted up, and it's going to be a chase on for the fielder. Will he get there? Yeah, he does brilliantly well. What a good stop this is. Shiraz Iqbal. Shaba, beautifully done. Gets the slide in. Says, you're not getting past me. Good stop. I'll just get this, the couple. It's good running as well, actually. I do get back. And well, Iqbal will be in the action again. And this time just be a single. So Burns now will have to go. Bowl to the lefty and goes. Well, he starts his very far down the leg side, but he will quickly shuffle across and he'll try to sort of paddle this away on the leg side. That'll be his plan. That's his favourite shot here. And he'll be looking to send this downtown Barcelona if he gets it out of the ground. There he goes. In fact, he goes down the ground. That's a really good shot. He does use his feet well. I mean, sometimes I think that he's could be a little bit of the handicap for him because he's so far down the leg side. But look, he comes across pretty quickly. And what he does there, he comes straight. He doesn't shuffle across his stumps. He shuffles towards the ball. That's a quality shot from a very good player. The first boundary of the over from Burns. 22 on the board. The sun caressing this beautiful ground again. Bit more flight and a chance. Oh, he puts it down. Caught and ball opportunity for Burns. I get the feeling that perhaps he thought this was coming quicker than it was. It wasn't quite out of the meat of the bat, and that's going to go down as a chance, and Burns is going to be disappointed he hasn't held on to this. So Gomes gets a chance on 9. So a couple of opportunities maybe haven't gone Spain's way. Adnan could really rub it in by hitting a boundary with the last ball of the over. And he'll do just that because it wasn't a good delivery. And I get the feeling this is going to bounce just before the rope. Cuatro carreras. So 12 will come off that over from Burns, and the score moves to 27 without loss. Rico Hall here of the European Cricket Network, and joining me back in the cube is Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks. And what an action-packed start to this game. It is a huge match, really, for both teams. Romania, they've fought bravely. They've certainly come a long way in the 24 hours or so since the tournament started. But it is Spain and Portugal that are vying for the title. And both these teams will play this match, of course, but they'll also play Romania. So Romania will kind of theoretically have a chance to spoil the party for whoever does win this game. But this just has the feel of the final, doesn't it, at the moment? So keep an eye on it. Missed opportunity there. It wasn't an easy return catch, I think, when you think about how hard these guys are hitting the ball. But Burns would love to have held on. Gomes survived and going to face up. Roger Adil, he's bowled pretty well this weekend. He's going to bowl the third over. Last over the power play as well, of course. Starts with a wide. Got to say the umpires have been pretty good this weekend as well. We haven't talked about them much, and that's probably because we haven't had two. We haven't had too many big flashpoints.
Well, we haven't been able to for half of this morning either.
But yeah, we should mention this is the first innings of the day that we've actually commentated because we had some gremlins in the system. But well done to all of our crew, both here at the venue and around the world, that made the broadcast possible for sorting that out. So all hands on deck here. This big match 7. It's a good ball. And I think this is something that I've noticed. The bowlers that have nailed their Yorkers are having more success this weekend.
Yeah, that's really well bowled. It's good areas to bowl to someone like Gomes as well because, I mean, this is where his stance sort of works against him because he's got a fair bit to do to get the ball. Adil's got a bit of pace and he gets that one past
out of his
pretty
crease.
rapidly.
Yeah, out of his crease. That Yorker is a bit shorter than normal. This time he digs it back, but trouble. And in fact, I got flashbacks here for Always Ahmed. There was one of these in the ECC that cost him pretty dearly in the end. Straight through his legs for 4 byes.
Yeah, look at his legs here. I mean, I've got to say, for me, I mean, you know better than me. You're more an expert behind the stunts, but that's poor keeping for me.
Yeah, ideally you don't want to create that gap, but then also it's probably dropping to your knees there and offering your whole body as a blocking tactic. Just didn't quite get down there always. It's a good keeper though. See if he can get back on track here. The deal gets driven straight to the fielder, but he's overcommitted here. This would have been out. Would have been out by some distance. Adnan kind of asleep at the wheel there. I don't think that Gomes really took off. He saw it was hit straight at the fielder, but that's a genuine missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think you can see Adnan saying, hey, you at least call it, at least say something. Oh, well, Yasser doesn't normally miss the target. We saw him hit him from way further than this yesterday.
Yeah, true. Now pulled. Another opportunity. If he hits this time, I think it might be trouble with a capital T. Or has he gotten home here?
I think he might have made it home. I think the throw, if you watch this again, Vinny, I think the throw needed to go to the other end because I think this time Adnan, he's reluctant to go, look.
I still think he might be gone. Oh, out. Just out. Yeah, I knew he was struggling. And it's a brilliant bit of fielding. Gomes is going to be gone by skin of his teeth. But it's a big moment in the game, so they miss a run out. But they will get Gomes by millimetres. Disappointment for Sean. A big moment in this big match. Portugal 32 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, the communication between the two wasn't good. I mean, he goes for that side, doesn't he, Hamza? I mean, he's what a player he is, Hamza Salim Dar. Hits the target, but you get the feeling he could have gone either end, and it could have been either one of these two that go. So Gomes will go. He's going to be very disappointed because he's been in pretty good form.
Yeah, he has, and it had to be a perfect bit of fielding. What I like about that throw, he actually throws it off the wrong foot and slightly off balance, but he gets it off quickly, and he gets it off with some velocity. And Sean Gomes, just out. Yeah, the ball before, I don't think he really sold his teammate up the river in Adnan because he didn't really take off. Adnan really should have been run out the ball before, but funny how life works sometimes with the very next delivery. It's a much more difficult run out that's pulled off. Kuldeep Goller comes to the crease at number 3. And also that's the kind of run, I think you're pretty much taking that on, especially when you've struggled to get runs away in the over. You've got to put pressure back on the field, but Spain stand up to the pressure.
Yeah, it's good to see that Kuldeep Goller has recovered from that injury that he picked up yesterday. I mean, if you remember, folks, the ball off for the bowling of Burns came up and caught him on the elbow, and it did swell up quite nastily. And I know he was struggling late yesterday, but he's recovered enough today. We've seen him out there against, of course, Romania, and he'll be looking to really make an impact here. But it's going to be a deal to continue. It's going down the leg side. It's a missed opportunity, really, but I think it's the pace of this delivery that gets the batter, so it doesn't get this away, does Adnan?
Yeah, it's a boundary waiting to happen. If you can get some bat on that, that's going to fly. So he's tempting the Yorker, but misses full, and that was going to miss the stumps. Golly out, good to see that he's recovered, obviously, from the elbow injury yesterday when he was hit off, I think it was Lorne Burns, wasn't it, that got him? I can't remember. It was certainly a wrist spinner.
Wow.
But now he's got knee issues. And yeah, even when you get hit on the pads, especially if you're hitting the full, it can hurt a bit. So it's actually Adnan who's getting worked on. I thought it's cool when he got hit, but yeah, Adnan maybe when he had to change direction, that potential run out opportunity earlier in the over. The Baba, the Spanish bear, is giving him a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, Dan. I think that one it's one of those. It's that part of the pad, isn't it? I wonder if I think it did catch full on the pad, but yeah, you're right. Sometimes even though you got the pads on, I mean that was bowled quick, and that's caught him full on just below the knee there. And I think it's one of those that it hits you. You take a few steps, think, hang on a minute, something's not right.
Yeah, it must have been the impact when you see the magic spray come out. So we've had Kuldeep hit on the elbow this weekend. We've got Adnan hit on the knee now. Spain, chance for them to get together. I think this is a pretty even start. I mean, what's par between these two teams? I feel like it's probably around the 130 mark, maybe 135. Kind of depends on how well they bowl. That's the thing as well.
Nice there to see Mohamed Baba just giving a little massage there to Adnan. And I'm sure that Adnan will thank him later. Well, there he is. He's just keeping the movement and the blood flowing there. Yeah, I think it just caught him in that sort of the softer top part of the pad, so he felt a fair bit of that. But it's a deal, I think, got away with it. Just the one run off this over, Vinny.
It's been a brilliant over. No doubt about it. Bit of show jumping in the background if you're watching. Anyway, last ball coming up of the power play. And he goes on the pull and he gets it. Nice shot. Maximo. We saw him beaten for pace the ball before, but Raja Adil, who'd avoided getting hit pretty much that whole over, goes for 6 the last ball in Portugal. 38 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, good shot. They needed that shot as well. And I tell you what, I don't know if we could see the background there, but Corey and Alistair, well, they seem to be very relaxed and just doing a little bit of catching practice at the moment there in the background.
Yeah, it looks like
the old rugby ball.
Rugby World Cup is over, but obviously had a lasting effect. Alistair's actually a very, very good rugby player as well. He plays quite competitively. So 38 for 1, we go in the middle overs. Yeah, there we go.
What's going on there? Corey's so confident, he's not even watching the boys with the.
That was Corey's throw that obviously didn't make it, and he's getting a few tips from Alistair. Yeah, Alistair's a natural as well at rugby. Okay, picks that up on the half volley.
There we go. Yeah, just looking pretty relaxed.
Now, this is Australian football style kicking, actually, which is, yeah, it's a type of kick you don't get as much in other football sports. They have their own way of kicking in kind of American football, typically. Mohamed Atif is going to bowl over number 4. And he's going to start with a dot. The old traditional Atif. He bowls 4 and 9. Yeah. But we have seen him bowling more in the power play. Obviously, with no Cameron in the picture at the moment, leaves those power play overs open to be bowled. We've seen Spain try a few things, including a bit of spin in the power play.
Yeah, what I've always noticed with Atif, have a look at his release. Look at the ball in the hand. He's got an unusual way. Watch just about here. Do you see the way he's holding the ball? If this one gets played away, it should be stopped, and it will be. Yeah, so it's almost the wrist, like normally a bowler would be sort of
comes
snapping
out kind of
the wrist.
Sideways,
yeah,
right?
Watch how
Look,
it comes out.
there.
You see there? And it's not very many bowlers that I see that do that.
Yeah, and I suppose it doesn't have too much effect on what it actually does in the end, because in the end he does get that wrist kind of back behind, and he's got a really good wrist snap, actually, which is why he gets that extra bounce, of course, in accordance with his height as well. And that extra bounce is going to create an opportunity here, but it's a real steepler up in the air and dropped. And in fact, it hits the fielder on the way up. Snare's ready. Just couldn't quite get there in the end, and Adnan gets a life on 24.
Yeah, well, no, we saw that Gomes got dropped earlier by Burns, but that didn't hurt him so much because he then was run out. But this one could hurt you. Ready. He has time. He should have been ready. He wasn't ready. Down it goes.
Yep, wanted it on the way down, but wore it on the way up. It's Snare's ready.
Oh.
Wow, he's certainly got that one, Rico. That is out of here. Maximo. Powerful pull from Kuldeep.
Well, the sound of that is echoing around this Olympic ground. He's mullered that out of the middle. Boom. Shaka lagya. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande, qué fuerte también. Bienvenidos aquí de campo de Montjuïc en Barcelona. Eso es cricket, estilo internacional. España, Portugal y Romania.
Yeah, not many can play that shot consistently against the teeth. Now he goes full, a slow ball. That's very clever bowling. And that's certainly one thing I think the teeth has developed quicker than other bowlers his own age. Because the volume of cricket he's played, especially volume of pressure cricket he's played, he just doesn't get flustered.
Yeah, and that's where he uses that wrist action so well that you were talking about. Because at that moment of time, he's very clever and very skilled in managing to snap that wrist to get that ball to go slightly wider. Here we go again. Well bowled.
Yeah, excellent way to close out the over. So he does get hit once, but he only goes single digits. Has 9 come off the 4th over, and Portugal 47 for 1. Yeah, Helix makes a comparison with a teeth to Brendan Julian, the former Australian left arm seam bowler. Similar kind of action, yeah. That's true. Brendan Julian actually is now a very good commentator. He's done a fair bit of commentary, probably for, I'm guessing, 20 years now. Maybe over that. And Brendan Julian actually from Western Australia, which is my part of Australia as well. Didn't play too much international level, but yeah, interesting comparison here, Lex, and I think you're pretty close there as well. Hello to Christopher Ward as well. Good to have you. Stephen Waddell is watching, I'm sure, from around about the Coimbra region. Hello also to Dave B and Jeff Maguire, everyone that is contributing in the chat. Hopefully you're enjoying your Sunday so far. I think Jules Uderidge is in there as well. Kroom, of course. Interesting game, this one. It's kind of hovering around that 12 and over at the moment, just the 1 wicket, but it was an important wicket of Shan Gomsh, who is having a very good weekend, stats-wise. Hamza Salim Dar was the man that removed him with a brilliant piece of fielding in the covers, and now he's going to come on for over number 5.
Hamza, quality player, great all-rounder. In he comes.
Big swing and a miss, Hamza, in that offside channel first up. Goliath practices the right shot after the fact. Want to say hello to Javier Martinez as well. He's saying great day of cricket. Javier, it's great to have you with us. Buenos dias. And hopefully you stay with us because this is a sensational contest right now.
It's like a final, isn't it? It's like the final.
Not often there's one game that you say, hey, I think this is the one that's going to determine it. But it has that feel. This time he reaches, but his hold out should be gone, and Yasser Ali takes the catch. So Goliath, well, his practice shots were going the right way, but I think his real shots weren't. This is a ball to hit over the offside. Instead, he's determined to try and drag it leg side, and that comes with risks. Yasser does the rest, and it's 47 for 2. Hamza strikes.
Yeah, Hamza gets you. I don't think that's a bad thing for Portugal, because I think, in fairness, I called him, he just wasn't in his zone today. He was missing out on a few. He was eating up a few dots. You saw the ball before was a dot, and Adnan went over to him and had a chat and say, hey, come on, you can't be chewing up these dot balls. So when you look at the amount of batting that they got, I mean, this guy, Saman Gamiri, hasn't really clicked yet. We saw Najam Shazad, who was just absolutely clinical in the last match. You also got Francois Stoneman. I think if you're not getting it, if your strike rate isn't good, get out of the way.
That's true, but you can still be aggressive and play the correct shot. You know, trying to drag something leg side that's on that line, kind of exactly after you did the ball before and it didn't work, and you practice hitting the ball a bit straighter. I just think that's where he went wrong there. So I agree, be aggressive, but there's no deep cover here. There's no deep point. For a ball outside the off stump, I just don't think trying to whack it leg side was working for him. Anyway, Suman comes out at number 4. Tell you what, when he's at his best, he's pretty exciting to watch as well. He's going to pull straight away a little bit late on it, but Yasser Ali once again will clean up. Loves to throw Yasser at the moment, and he does force the batter to run a bit, but we'll get one.
Hey, you know it's Sunday. Why is it when every time it's Sunday, I always think roast dinners?
Yeah,
Gotta have a nice
traditional
roast dinner.
Well, even
Proper
don't have to
roast
wait for dinner. You can have it at lunch as well.
Yeah,
Sunday,
I mean, you
Sunday
were talking
roast
about
lunch.
Thanksgiving yesterday, weren't you? About, the food scene on the Thanksgiving, but a proper Sunday roast. Okay, well, he goes on the offside, and oh, what a catch! What a catch! Sensational. And that's Atif Mohammed. This is a brilliant catch, and he takes the catch and he does a little bit of a twirl as well. A little bit of well, that was class.
Well, he had no right to catch this, really, Atif Mohammed. Like, he's the man that might have been able to reach it because of his height. Again, just steps away to the leg side, hits to off, and it's this last turn and the way he protects the ball. And that's what makes it for me. It's a brilliant bit of fielding. Something about that region working for Team España so far, as Ati grabs one from behind him, and it's going to be the end of Adnan for 25. Portugal just losing their way a little bit here in the last few minutes, 48 for 3.
Yeah, good catch. I really like that. That's the sort of thing that you practice and practice. And when you get it, though, it's being able to get it right when you're out in the middle, and he does. He takes the catch. He gives Hamza Salim Dar his second wicket in the over. Just the one run off the 4 balls so far and 2 wickets. That's why he is such a top campaigner. And you can see, well, the coach and Alistair there, well, they're more, it looks like they're concentrating more and they're catching. And then what's going on there? They're just super confident. They know the boys know what they're doing.
Coaching staff and the team around the team will say, hey, we've taken you this far. Now it's up to you.
Exactly.
Also,
we can't. I mean, it's true in a way. There's nothing they can do from there now. I mean, the tactics have been spoken about, and at the moment, I suppose Spain doing pretty well.
Stoneman comes in at 5. I want to say quick hello to Alex Macy, who is watching. Of course, a Werash player. Call him the puppy because he has this kind of bounding enthusiasm when he gets on the field. He's watching from Bali at the moment. Well, I'll say Selamat datang then. Welcome. This is hit through the point region. This is going to be 4. Good start for Stoneman.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a simple game, isn't it? Outside the off, he plays a beautiful stroke, good control, opens the face of the bat, gets 4 runs.
Yeah. Faf has gone from kind of specialist batter and occasional wicketkeeper to, I suppose, bowler that bats in the middle order. But his batting maybe hasn't quite been to his potential, I think, when we've seen him this year at least. But I know he's been scoring a lot of runs domestically. He's a very good player. Yeah, he's just going to tuck this one around the corner, but there is a fine leg. That's probably because they have seen that he does like that ramp shot, so they're protecting against it straight away. That'll be the end of the 5th over, and the score is 53 for 3. Want to welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo here with Rico Full. And right now we're watching Spain versus Portugal, the game that we think is the most likely indicator of who's going to win this trophy this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, both teams got everything to play for. And the way the scenario is both these teams are 11 on points. Whoever wins here, then know that, and both teams will have 1 match left against Romania that haven't won so far. And they'll be believing if they can win this, they should beat Romania and they should be the winners. I still do think there could be a twist. I still think that Romania could get 1 victory before this day.
You're not wrong there. I mean, Romania have been playing better and better, and some of their players haven't clicked. If they do, they're a danger team. But I suppose what it is that if you win this game, your tournament life is in your own hands.
Yes.
If it's not, then you're kind of hoping on an upset when Romania plays your opponent later on today. So it should be an interesting one. Thanks so much for tuning in. And Alex, let us know what Bali's like. I haven't been there for a little while. I have an interesting story about Bali that I can share on the air, as this has popped back to Sebastian Hughes-Pinan, but he's not able to get to the drop zone in time. Yeah, so I was in Bali, actually. It's a bit of a tradition in my family. We have some milestone birthdays there, right? A little bit short, and this one is sent over the leg side, and Schuber once again in the action, coffee in one hand, paper in the other, no room for the ball, but Maximo 6 to Portugal.
Yeah, well, Shub, I think in the end makes the right decision to say, well, he still sticks a hand out there, doesn't he? But look at that. Coffee and paperwork in one hand. Oh, Shub.
So one time he had the excuse to leave it alone as well.
Exactly.
And his hands full. Good comeback from Sebastian, though. Just speaking to the youngster, he's still a teenager, 17 years of age. But he was saying, look, I haven't played this format, but I've watched a lot and I've been working hard in the background on some skills that he thinks will be effective. In particular, I've really enjoyed his kind of sliding ball that slides into the right hand. It doesn't really turn. This is up in the air and won't quite carry. Atif handles the bounce and they'll just get a single.
Yeah, I like this kid, Sebastian. I think he's very confident. He's a good player. He's played good level. He's been well coached. He knows what he's bowling. He knows where he wants his fielders. And he's got a few tricks up his sleeve as well.
No ball called. I wonder if this is for 3 outfielders. I don't think it's that.
Looks like foot fault. Yeah, looks like foot fault. And let's see if we can pick anything up here. And yep, it's a good call.
Wow, Sebastian, go to your room. Think about what you've done.
Oh, that's harsh.
Free hit coming up. Missed. Don't know if he nicked it or not.
I think he does nick
probably
it.
Did.
I think he nicks this. I hear a sound, and there's no celebration from Away's Army because he knows it's a free hit. But I think there's bad on this. And you can see Sebastian thinks as well. And thinks, uh-oh, well, that's a big fine, Sebastian. Get your wallet out. Oh, what a beaut. What a beaut.
Way to come back. Well, we'll let him out of his room with a soft warning then, Sebastian, because well, it's a pretty good over. He only goes for 10, but can't pick up the wicket. It's 63 for 3. A few people, on account of my jacket, saying it looks cold. I do get chilly, right? Yeah. So I've decided I'm just trying to show off the new ECN merch.
Yeah, I suppose you are from Australia and you're used to the warm weather, but yeah, you do feel the cold.
And it's not, I'm actually fine without it.
You haven't got your hand warmers in there, have you?
Yeah, I've got them
I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
The thing is that if I've brought it, why not stick it on? This is my point. I know later I'll need it, but it's just like when you're curling up to watch your favourite streaming service on the couch with a blanket.
I suppose this should be happy. At least you're not wearing your beanie yet. Yet.
That's true. Well, Hamza's going to come back for his second over number 7. Just pushed away to the leg side. Yeah, so when I went to Bali, it was for a family birthday. I think it was my auntie turning 60. So back a long time ago when I was in primary school, my grandmother turned 60 and the whole family went to Bali. So Bali from Perth is even closer than going to Sydney. It's only about a 3.5 hour flight.
Okay.
And so we decided to do it. This is 20 years later, 25 probably. So now we're only talking a few years ago. This is hit, but it'll only be one bounce down to Burns. So, this is where I was first introduced to this thing of they come, the band plays and they're like, who wants to come up and sing a song? Of course, everyone pushed me forward. I was like, okay. I said, well, not a great singer, but I'm like, but I can play piano. Like, oh, okay, great. Let's have a look at you. As this is up and it's going to fly over the backward point region. Got a sneaky suspicion at 6, and it's signal now. Maximo goes leg side of the ball, throws the hands and gets enough, and covers the ground pretty comfortably. And they said, well, our actual keyboard player is off for a few days. He's sick. Do you want to come on the road with us? So I was in an Indonesian cover band for 5 days. As this is up, it's in the air, and I think that one's going to travel as well. Shoot! Hey! He's back, baby. Yeah, 7 or 8 opportunities. Their stopped clock is right twice a day as they stay in the classics. As Shub finally gets it, and he drops his coffee along the way. Did you just kick it over?
No, that's the best. I mean, that's the best way to do it. I think it goes so high, he has time to put his paperwork in order, puts the cup of coffee down, takes the catch. Look, he nearly kicks it over and takes the catch, celebrates, and then cool as a cucumber, he goes back to his coffee and says, where was I? Oh, yeah, I was on coffee break. Here we go. Well done, Shubi. Okay, right, now this one is nobody's. I think he's out of here. Yep, adios, Bolota. And it's time for Portugal once again, like they did against Romania at this sort of point, to put the foot down and accelerate. Brum, brum, turbo power. And this time it's Francois Stoneman, who is just getting better and better every time he goes out there with the bat.
I will say we talked about a stop clock being right twice a day, but right now we're living on faff time. He's raced to 31 off 10. Thing is, he's got a good technique, and he can extend that into aggressive shots. And so
it's all about, with him, it's all about footwork and movement. He moves his feet so well. I love the way he plays that sort of short of a length delivery out on the offside. Plays it so well. Plays it with confidence.
Last ball of the over. Last ball for Hamza. Again, intelligent cricket. He knows he's hot. He wants another chance to be on strikes, and he'll get that. Single off the last ball, the 7th, and Portugal 84 for 3. Okay, let me have a look at what's coming up, and I want to roll a dice. Okay, I've got an 8-sided dice that I'm going to roll, and it's going to tell me what group we're going to talk about. Group 3, Group C. Okay, give us a chance to talk about the Turkish representative as well, which is the only unknown, although I'm sure in Seville KSK, after bowling teams out for 5 and 6 respectively, I think they're looking pretty strong. Hey, Old Victorians from Jersey, their first ECL, pushing Farmers out. Farmers made it all the way to the championship week last year. Alton with their 3rd attempt. In fact, the Portuguese club, Gamblers SC, is in there. You've got players there like Kulip Goliat, who's having a really good year in a Portuguese shirt. He'll get a chance to go to the ECL. And CC Academic Sofia from Bulgaria, I think they'll find it tough, but who knows? They could pick up a couple of wild cards and maybe be competitive.
Yeah, a couple of changes there. I mean, Gamblers being the winners in Portugal, that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Because normally it's all about Marlo, isn't it?
Marlo Werish, yeah.
Yeah, and then, of course, in Bulgaria, no Indo-Bulgarian this time as well.
True, yeah, so kind of a new look group. Tell you what, if Istanbul KSK don't qualify after seeing some of the scorecards coming in, we're talking like in a 20-over match, 275 to 6.
Yeah.
I bowled out for 6 and things like that. Goes straight, should be gone. Straight field is waiting for it. Yasser Ali isn't going to miss it, so Kabir. Well, if Stoneman was clicking, then he was unclicking, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Just didn't happen for him. He goes for 3. Well bowled by Burns again, asking the right questions. Portugal, 85 for 4.
Yeah, Burns has just bowled so well, hasn't he? He's made such a difference. So once again, it's the length he's bowling, it's the variations that he has, and the captain, Yasser Ali, is not going to make any mistakes putting that one down. So they get another wicket, but this is what could be interesting. And remember, these two were together to get the win against Romania, and Najam Shahzad, he blasted a 50, a quick fire 50 of 14 deliveries, but he did give a chance, which Romania didn't take when he was on 1. So this is the opportunity. And I'm laughing because I'm seeing Vinny, he was telling us a story of being on road with the band. Well, yeah, you're really giving it some, aren't you?
Should I put that up?
Really giving it, yeah, put it up. Go on.
I'll
put the link up to that. That is fabulous.
I'll put it up, no sound. Okay. Anyway, Burns, he's a proven performer now. He's clever. Ooh. Almost.
Well, Awais Ahmed is doing all the tricks here, trying to get his man. He takes the bails off, and then he picks the stumps up with ball in hand.
Well, he's too early.
Well, you're playing the piano, and Najam is doing the dancing.
Look, he's too early because he does lift it here. But then he's running. Then he sees him jumping around. He's like, hey, any chance? Back to live action here. This one is going to sneak past the keeper, and it'll go down for 4. So a little outside edge. Shahzad's off the mark.
Yeah, it's well bowled. Burns almost gets his man. He gets him creeping out of his crease, but he gets a little bit of bat onto it. And there's going to be a little bit of suerte as this one goes for 4. Burns bowling beautifully at the moment. He's causing trouble. Shahzad wants to be aggressive. Remember, he batted so well. Hit the ball so well, didn't he, in the last match? Look. And doesn't quite get it. He scuffs it. It's just going to be a single. Hey, did he get paid for that, by the way?
Well, not in money.
You're going to say food and drink, right? Yeah.
So I don't know if I can say I'm a professional. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So you went there for family time, and you ended up on the road with
Ended up on the road for like 4 days. Everyone else was going to bed early.
I bet that went down well. Hey, anyway, I hope we're going to get some cake today. Oh, well, just hold the cake for a moment. Well, he can have the biggest slice of cake because I love that shot. It's time. We are in Barcelona, and I know the beaches here are pretty good. So it's time for sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. What a shot. And, well, yeah, we love that. The old reverse Malachi for 4. Good shot. And they just seem to manage to pick up a boundary at the end of every over. That's one thing that Corey, I know he's practicing his rugby skills there at the moment, but he'll be having a chat with the bowlers about conceding a boundary of the last ball of every over, because that's been the pattern for a while.
That's true. So I suppose you can just concentrate on making sure you hit your spot. But I always think that those kind of statistics are funny because, like, it's not like you can try harder not to concede a boundary because shouldn't you be doing that every ball?
Yeah.
So maybe the thing is I think
it's about concentration.
Concentration.
Yeah,
your mind wandering a little
but,
bit.
Go back to cake. International Cake Day today. So, hopefully we get a nice slice of cake. What's your favourite?
Oh, good question.
Everybody, what's your favourite cake?
Yeah, let's put it out to the chat.
Ah, beauty. Absolute beauty. Full straight Yorker. Thank you very much. Adios. What a ball. And that's the pace of Roger Dill. When this guy gets his line and length right, he is quick, fast, and accurate. Boom. Chakalewatte.
Starts with Y and ends in Orca. And bowlers need to learn how to bowl them more consistently if they want to try and stop the bleeding in what's been a very batting-heavy 2023 here on ECN. And that's it. Full straight, and Shazad can't deal with it. 94 for 5. Spain on top at the moment. Well, yeah, Alex wants to see it. So if you and Stephen might want to see it as well. Okay. We'll see what we can do. An interesting kind of day, haven't we? Just been silenced for an innings and a half to start the day. And I like when we go off random threads. I mean, if last game of the day is random questions time, Sunday, 7th day of the week,
yeah,
it's got to be okay.
Yeah, it's
a short day as well.
I think because we start on a Saturday, we don't often do. I mean, I got my days all over the place. I kept thinking yesterday was Monday, and I think today's Tuesday, but it's actually Sunday. It's all over the shop.
It's good heat there by Roger Adil. Good keeping as well by Aways. That swung late after it passed the stumps. This is Amir Ikram coming out. This is the first ball. Yeah, so we can also get into what's your favourite cake. Got a couple I want to mention. Missing, but not missing the leg. That'll probably hurt. Yeah, Ikram would be a leg by. Jules has mentioned carrot cake, and carrot cake for me, it's a close second because I like carrots, they're okay, but I wouldn't say I'm like love them. But carrot cake is lovely. Yeah. I do like carrot cake. I'm not huge on the really, really rich chocolate cakes. You know, those ones that are like so sweet, like sickly sweet.
So you don't like icing and all of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, in moderation. There's not too much of it, right? But my favourite probably is a passion fruit cheesecake. I like passion fruit. It's got a bit of a zing to it.
Yeah, a few people have mentioned cheesecake. I mean, Stephen Waddle said cheesecake. Stephen, which one? Which flavour? You know, you're talking strawberry. Mine, I tell you what, after this ball, it's a bit of a full toss, and it's going to be 4 runs. So goes for that Yorker again, and that's the thing we're getting the Yorker. If you get it right, you knock them over. You get it wrong, well, it can be a full toss, and the batter says thank you very much. Batter's delight. Yeah, for me, it's got to be coffee and walnut. Nice bit of coffee and walnut cake, yeah. I like that. As everybody will know, I'm a bit nutty. So, yeah. What's Jeffrey Maguire saying? Yeah, he's just saying about if Adil could sort his run up. Yeah, he sort of has that, like a lot of bowlers do. He sort of starts, but he loses his rhythm a bit, has a little shuffle and gets going again. And quite often, bowlers have, you see there, just he starts, shuffle, then he stops, he shuffles again.
Yeah.
So he doesn't get all of that going into the momentum of the ball. And as a result of that, sometimes he doesn't get it right. But I tell you what, Stoneman, just keep this boy on strike. He is hot at the moment.
Yeah, he really is. But you're right about the run out, the run up, I should say, of Adil. But, I mean, the run up's one thing, but yeah, at the point of delivery, he's still pretty strong with those shoulders. Stoneman, what a knock here. I mean, without him, I think they were going to be in dire straits. Portugal, they brought up the 100 now. Last ball of the 9th coming up.
Yeah, if you watch his run, I mean, he'll sort of start, stop, and start. So you'd have to question why he doesn't start from, wait for it, from here. Because
he might as well.
He might as well. But it's all about the rhythm. But he bowls quick, and this one going to take some stopping. Good work there by Reddy on the final leg boundary.
Yeah, but always just a little hole in the wall there, wasn't there? And it allows Stoneman to get back on strike. just beaten for pace, a bit like the batter was, wasn't he? Yeah. So it'll be a bye to finish the 9th, and Portugal 104 for 5, 1 over remaining.
Yeah, I think that bye hurts you a little bit because it means that you wanted to try and keep Faf Stoneman off strike ideally, but giving the bye there means he goes back on strike, and that's where if this first ball gets knocked to the boundary, that's where it hurts you if you're Spain.
And where can they get to here? 120 with a good over here. Won't be easy though. Atif Mohammed is going to bowl the 10th. Yeah, so thanks for all the cakes. There's a few good ones in there. Shantanu Vashish from Romania saying red velvet. Yeah, that's a good one as well. Strawberry. Can never go wrong with strawberry. Yeah, like a cheesecake with strawberries on top, like with actual strawberries, like kind of in the cake or on top of the cake. That's pretty good. Chocolate brownie, yeah, that's good. I mean, I don't mind something like something like a hot chocolate sauce, like something like that over the top.
Yeah.
Milk tarts as well. They're very big actually in some places.
Yeah.
As mentioned. Oh yeah, kind of locks him up here. Didn't pick the slower ball, Stoneman. He has to remain on 45. Jeff's also talking about how good the pitch is playing, and I agree. The pitch has been brilliant. And probably the one thing being here, when you first came here, of course, you were here in 2020.
Yeah.
You had the outfield, which is natural grass, which probably was okay, but not as good as it is now. He goes for it. Doesn't really get the journey. Bermuda Triangle forms, and it's dropped. And there's a collision. Hopefully it's not too serious. Stoneman will get back for 2, but some concerns now.
Yeah, Ali will be out there. Watch Ali. You're going to see Baywatch any moment. Alistair Priddle normally is there. He's going to have to put the rugby ball down for a moment, pick up the first aid. But it's always horrible to see this. Look, both players looking at the ball. Young Sebastian gets up straight away, but concerns probably there for Adil Raja.
Adil gets a slight blow on the shoulder or the arm, but he sees it coming. I think that's the difference. When you hit and you have no idea.
He's still arched over a little bit. That sort of wins him a bit, but that could be nasty. And that's where a lot of people say, why don't you call for it, whatever. Look, but when you're in the moment, even if there is a call, you're so focused on the ball, sometimes you're not hearing it. Oh, well, it's probably the right shot to play.
Oh, that hit the stumps. I heard a noise.
Yeah, there's a bail has come off, hasn't it?
Must have bowled him. Yeah, I heard a noise. I thought he must have nicked it, but I bet it's just nicked the off stump. Let's have a look. We'll see. Oh, no. It's the wind's blown it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think the ball hits.
Not out.
This will be the shot. Let's have a look here. Watch. Yeah, see?
He doesn't knock it over.
Yeah, the bail comes off, and I mean, we say wind. I think the only wind, because it's not windy here, the only wind could have been originated by the batter, because it's not windy here. I tell you what, he's eating the wrong cake.
Don't know what he had for dinner last night, but he'll survive.
He's probably had, I don't know, a berry cake or something.
He's nervous. The bail's just going to fall off at any time he moves his feet, but he should be all right. It's only the first time we've seen that. Anyway, more to come. Slower ball, slices it, should be gone. Harms has got a bit of time to get under it, and it'll end the innings of Stoneman. It was good while he was there, but just couldn't quite turn it into something more in the last few deliveries. He'll go for 47, and Portugal 106 for 6.
Clever bowling. Atif, he's a man, isn't he? He just gets better and better, doesn't he? And quite appropriate. Another guy who's right up there with him. There's a great all-rounder. Hamza takes the catch. But, yeah, good knock from Stoneman. I think it was important. Portugal, they're sort of, I reckon they're about 30 runs short where they need to be here, really, with 2 balls to go, 106 for 6. But Francois Stoneman, what a really good knock from him. If it weren't for him, they'd be well below par. Not really in this contest at all, at least at the moment. They have got something to bowl at. They'd love a couple of boundaries here. Junaid Khan, well, he's a man who can. And let's see if he will. Atif probably will try and keep it. I don't know. If I'm Atif, I'd go for another slow delivery here. I wouldn't give Junaid the pace.
Two to come. No, he bowls a good one. And they can't even get to the other end. Junaid, pretty good hitter, actually. He'll have one more opportunity. Portugal 106. Looks a bit under in this one.
Yeah, Ikram at the other end. He's faced a couple of deliveries. Hasn't been able to get a run himself. So once again, that's been the issue, I suppose, with Portugal. They haven't been able to get the accelerator in when they needed to. But all credit to, there's that slower delivery. It's another opportunity, and it's going to be another catch taken there by Yasser Ali. Got to say that the catching from those two, the man at long off and long on, has been absolutely exceptional. And it will be a duck for Junaid Khan, a 2-ball duck for him. And Portugal, they will end the innings on 106 for 7. And Spain, well, credit to them. They kept their discipline pretty well. There was a few errors early on, but they came back well. And the bowlers bowled well. They bowled a good line. And once again, if it weren't for Francois Stoneman's knock, they would have been in all sorts of trouble. It started pretty well, though, didn't it, with Adnan finding his form. A quick fire, 25 from 11 from him. Gomes was pretty well. But then there was this, a moment of magic from Hamza Salim Dar, the run out. And Gomes disappointingly had to go. And then this hoik up in the air is an opportunity. You got to take it when we thought this one could be expensive because it was put down, but it didn't really cost them that much in the end because he only added just another run before he had to go. So Reddy, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Burns would be doing the same as well. But what a grab that was from Atif, and so far he's right up there of, well, maybe putting the player of the match performance in is Atif Mohammed. Shub puts another one down, but his time would come. Here it was. Takes it. Well, he put something special in that cup on the ground over there, which meant he could see it better. Takes the catch. Well, I suppose 1 out of 5 is not bad. And he says, you see, it's all in what I'm drinking. And this one up in the air and nicely taken. No issues at all. Yes, here, a very good catch with the ball. And this one's a little bit of fun here. There's, well, Vinny was playing the piano and Najam Shazad was doing the dancing. And talking about dancing, well, we had a little bit of sexy cricket as well with the reverse Malachi. And well, that was pretty sexy as well. And too hot to handle for Najam Shazad as Raja Adil really did fire one up. And then, well, a little bit of pain. But fortunately, Sebastian and also Raja were okay when they collided. Then there was that funny moment there when a little bit of wind, human wind maybe, knocked the bells over. It was not out, but this one was because, well, got lucky once, but not this time. Yes, here, taking the catch. And Spain would feel that they're well in control of this. Spain, of course, they're a team that are awesome when they're chasing. A team that makes, well, 149, 150 chases look easy, don't they? We saw that in the ECC. So they'll be hoping and thinking they can get to this 107 pretty easily. 25 from Adnan at the top of the order and 47 from Faf. But other than that, nobody else really did get going. That'll be the disappointment when he couldn't Galaya chewed up 7 deliveries for 8, Saman Gamiri 6 balls for 3. Those batters are normally going at a better pace. So that's a concern there. 2 wickets there for Aziz Mohammed. 2 also for Hamza Salim Dar. But the bowling of Lauren Burns, again, was absolutely brilliant. And Raja Adil certainly did bowl with a bit of pace. 1 for 15 from him. So well bowled there by Spain, and I think the fielding and the catching was pretty decent as well, and they put themselves in a good position. That's the mid-match summary. Myself, Rico Full, and Vinny Sander will be back in 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match number 7, a very important match for these two sides. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the huge difference. I suppose the only thing is, has it cost you any balls? And of course we know Spain have got a very good, big, deep batting order. Awais Ahmed comes out a little bit higher than what he has been of late to join his captain out there, Yasir Ali. Oh, and that's a good delivery as well. But I tell you what, Kulip Gulaya standing up to Shahidur Rahman. I mean, that's quite exceptional. Rahman, of course, was the hero yesterday. We picked up 4 wickets. Not just 4 wickets, everybody. A double hat-trick. That's right, a double hat-trick. It was quite sensational. In fact, he was at one point, he could have taken 5 out of 5. Superb from him. And of course, that was that victory over Spain. So he's looking to do it again. This could be another. And I was watching Junaid there. He gets there in the end, but it doesn't quite cope on. I think it was just a tad late moving. Just a tad. And that probably made all the difference. We saw him take 2 good catches in that position earlier against Romania. So, runs on the board. Awais Ahmed, a little bit fortunate. Gets 1. Yasir, the captain's got to be feeling a little bit of pressure. Hasn't batted to his abilities. We know he's a class act with the bat. Rahman, though, has been pretty good with the ball. Finds the outside edge. That's nicely played, actually, by Yasir. I think he knows that this ball is going to move away from him. So he plays it with soft hands and he guides it down. And takes a single. Yeah, great spell of bowling yesterday from Shahidur Rahman. 4 for 21, the double hat-trick. Restricting Spain to 116, and then Portugal went and won the match by 7 wickets with 4 balls to go. Can they do it again? Okay, well bowled, and taking on the run. Oh, it's really well fielded. One hand pick up and shy at the stumps from Mohamed Adnan. Making a Yasir work hard, and Awais work hard for their runs here. Yasir back on strike. Awais Ahmed trying to weather the loss of the early wicket of Babar. Not often that he fails. Look at that early movement, and well, it was a trap, wasn't it? Sets the trap. He moves early, shows his stumps, says, there you go, if you want to hit him. And the bowler, well, he goes for it. But the thing is, only the perfect delivery. Full Yorker length could have got that. And he doesn't. It's slightly short. And exactly what Yasir wanted. Gets the boundary away. End of the over. 9 for 1 Spain. And that 1 wicket, of course, is that of Babar. Hello to everybody. Welcome. Chris Smith, how are you? You're joining the party on this Sunday. We were talking about cakes earlier. It is International Cake Day. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend and enjoying your Sunday as well. Maybe 1 or 2 of you are either getting ready for a nice roast dinner. And if you are, well, you're lucky. The roast dinners are one of my favourites. Let me know if you're having a roast dinner and what you're having. We've already had some cake talk, of course. Okay, Juan Henry has been bowling well. He does get the Yorkers going. High chance taken. Adios is another one. Awais Ahmed. Well, he goes for it, but he doesn't clear the fielder. It's a really good catch taken by Abdul Samad, because this was going pretty quick. So it's a 2nd wicket down, 9 for 2. Samad takes the catch. And that is the end of Awais Ahmed. He'll go for 2 or 4 deliveries. And Henry gets the wicket straight away. And, yeah, good areas. That's what we're talking about. Good length, good areas. Outside the off. And a wicket taken. So it looks like Santal ready is the new batter. He gets a little tap on the back from the captain. Says, come on, you're okay. Beg your pardon. Doesn't look like he's ready. Looks like it's Iqbal who's come out now. So Shiraz Iqbal is the new man. So Iqbal comes out as Vinny Sandhu comes in to the cube. Very interesting.
Portugal throwing everything at Spain here, trying to keep this lineup moving. Great keeping first. Ball of the innings from Goliath to stump the big bear. And now Henry strikes first ball. Now he gets whacked for 4. What's classical shot? Shiraz Iqbal. Well, he is an ECN centurion. And he is a very, very good cricketer with bat and ball. Probably not the worst ball ever. It's no half volley, but he still is able to crack it through the covers.
Yeah, nice shot. And, nice shot there of Deanna Oroz as well, the ECM photographer. Doing some great work. Of course, check out all the photos and the interviews on social media. And, of course, you can see that on our website as well, EuropeanCricket.com. Same area and pelted.
It is. And Henry kind of challenging Iqbal to play this kind of shot. And Iqbal is ready for it, isn't he? Power play batting goes up and over the top. Where's this one bounce? Just inside 4 runs. So Spain on the counter-attack.
Yeah, I mean, we know this about Spain. They're 2 wickets down. They were 9 for 2. It doesn't mean that they're going to go into a shell. They come out and they play positive cricket. And that's exactly what Iqbal's done. 2 glorious shots.
Good start for Iqbal. He's one guy, we haven't probably seen that much of him with the bat this weekend, but I just remember how dominant he is when he gets going. Henry, can he find that Yorker? Oh, he goes the same kind of length again. This time he does induce the miss hit, so no run. And so a few people might have been late back to the second half of this game, and they missed that stumping from Always Ahmed. I think it was a fair decision. I think it looked like when you put the replays together, you can see that the back half of his foot is in the air, and then when you see him from side on, you can see that wasn't behind the line. He basically wasn't behind the line, had nothing grounded. Probably also the umpire on the field makes a call there that they're happy to go with, and the umpire on the field thinks it's out. Certainly appeared that way. Or sends him back at the last moment. I just know from keeping up to faster bowlers a lot, sometimes they don't like it if you get stumpings off them, because every fast bowler, not every, but the vast majority thinks they're like a tearaway. And they'll do this thing where they're like, no, go back.
Yeah.
You know what?
You make me look bad. You make me look slow.
These days in Europe and the occasional exhibition match I'll play, I'll say, look, I'll give you 2 balls to impress me. Oh, good Yorker. That one shaped in. So Henry, look, not the worst over those 2 boundaries, but he does pick up a wicket. Just 8 is a good result for Portugal in the second. And Spain, 17 for 2.
Yeah, he does well, doesn't he, after back-to-back boundaries from Iqbal. He then keeps him quiet with the next 3 deliveries. This is the way it looks, and this is why this match is so important.
So, yeah, you can see there. Some teams have wins, some don't. And so whichever team wins this one, sat in the box seat to take the trophy. It's a great story. I think it's from, I don't know what decade it would have been, maybe 50s or early 60s, with Wally Grout, former great Australian wicketkeeper, and they were touring India. And India had, in a tour game, this guy, and he was lunging at the ball. They called him, he was a lunger. And there's a very, very good Australian quick left-arm bowler, Alan Davidson, used to play. And, he's quick. He'd be the equivalent of, I don't know, these days, maybe Mitchell Stark or somebody like that, right? And so he's sick of this Indian batter just lunging down the pitch every time. So he says, look, I'm going to go. He didn't even tell the ball. He said, look, I'm going to go up. So he just stands up to the stumps. Just in the days we wore helmets and stuff as well. All right, to the skies. Now, I think someone's got to play on this ball. Outfielder coming in, takes the catch, and can't keep that guy out of the game. That is one more wicket for Portugal as Henry on fire. Pouches that high ball. Yasser Ali goes for just 7. And Spain not having it go their own way in the power play, 17 for 3.
Good catch it is. I mean, I'm not really sure why. Probably because Najam Shazad probably didn't know exactly where Henry was. I don't know why he's chasing back there. He only would have succeeded in putting Henry up. But Henry is focused. He's switched on. And he's taken some good catches in that area. And that is the end of Yasser. It went a long way up, but he didn't get the distance on it. It's the 3rd wicket to fall. 17 for 3. And it's Rahman again that picks up the wicket.
So I've heard this story told from Alan Davidson, the fast bowler's point of view. And so he just sees the keeper up to the stumps, and he's angry. He's seething. He's saying, who does he think? How can he be keeping up to the stumps to me? I'm the fastest bowler in Australia and this and this. So he starts thinking, what's he going to do? And he's thinking, okay, so what do I do? His first thought was, I'm going to bowl a bouncer. Right? As this is Reddy coming in, turns around the corner, doesn't beat the man, so a dot ball. Good power play continues for Portugal. So then he thinks, so he says, I'm going to bowl a bouncer. I thought, no, well, if I hit him, he's got a lovely wife and family. Like, no, it wouldn't be the right thing to do. So he thinks, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shoot one down the leg side. I'm going to shoot one down the leg side. He knows. He's like, I know keepers. Keepers hate buys. Leg buys they don't mind, but buys they detest. Yeah. So I'm going to shoot one down the leg side, and that'll sort him out. It'll put him back. End of the bat job here from Reddy. He should get off the mark unless this one hits, but he's safely home at any rate. And so what do you think happens? He shoots it down the leg side. Wally Grout, great wicket keeper, shoots down the leg side, picks him up stumped. Sud, I think his name was. And so, yeah, it's one of my favourite wicket-keeping stories because for all that, every time I see a fast bowler get a wicket stumped, I feel there's a little bit of them that dies inside because they probably recognise that they're not the fastest bowler or maybe not as fast as they think they are. Anyway, Rahman, he's been brilliant in the series. 4 wickets in 4 balls yesterday, the only time it's been done in season 2023. Now, this is in the air as well. Now, this might stay in as well. Shazad comes round and he grabs it. Well, fielding is so important. And we've seen Portugal delivering here in the field, taking some real tough chances. Shraz Iqbal looked good, started with back-to-back boundaries, but that's all he'll get here in match 7. Spain, 18 for 4.
What a catch this is. This is such a good catch. He has such a long way to come to get to that. And then he takes a look. If there's anybody who's surprised, you can see the reaction there of Henry as well. He's thinking, Skip, I can't believe you're taking it. Well. 18 for 4. And Rahman has just been sensational. He's picked up 3 now. He's the leading wicket taker in this series now by far. He was already a leading wicket taker before the start of today with 6. Well, you can add a few more to that now. It's fantastic bowling. Well, Hamza Salim Dar now joins the likes already. These two have got to really get something started. They've got to fend off the 1 ball here from Rahman. Remember, Rahman did pick up the wicket of Hamza yesterday. And in fact, I think that was the 4th wicket, right? That was the double hat-trick one when he bowled him.
That's true, actually. And Hamza, he's a proven match winner. In-swinging Yorker did him in from Shada Rahman yesterday. This time he's got a little bit left to work with, and it just climbs over the fielder. 4 runs. Hamza on the counter-attack, into the over and into the power play. 22 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, just how far over was this? Well, yeah, fair bit. He gets it right, gets a boundary straight away, and you expect him not to shy away from it. I mean, to go with Hamza here, fair call. Could have gone with Ishan as well.
True. Good pair of batters to be able to choose from, really, at numbers 6 and 7. So Spain, you'd think you'd have to bowl them out to win the game. It's just hard to see them batting the 10 and not making 107, which is the target. Yeah, keeping up's a funny thing. I think with helmets, it's a bit of a game changer because, with your helmet on, it makes it obviously less dangerous that you're going to have some very, very serious injury. Obviously, you're going to get a lot of little deflections that might hit you on the end of the fingers, which is a bit of a hazard of the job. But I found, that was my speciality, but I found there was a pace where it was very difficult to keep up. For me, it was when it got to kind of above 135 kilometres an hour, so probably about 85, where you actually don't have time to really get a step in and track the ball. So if the ball wasn't coming straight at you, you're kind of having to go with your hands. And at that pace, it's quite difficult. Also depends on how consistent the pitch is and things like that, how accurate a bowler is. These are all things you kind of factor in.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you say about the pitch is very, very important. I think with this pitch, I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to really take off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like, for example, we were in Croatia, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that one,
But even then, you had keepers like Ramanjot for Ljubljana who was still doing a good job there. So it also depends what your objectives are, because if you're fine with conceding 10 or 12 buys and innings to get 2 or 3 stumpings, maybe you're happy with that. Junaid comes out, swings away from Hamza, and he just caresses it through the offside. Just over pitching there. Junaid Khan turns to a low full toss and 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, Junaid's got a point to prove here, I think, today. He wasn't at his best yesterday. The bowl with his bowling. Batters did get after him, so he wants to be right up there. He wants to take some big wickets. Can he perform when Portugal need him most? Normally he does. Good shot from Hamza. It was just over pitched.
Yeah, good comeback from Junaid Khan this time. Hamza just pushes for 1. Yeah, so despite the 4 wickets, you still feel if Spain middle order clicks, they could win this with some overs to spare, just because of how they tend to hit sixes in huge clumps. Yeah, but as far as the keeping up to the stumps thing, yeah, it's a trade-off you got to make. You also got to work out, even if you can do it physically, is it the smartest play? Or there's someone like Junaid here, yeah, you could keep up maybe to him, but is he more likely to get an edge, like a genuine edge, which you could take easily behind? This isn't an edge, though. That's going downtown, baby. Maximo ready. Well, he'll really appreciate the opportunity, I think, to put his team in a winning position, and he pulls that one handsomely out of the Montreal Olympic ground.
Yeah, well, that one, I think that it hits the scaffolding with that camera, the side camera, is because I heard a massive thump. So it gets assisted on its way down that hill.
Yeah, if you've just joined us, the left side of this field over that baseball home run fence, it's pretty much a sheer drop into the city. And no one really knows where the Grizzly balls end up. A bender from Junaid Khan. And a tight one. It's going to get away from the backup fielders. In fact, has that hit the batter? Is that why it got away from him? What's happened here?
We'll have to have a look at this again. I don't know if it did hit. Let's see.
Oh, it almost did.
It was a good job he was ducking.
Yeah. But then he wiped himself out. Maybe that's just his training for extra pace running between the wickets. That's how you do injure yourself running between the wickets, when you try and kind of dial your speed up to above your safe maximum. Hamza composes himself and faces up. Last ball of the over. Ooh, edges it onto his body. And so Junaid, not the worst over really. Probably a fighting draw. Maybe a points win to Spain in the 4th. They are 35 for 4.
Yeah, 35 for 4. The rate staying over that 11.5. And it's one of those, I think, you got 2 batters out there that could go bang in 1 over and everything changes. Or you need a couple of wickets in an over to put the likes of Portugal back in front. But just have a look at the way things went in that first innings. Look at that last over, just 2 from it.
Could be important, could be really important. Remember, they just kind of silenced Stoneman, who'd batted really well to that point. And so, if that had more normal, quote unquote, last over, probably 120 is the chase here. Instead, it's 107. And Spain, with that early start, they've clawed their way back into the lead. It was pretty much a genuine 50-50 a few minutes ago. Now, here's Suman Gumire with some off spin. You've got 2 left-handers at the crease at the moment, so theoretically it's a good matchup, but let's see if Equipo Rojo, the Spanish team, can get on pace here. First one's going to be a wide. And so, a few people mentioning that Spain have beaten Portugal, Portugal beaten Spain. And this is essentially the decider of this mini-series. Now, false shot in the air. Regulation catch is taken. So Portugal have fielded so well in this innings. I know it's something they've been working on very, very hard. Abdul Samad, he's been solid, hasn't he, in the field for Portugal all weekend. And he will create a wicket ready. Essentially goes 6 and out. He's the 5th to fall. It's 36 for 5.
Yeah, I think I remember saying to you earlier that Suman Gumire has really impressed me. He's not somebody that we usually tend to see bowl. I think we saw it the last time we were in Portugal. He turned his arm over and we thought, okay, he's pretty handy, he's pretty useful. But they've obviously worked on him and they've found a spot for him. And he's working a treat at the moment. He bowled very cleverly and very tidily against Romania. And here he is again, picking up the 5th wicket of Spain, who are now 36 for 5. Ready goes. And now really, well, this is Mohamed Ishan. It's probably the ideal setting for Ishan because he comes in knowing that his team need around 12 runs and over, but this guy doesn't hold back. And you got 2 really, I think probably the most devastating duo out there together.
Key partnership. After this, I think you're down to the bowlers, even though they can do a job. Gumire to Isan. Loves to hit a 6 first ball. Doesn't quite catch up with this one. So a dot ball to start. Yeah, so still to come, you've got Raja Adil, you've got Lorne Burns, Atif Mohammed, and Sebastian Hughes Pinan still to bat. So these two are kind of built for the situation, but they're kind of walking the tightrope between the Petronas Towers without a safety net at the moment.
I mean, I'm looking at this win percentage. Go back to that after this delivery. And that's going to be 4 runs. And just watch how quickly it changes. About, I would say, 8 balls ago, it was 50-50.
Yeah.
And then it went to
55% Spain.
Well, it went big time. In fact, it went to like 60 odd to 30 odd in favour of Spain. And then just like that, the next few balls is gone the complete other way. Now look, it's almost going back to 50-50. It just every ball changes everything. And now Spain are going to be huge favourites again as Ishan goes boom blasting.
Yeah, well, there should be a sign. Maybe you could make it multilingual, but it should just say short balls should be in a red circle and put a line through it, because do not bowl short. It's at your own risk. To Mohammed Isan, who pulls 2 out of the ground. He just loves that kind of length. Isan's really improved a lot over the last couple of years. Already was a very good player, but I think he had a few, what would I call it, maybe a few bad habits from just playing club cricket. And now, with this opportunity with the national team, he's kind of really tightened up his game noticeably. And he's one of the most, if not the most dangerous middle-order hitter in Europe, I think, at the moment.
And you know what I think they've done that? Competition from other players. There are so many players, that are competing to be in this squad of similar abilities that you've got to make the improvements to get there. This one's going to be a teaser. And it is a great catch. What a good catch. He's taken 2 sensational catches out there as Najam Sazad. And this is another, and it's an important one. Hamza Salim Dar, and watch again how that win percentage is going to change, folks. Every time it looks like Spain are going to take the match away from Portugal, Portugal hit back. Amazing catch.
Well, I don't know, it looks a bit like me after I've been on the Red Eye special, but I think that's fine. He would have said if he stepped on the rope. I think everyone had a pretty good view of that one. So it will be the end of Hamza. And Gamire, he gets the 2 left-handers, doesn't he, that were at the crease. And so Spain now 47 for 6. It's the end of the 5th over. Alex had a question about the pitch. Is it permanent or is it removed for baseball? Yeah, well, it is only here when cricket's played. If you have any other questions, you can always get on to us on our social media. Get me at Mr. Maximo. You get Rico at Rico Full. And don't forget, at European Cricket is the home of European Cricket. And lots of highlights and snippets being downloaded there all the time. But I will say, this pitch, it's a big improvement on the pitch that there was before. The other pitch was kind of thinner. It was more raised, so a bit more dangerous as well. So this ground just keeps on improving every time we've come. And it is such a unique place to play cricket. We go to some beautiful grounds, don't get me wrong. In Europe, for example, the Romanian ground is amazing at Morav Lasea. Malta we've just come from is very nice as well. Some good developing grounds like Santarém Cricket Ground in Portugal as well. But there's nothing quite like this. Anyway, lifted up and out of the ground. Well, Isan is still there. He's on strike. He brings up the 50. And you feel like for Spain to get home, Isan needs to do what he does best.
Yeah, and attack. There's no point in him trying to do anything different. He knows that if he gets going, a quick fire 40 from him, and that's it. The match is done. A lovely shot, and shows his strength and his abilities. He's not a one-sided player, and that's the difference, I think, with Ishan. Before, he was somebody who would hit mainly on the leg side. He'd be hitting cow corner. He's changed his game. He can hit in the offside, and he can play straight.
Yeah, he's just making better decisions at the crease. And he's brave. He's fearless. I love that about his game. Henry now hit through the offside. Well, case in point.
Exactly.
That is a cracking cricket shot from Mohammed Isan.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant. Top draw. It really is. I mean, we've seen him pull, hook, hit the ball straight down the ground, and now play through the covers as well. Sensational. Ishan holding the key here for Spain.
Well, the question is, how do you get him? And the short answer, I think, is you've got to go back to that Yorker. Henry bowls a good one. If you get him, you feel like you're miles ahead in the game, but you can't miss. A slower ball. So I don't mind that as well. It's brave bowling, I suppose, from Henry, who's had a very good series. He's been probably, for me, the most improved player, I think. There's probably a few candidates there now I think of it. But considering, he was pretty raw when we saw him in the ECC. Okay, very experienced cricketer, obviously plays a good level. but I think he's used his cricket brain to work out how he can be most effective in this format. Down leg side, it'll be a freebie. Burns in there, and he's no real tail ender either. I mean, he's a guy we saw opening the batting for Costa del Sol in the Spanish T10 Championships, where Costa del Sol ended up runners-up.
Yeah, this is for me the ideal partnership at the moment. You've got the aggressive and attacking intent of Ishan, and then you've got the calmer influence of Burns, who's a bit more correct. He'll tap it around, and Ishan will get the 1 or 2 boundaries they need. And, well, I said it's the ideal partnership, and I thought Burns would tap it around, but, well, I tell you what, Burns is a lovely chap, but I will not be taking him to a discotheque because he'll get into trouble with the bouncer because it's the short ball that gets him.
It's actually a sharp bouncer, and it's really well directed, and Burns just instinctively pulls it. I mean, I do think the shot's on there, but you can see that he was just beaten for pace, and, yeah, the fielder in the right spot, Faf Stoneman, takes the catch. And so Spain, oh, well, they are right down the creek now, searching for a paddle. They are 59 for 7.
Yeah, and Burns, unfortunately, is going to be followed by Golden Derek because it's a first baller for him, so he's going to get quacked off. And he's going to be very disappointed, but that's really good bowling. I have to say, you know, if you're going to put the bouncer in, it's got to be at the body, and that was the perfect bouncer.
Yeah.
It was right at him, and it was too spicy, too hot to handle. A little bit of masala from Henry. So even though you got a little bit of a tap there from Ishan, he gets the wicket, 59 for 7.
So, yeah, your perfect bouncer isn't kind of like just grazing the top of the helmet. It's not like more bounce is better. It's around that height where Burns was just cramped and beaten for pace. Atif Mohammed, well, he batted well yesterday, actually.
I wonder if now this will be interesting. So they're giving this as so the other one obviously wasn't higher than the shoulder.
It was a bouncer that wasn't a bouncer. It surprised me a bit with Burns because Burns isn't super tall. But anyway, that's the way they've called it. But Atif, I think he will enjoy this opportunity. He's batting in the middle order now for Paco Carey, tells me.
He batted well yesterday.
Yeah.
You know.
Last ball for Henry.
Oh, beauty. That's Yorker, folks. That's the ball we're talking about. If you know, you got batters out there that are hitting the ball big, like Ishan there. You can't do too much of this. The perfect delivery.
So, yeah, I agree. And I talked about how well Henry's bowled in this series. We'll still see him this afternoon. But watch this one tail in late. But also credit to the batter, Atif, who is a lower order batter, I suppose, at the national level. And he is able to keep it out. He gets off the mark at 60 for 7 after 6. Just 2 wides in this innings. They've been very disciplined. I mean, Jeff was saying they're surely Portugal, the most improved side in Europe. And, yeah, I think they've got a good case to make there. I think you look at how they've done it, why that you look at the way they're being managed, some of their selections, where they're brave enough to pick people from outside the club setup. So it's a little bit more balanced, I suppose. And those guys that are playing regularly what is probably a high level of cricket, that professionalism is rubbing off on the rest of the group. And you see the improvement in their fielding, for example, the kind of drills they're doing, and even just their plans and their tactical play. They've improved out of sight.
Yeah, he did that 100%. And I think the other thing is, which is key, which a lot of people don't realise, is fitness.
Yeah.
I think a lot of focus from the management is being put on fitness. And, you know, you've seen that even in the likes of the captain, Najam Shazad. No ball. I think this might be called for back foot.
No? I reckon he might have made a mistake here if he's called this for foot. Because, look, it's the front foot. Because... Oh, it's a front foot no ball.
But isn't it? But it's on the line, isn't it?
No, but the thing is, that's fine. It's not a sideline back no ball. It's a front foot no ball. So he's saying his front foot's over the line.
Okay.
Because the front foot is allowed to be outside the sideline. But he actually's called it for front foot.
Okay.
So
that's fair call.
I was wondering, because I had the same thing. Shazad's got this strange kind of front on action, whereas his front foot's a lot wider than his back foot, whereas most bowlers are the opposite. But anyway... That's what it was for. Free hit coming up, and it's drilled out of the ground. Well, Isan is still there. He's still a threat. And essentially, Shazad's first ball goes for 8.
Yeah, I mean, he had the license to go the full Monty. And you can see Najam Shazad goes for the same option again. And I think Ishan knew it was coming. And he basically blast this for a big 6. What a knock this is so far. 28 for 8. Like I say, he's holding the key here for Spain.
How about being 68 for 7 and still being favourites in the game? Win predictor giving Spain a lot of respect. 53-47, but it still is a bit of a coin toss here. Again, Shazad's pushing that front line a lot. He has to be careful with that. The other team, and it's actually mentioned by Liam in the chat, I mean, Hungary is another example of having players coming in that aren't typically residing in the country but are qualifying for the country in the deploys, particularly Laius Deploy, who is a county cricket captain, coming in, and that professionalism rubbing off on his teammates. Mohammed is able to drive this one down the ground. They'll push hard, but they'll only get one.
Yeah, I think that's his role here at the moment. To keep one end going. With Ishan, I mean, have a look at the rate required. The rate required is well doable. If Ishan is there, and I think you said this as well, the only way that you can see Portugal winning this is if they bowl Spain out. I didn't like the look there of Shazad when he bowls that one. He bowled it, and he was limping, so I don't know whether he just a bit of cramp there, or he just twisted his leg as he went through, or his ankle. Just keep an eye on that. And that's the problem, because he goes so wide, he's got a lot to do to get the ball to come back in. So a lot of strain going on that front foot. Yeah,
you've got to be careful your out front on. You don't want to have like mixed action. You can do your back a lot of damage. Anyway, this one's in the air. This is going to carry the line as well. Well, Isan is giving his team more than a prayer at the moment. Maximo takes him up. It's a 35 not out.
Qué guay, eh? Qué genial. Este hombre es sensacional. Es Ishan. Qué grande, eh? Qué grande. I love watching this guy. I've known him for a long time. He's had his ups and downs, hasn't he? He had a point where, remember, he just couldn't score a run.
In the ECL.
Yeah, he couldn't score a run. And I remember a few people, talking about Ishan and say, you rate this guy, but it's just not happening. And I said, give it time. Because, the old saying goes, that form can come and go, but class is permanent. And this guy is class. He's a match winner.
He's cheeky as well, isn't he, Isan? He's a lovable character here on ECN. Shazad comes into him, goes short, actually beats him with, I think, what's a bit of a lack of pace there.
Yeah.
Hey, so Liam mentioning, the Portugal, Hungary, Sweden ECI in Hungary was crazy. And he thinks those three are among the most improved. And, there's always this ongoing debate. Sometimes certain countries, they want to make rules saying, we're not going to pick you, even though ICC rules say we can. We want you to be playing in the country to play nationals. And I've got to say, I don't necessarily think that's the way to go. And I'll tell you why in a moment after the last ball, this 7th over, which is going to get driven nicely. Gomsh has a lot of work to do, and he's not going to get there. 4 runs. Mohammed Isan trying to pull off the rescue job here. That was a very good over in the end, and that no ball creates an extra delivery that goes for 4. I know that's a pet peeve for you, Rico.
Yeah.
It's a magical 7th, 20 come off it, and Spain 80 for 7 after 7.
Yeah, it's that's exactly what you're talking about. The extra ball goes to the boundary, and 20 is a magical over, the first one from the captain. So, you were talking about players.
Yeah. I was just going to say, I might just quickly mention Spain versus Romania coming up next, and so, this may or may not be important as far as the trophy goes, but we'll certainly be watching it with interest. Spain 3-1 plus whatever this result is. Romania, well, once again, they've been brave enough to bat first despite them not really clicking, I suppose, in the top order. But another chance for Taranjit Singh, and Moyes is listed to open. Let's see if they stick with that. That game is coming up. Probably a bit of a delay on it, so I'm guessing it most likely will be a 12:45 local start, which is 17:15 in India, but it's not officially listed yet. I was going to say there's a kind of a trickle-down effect. So when these external players come in and play in the national team, it lifts the standard of the national team. And when those national team players that do play domestic cricket in the country are playing, they are passing on that experience and that level to their club teammates, right? Down leg side, nice stop from Golia. So I think that is quite important. So I think, you should be trying to pick the best team possible. And I know sometimes it's difficult trying to grade players that are not playing in the domestic competition against players that are, but they're the decisions that have to be made. And I think you can see firsthand what someone like a Gomsh does, what someone like a Deploy does to the players that are playing domestically in the country. Samad gets worked away. This is a class shot. Atif Mohammed, he's going to enjoy this, I think. He's out there with his Paco Care teammate, Mohammed Isan. 2 ECL winners together. And they're right in their own backyard right now. This will be a memorable win if they can pull it off. And each boundary brings them closer.
Yeah, you beauty. What a shot this is. I mean, you were talking about how he's been working on his batting, and you can see that. That is a proper shot. Beautifully played. And it's a shot of a guy that really does believe in himself and has got a lot of confidence. Lovely shot. Takes all the pressure off this over.
The longer we go, the less those 7 wickets matter as well. Oh, it's just lifted up and out of here. So it's Atti's time to show what he can do with this stick. Up and over the fence, Maximo. And Portugal, oh, they had Spain on the canvas, but Spain still throwing punches all the way down. They're closing in on the target.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this sensational. His number 9 batter comes out and he's played 2 extraordinary shots. First of all, the classy shot outside the off when he sort of plays it behind point, and then this time he goes brutal, he goes big, he gets a Maximo. Spain 91 for 7, and they're almost there. 16 of 16, run a ball required.
Well, the win predictor's been up and down like Corey's electrocardiograph after he's been on the hypes here. But anyway, 16 to win. Now they've got it down to a runner ball. So now you start looking at the fact you could probably just continue to score, not look for any big shots to get the target. But I think with these two, the way they're going, they're on a run. They want to continue the good work.
Yeah, they need wickets here, don't they? Need wickets. I just wonder if you can now really just think about just bringing a few more people in. I don't think you need too many on the boundary. Try and sort of starve them getting these runs.
Yeah, it's a good example here. Full toss, which on another circumstance, Isan probably tries to lift that up and out of the ground, but now he knows it's not worth risking the miss-hit. So, I mean, talking about decision-making, I think that's a good decision because, yeah, if he skies it, you're letting Spain into the game, you're letting Portugal into the game. He's happy just to take the one. All right. Portugal wondering where it all went wrong here. Topsy-turvy contest in match 7. But now, this is in the air. It should be an easy catch for Golia. Could probably catch it with his eyes closed. He keeps them open anyway. So, look, this is still throwing the game for a bit of a loop because you're going to have the number 10 coming out there. I'm guessing it'll probably be Raja Adil. Perhaps it'll be Sebastian Hughes Pinan, but we'll find out soon. Spain really stretching the order, 93 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time to get a wicket for a couple of reasons. One is, okay, it means you got a dot ball. Secondly, new batter comes in. It's not the end of the over yet. There's a ball to go, so you get a chance to take another wicket here potentially. I mean, they're sitting there probably a little bit nervy. I mean, this match is not done yet. Yeah, they only need 14 from 13, but this is a very important delivery here. Now, one day, because the other thing here is that Ishan probably doesn't want to take a single. So, do you give up a dot ball here? Or is he just saying here to the likes of Sebastian, look, I know we're 8 down, but I still want you to have a go?
I don't think he's having a go, but I do think he's trying to score. You can knock these over essentially in ones. So I don't think you need to create pressure for yourself unnecessarily. This is last ball, the over. So, yeah, maybe this is one he just keeps out. And maybe I'd even consider refusing a single this ball. But I wouldn't be turning down too many when it's around about one a ball.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they take the single or not. You can see that Portugal, in the juncture's had, he's pushed everybody back to the edge of the ring because he's saying, you know what, I want him to take a single. Yeah. I want to be bowling to Sebastian rather than to Ishan.
I'll blow your mind. In 2 balls, this game could be over and Portugal could win it. Oh, and this one goes past the outside edge. Samad's over. Is 1 for 13 in the end. Bit of a cliffhanger in our hands here. It's 93 for 8 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, it could be done in just a couple of deliveries now.
So, yeah, Isan, this is interesting what his approach is. See, my feeling is he's not the kind of number 10 that you're saying, oh, I'm worried he's going to get blasted out. So, it's a question for the set batter. How confident am I that if I give the strike away that I'm going to get it back?
Yeah.
And my answer is pretty confident.
Yeah.
Although that would also give Portugal the opportunity maybe to try and put the squeeze on Sebastian, bring a few fielders up and try harder to prevent that single. So that's what makes this form of the game so interesting as well. Yeah. And look, here's the thing. Isan, it's in his DNA to attack, isn't it? So these balls from Junaid Khan, who's coming on to bowl the 9th, might be swinging into his wheelhouse. Will he decide to go for his shot or not. I think here you play for instinct. My feeling, if I'm Isan, is I'm still looking to bat pretty naturally, but I'm not looking to force a boundary. If I get a ball that's in my zone, of course, I'm trying to hit it to the boundary or over. But I'm not going looking for trouble because I don't need to. One is also not a bad result. Okay, here we go. 14 required off 12. Short and wide and put away. It'll be 4 runs, just 1 bounce 4. But it wasn't the best start to the over for Junaid Khan.
No, Junaid, I mentioned before when he came on the ball that he hasn't been at his best. And that one going to the boundary. But they go to him because he's a man that's delivered so many times for Portugal. Can he still do it? He's got 10 runs to play with. They need 2 wickets here, Portugal.
Junaid with a comeback ball. Short, not a good ball. Adios, Pelota, Maximo. The hosts closing in, Spain. Well, everyone had to take cover there, but Junaid, I mean, such a reliable performer. You have mentioned it, probably hasn't been his best weekend out, has it, for Portugal? He gets it wrong. 50 comes up for Isan in 15 balls, and this guy, he's just so good. He's done it again.
What a knock. And I said this before, he's a match winner, and this is what Isan can do. And went into so much pressure. I think they were 5 down, in the 40s at the time when he went in.
36 for 5 he came in.
Incredible knock.
After 4.1. He's been there for 4.1. And now 4 can do it, and it's going to be game, set, Maximo. Mohamed Isan, take a bow. Well, there's your player of the match here in match 7. In fact, not only does he win them the match, he'll also win them the trophy. Outstanding stuff. Even though Spain have to kind of cross the I's, dot the T's in their match to come, but they're in a very, very good position considering their net run rate as well. But Isan, what a counter-attacking knock. He gets Spain across the line.
Yeah, Isan. And those of you that doubted the abilities of this man, I don't know, there's been 1 or 2 sometimes along the road. Well, he proves just his worth there. Sensational player, lovely guy. Remember, he's a damn good keeper as well.
Yeah.
But he's adjusted to being an outfield specialist as well, taking great catches, but winning the match there for Spain. Sensational knock.
Yeah, Isan, fantastic batter, great keeper, great fielder. Pretty average bowler, if I'm honest. Spain will still have to do the business over Romania. Or I mean, they could probably lose by a little bit and hope for the best. But still, I think that they'll be looking to win it and close out in match 8. But it started with a rush of wickets, didn't it? Portugal putting the pressure on, and their bowling and their fielding was outstanding in the first half.
Yeah, I mean, they were cracking. I mean, getting the very, very first ball of the innings, they were all that gave them a start. And every time Spain got together, batter came out, found a boundary, then got out, found the boundary, got out. I mean, this was another one. We saw some delightful shots here early on from Iqbal. But then they're Hoik and the catch taken. This was a really, really good catch from Henry. But we saw the man next to him there, Najam Shazad, took 2 great catches out on the boundary as well. I think this was the first one.
Yeah, it's disappointing for Portugal, really, because they will felt that they let Spain get away. But again, it just vindicates the approach which has been pushed on these Spanish batters, which is go out there and attack. Even you look like the innings of someone like Atif Mohammed down the stretch.
Yeah.
That he was able to get 14 off 8. He wasn't just a passenger. But yeah, the fielding from Portugal really got them in the game. But as quick as they got in it, they were out of it. It was Isan with a 15-ball 50 that was going to do the business. And that was after he lost Burns, who was an ally there for a little while. And Atif, like I said, I liked his innings as well. Now, Portugal, I think at the crucial moment, they kind of just didn't quite execute, I think, with the location of some of their deliveries. Samad did get that late wicket, but Isan, he was still there. There were 8 down, but he didn't care. Reached his 50, the next ball went out of the ground, and this game was over.
Yeah, and there's so many things you can look at. I think you got to, in terms of what they did in the field, I think was remarkable from Portugal. I think they know they didn't put enough runs on the board. 106 against Spain is not enough. But also, let's look back. Let's talk about that last over from Mohamed Atif when only 2 runs came off it.
True.
So little things like that in a close game like this make all the difference.
Yeah, well, England doesn't look that close as far as balls to spare, 9 balls to spare, but 8 wickets down.
Yeah.
I mean, that's essentially what made it close in the end. I mean, you look at the extras, it wasn't so bad from Portugal, but I think there were just a few too many hit-me balls down the stretch. And so, Rahman having a very, very good series. We'll see him later on in match 9. He took 3 for 14, 2 wickets for 1. Henry continues his good weekend. 2 for Gamire, 2 left-handers went, and that really put Portugal a long way ahead. Samad with a wicket late in the piece. But Spain, in the end, just too strong. They get there with 2 wickets to spare and 9 balls left on the table. We'll be back, and I'm guessing we've got a 15-minute break and now before we start match 8 with Spain looking to get both hands on the trophy with a win over Romania. See if they can do that. Mini sounder here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full back shortly with more ECI Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Barcelona, halfway through the action here on day 2 of this ECI. So just 2 matches remaining. Coming up now, it's the final chance to see Spain, the home nation. They are taking on Romania in this one. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Romania to call. Heads. Heads it is. Well, heads is the call, and heads it is. Okay.
We're gonna bat first.
We knew you were.
Taranjit Singh, well, he's been pretty lucky with the tosses, maybe not so lucky with the bat in this series, but he's won the toss and he's going to have a hit. So, look, again, it's a vote of confidence in their batting unit. They found it particularly tough, particularly against Spain, actually, in this series. So, Romania, just with their squad, a few of the regular players missing, it's been a little bit of a baptism of fire, but it's been interesting to see who has stood up in those situations. Taranjit had 1 good innings yesterday, but he also has 3 ducks in this series. I imagine he'll continue to open the batting. He'll just be hoping that he can show a little bit more of what he can do, and he certainly does have the potential to win a cricket match for his country. We've seen that before. As far as Spain go, well, it's the last chance to see them. Again, they haven't had it all their own way in this series, but I'm sure that the hosts will be keen to finish with a win. Rico Fool is being heard loud and clear now in the commentary box. Rico, I can tell you Romania are batting first in this one. Match 8 is on the way. Let's get ready for the game to start.
Hello, welcome back everybody to this International Sunday here in Spain. We are, of course, in Barcelona, and well, there it is, a magnificent view there of the Olympic Stadium. And of course, all of this that we're looking at was in major play in 1992, as well as the communications tower there that dwarfs everything around it, of course, now known as the Telefonica Tower. Next match coming up here, Spain taking on Romania. Spain in a thriller against Portugal, get the victory, and they know now that destiny is in their hands. If they win this match, then they will be crowned the winners of this international series. And Romania haven't won a match as yet, and they'll be looking to get a little bit of luck going their way, and really, more importantly, looking to see if either one of these batters can finally get going, and that's Moyes and Taranjit. And this one, well, it's going to poodle along to the boundary. I don't think this was hit out of the middle of the bat at all, just out of the reach of Burns, and it's 4 runs. They need a little bit of luck to go their way, don't they? And I know that there's going to be a few people out there that are hoping that finally things do change for Romania, especially the 2 openers. So, Romania is what they'll be saying, and maybe that's going to happen because this one does go all the way. So 4 and 6 to start from Mohamed Moyes. Now we know what Moyes is all about. And Romania, well, you know that they've got the bear, haven't they, on their logo, because there are bears in Romania, one of the few European countries that have the bears. And, well, this guy is a bit of a bear, Moyes. And, well, he hits it, and he hits it big. Bolle, Ginna, and Moyes. This is more like it. This is what we've seen him do many a time at the beautiful Muaravasia cricket ground. Big hit, 3 balls, 3 boundaries. Moyes is off to an electrifying start. 16 of the first 3 balls. Well, Norm Burns has had a good day so far. In fact, he's had a good series. But this is not the best from him so far. And well, this one, it's a diving stop now. Not looking the way that Yasser Ali has gone down here. He's made the stop, and then he goes holding his right knee. Let's see what we can pick up something here. So he goes down. It looks like he just lands heavily on it. And then straight away, he's holding that knee. He's back on his feet, though. So, whatever it was just a little niggle, which he reacted to quite badly, but he's back on his feet. That's a good sign for the Spanish captain. Okay, Taranjit Singh. He goes up in the air, and he's going to get 6 runs. 6 carreras. Shaba, shaba. देखिए आज तरनजी ने प्रो देखा गया कि नहीं. And this is, by the way, can I just say, this is the first time that both the Romanian openers have scored runs in a match. First time. So it's the first time that both openers have scored runs. Every time they played, one or both the openers have been out for a duck. Things are looking better than maybe for Romania here. Well, certainly a good start, because that is the end of the first over, and 23 have come off it. So a magical start for Romania. And just remember, folks, remember, as I said before the start of this match, the destiny is in the hands of Spain. They win this match, they win this series. If Romania get the win here, it opens the door for Portugal. 21 days to go to the Euros of the women's cricket, and here in Spain again, but not here in Barcelona. That will be, of course, in the province of Andalusia. Once again, Cardamania will rock the world. Shane Knightley, the umpire, and he's out there with Mohamed Adnan. Hits this aggressively, but once again, doesn't quite get the power. It's all about the timing as well. I mean, no matter how hard he hit the ball, you've got to time it pretty well. It was Hassan Ali into the attack. So the option was there to go back to spin. They could have gone with Sebastian Hughes-Pinard, but I think the way that Moyes attacked Burns, they probably won't be looking to do that. I'll take the single here. Looking better, this, isn't it? Better for the Equipo Amarillo. Romania, a team in yellow, better, a bit more understanding. Seems to be a bit more positive energy about them. Just wants to, you can see that Marvin Moyes is just thinking about, you know what, I'm just going to hit myself into form. That's what he's thinking. And everything that comes my way, I'm going to have a big old hit at it. It's made a good start. Positive stuff, but can they keep it going? That's well played. It's a unusual appeal as the ball does come off the bat. Shy at the stumps, but Taran comfortably in. Backed up by ECI. Hello to everybody. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. And nice to see so many of you enjoying the cricket here. And a lot of people will give it a lot of praise to Portugal as well for a valiant effort against Spain in the last match. What a match it was. Spain winning in the end by 9 with 9 balls to go, but it was closer than you think. This one's hit hard. Fielder can't stop it. It's an awkward one, wasn't it? It was dipping quite quickly. And the man that's out there, that's Mohamed Ishan, who was, of course, the hero for Spain in the last one, was the player of the match. What an excellent knock that was from him. 56 off 16. And helping him to get that win. It got to be said, if it wasn't for him, it wasn't going to happen, because Portugal were pretty good as they skittled away batter after batter. And in the end, they did take 8 Spanish wickets. It's a great effort, and a lot of people were commenting on just how much Portugal have improved. And, well, this is out of the middle. Well, what a hit this is. That is clean and sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than crema de Catalan here. And if you've never tried one, you don't know what you're missing. It's a lovely sweet dessert. And that was a lovely sweet shot. Well, that's more like it. And this is the way things are looking, as it's 37 without loss after 2. Romania yet to win. Played 4, lost 4. Could they get a win here against Spain? That'll certainly be an upset. And that certainly will be something that opens the door for Portugal. That run rate could be in play if Romania can keep this going. They know they can't stop. Not para, not para. Got to keep going. They've got to keep going and try and get big runs on the board. Okay, interesting move. They are going to go back to a bit more spin, but it's going to be Sebastian Hughes-Pinard. Gets worked away by Taran. Taran at the moment seems to be the provider. He's quite happy to hand the strike over to Moyes. And he's gone. Well bowled. The young man picks up another wicket. That's, I think, is his 3rd in this series. A young man who's in the academy there in Durham in England, showing what he can do. I was saying to Vinny earlier, I really do like this young man. There's something about him. He's young, but he knows what he's doing. A very intelligent bowler. And you can see this one. Yes, he says. I see, I see, I see. That's the way to do it. And a marvellous moment for the youngster once again. Well, bowled Sebastian gets it right. It's all about those variations. And I think with this young man coming through for Spain, I think he certainly has a very bright future for the Spanish side. And he just gives them that little bit extra. And I like the way that he's able to float the ball through, but he's got the quicker one that he skids through. And Moyes, well, I knew he wanted to attack. I said that before. That was the way that was his intent, trying to hit himself into form. And made a quick fire 29 of just 9 deliveries before he gets bowled by the young spin maestro, Sebastian Hughes-Pinan. And this one not quite controlled, but fortunately for Ricky Gill, it's in the gap. It's going to be 4 runs. Ricky Gill, he's, I suppose, probably for me, he's been the player of the series for Romania. When others around him have failed with the bat, he scored runs. And he showed what he can do with the ball in the earlier contests as well when he picked up 2 wickets. Moves his feet pretty well. And what I like about Ricky as well is even though Awais Ahmed is standing right up, of course, he's still not afraid to move his feet and play his shots. There's Mr. Maximo making his way back from maybe a spot of lunch. Played beautifully. And this one should come my way. And hits the table leg just in front of me. So Vinny's going to have to come and do it. Because if I try and get there, I'm going to pull out the headsets from the sockets. But nice looking shot. 4 runs. And oh dear, Maximo. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, if you could see this throw from Maximo, I don't know. I mean, I would hide and camouflage myself in the green artificial grass. He can do that because he is wearing the green suit. Not a good throw there. Maxi, what was that? Yeah, I know. Not a good throw. Anyway, they do lose a wicket, but 46 off the power play. And you got to say, that's the best start that Romania have had by far. Can they keep it going? Taranjit Singh could be the key here. Oh, well, he totally misjudges this one from Ghulam. So keeping and sticking with the slow stuff here as Mustafa Ghulam comes into the attack. Taranjit plays this nicely. They have got a sweeper up there, and it's Sebastian Hughes-Pinan himself who does the work. So just a single. And the thing is here, and this is what Romania need to be thinking here, they've got a good start, but if you don't attack the spin, then Spain won't change it. So Sebastian probably will come straight back on. They've got to attack it. They've got to try and change the mindset of Yasser Ali, the captain of Spain. You've got to be saying, right, okay, you put a spinner on it. We just got 18 or 20 of this over. You're going to stick with spin. You're going to do something different. Got to try and change the plan that Yasser has. That's a nice looking shot, and he gets it proper. It goes all the way. There is a fielder out there, but it makes no difference. What a lovely slog sweep this is from Taranjit Singh. That is more like it. And maybe Taran has sneakily eaten 1 or 2 aloo parontas. Ki pata? Shayad chori apne Taran ne 2-3 paronte kha le hone hain. Well, he needed something, and that brings up the 50 for Romania as well. And we haven't completed the 4th over as yet, so much better from Romania. And I know a few people in the chat were saying earlier they always like to back the underdog. So a lot of people are saying, go, Romania, go at the moment. That's another really good shot, beautifully played. The fielder gets a foot on it. That's well chased by Hassan Ali, but they will come back for 2. Nicely done. Good chase. It's not often that the fielder catches up with the ball. And Hassan does really well there. And I mentioned earlier that how fielding and fitness has become key in cricket as well, and how that's how a lot of the teams have improved. I mentioned that about Portugal. But Spain are very much the same as well. And that's why Hassan was able to catch up with that one. That will be the end of the over. It's not a bad one from Ghulam. 10 come from it. And Romania are 56 for 1. And I get the feeling, yes here, and makes the signal to Sebastian straight away to say, okay, keep going. And that's what I was referring to. If you know what's coming your way, the only way to change it is to attack and change the mindset of the captain. But yes, he's quite happy to go back to Sebastian, and I'm quite happy to welcome back Vinny Sandu into the cube.
I'm pretty happy to be here. And yeah, I was trying out my NFL skills, the starting centre. I tried to throw it back through my legs without watching it, Yasser Ali. Well, it did go back on the field, so I'm going to say that. I won't say it went very close to Yasser. Anyway, this is going to be 1 bounce 4 down the ground. Well, Ricky Gill, he's had a bit of a breakout weekend, hasn't he, for Romania. And I actually like that technically he's looking pretty good. He's making good decisions, and he seems to be hardly affected by the pressure of the situation when he's come in.
Yeah, straight away after that shot, I knew it was going to happen. Southern Cross field in place. And Gill still fancies himself to go for it, and he's going to get it. Well, you can put him there if you want, but if I hit it well enough, I'm going to clear you. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like the way he uses his feet.
Fortune favours the brave, and he gets just enough of that, Ricky Gill. Well, this game started with the bear attack, and now Gill trying to keep up the pace.
Well, Taryn calls him. Going to have a go at the non-striker's end. And it does hit the stumps, but it's good running. And this is all about listening to your partner, isn't it? Taryn calls it. Ricky doesn't really know where it is, but he has to respond. He does, and he gets there.
Eye contact's so important, and just, responding to what your partner's doing. So as soon as he hears a call, puts his head down, runs, gets home fairly easily in the end. Pretty good throw from Isan, hits the stumps, but not in time.
Nice looking shot, finds the fielder, and ooh. Well, just umpire's checking that's okay. Yeah, I mean, he almost slides that foot onto the rope, doesn't he? But luckily, he stays on his tiptoes.
I wasn't quite sure where he was.
It's up in the air again. Chases on for the fielder. Watch the bounce. Does well. Does Hassan Ali. Keeps it to 1.
It's a bit of experience about this field as well, knowing it's going to spin back towards you. And so, yeah, Romania throwing down the gauntlet, see if they can extend it for another 5 overs here and really put something up. Maybe 140 plus. This is going to help because it's lifted up and over the offside by Taranjit Singh. Maximo! Oh, it was a good shot for the situation, and the ball bowled. A bit of a half volley for Sebastian, who doesn't finish his bowling tournament the way he would have liked, and it's the end of the 5th. So Romania 76 for 1. Now, of course, the ECL is fairly early in the new season. It'll start on the 26th of February. And look, I did this a little bit earlier. I'm going to do it again. I'm going to roll a dice, and I'm going to see what comes up, and I'll talk about that group. So earlier it was Group C. Now it is number 6, so Group F. Okay, so yeah, mate, Pakake Badalona, you'll see them in this ECS, and they will kind of headline Group F. Of course, they won it back in 2022. 6 over starts with a single. Donnerstadt, I'm really pleased that they are going to be part of the ECL because they actually qualified before, but because of the pandemic, couldn't play that one. Indies are back from Guernsey. Talent Stallions are back from Estonia, and Crosby from Isle of Man. It's the first time we've had an Isle of Man side in the tournament. Oh, it's well bowled. It's like a bails off here. I'm not quite sure what's happened. It's been given a bye, so it hasn't hit anything. Maybe the bail fell off before it was bowled. Yeah, interesting. It actually was on the ground the whole time. I don't think anyone noticed the whole time. In which case, I think it's just play on. Yeah, strange. Makes his way down the ground. Has he got enough this time? I don't think so. So Gill, well, he showed he liked to go down the ground and use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball. But this miss hit, he doesn't get away with Mohamed Isan. He's had a couple of bloopers today in the field, but normally is solid as a rock. And the match winner from the last game called into operation here. And Gill is going to be the second man to fall. He goes for 22, and Romania 78 for 2. So here with the ECL, last year it was 31 sides. And so this year it is 35 clubs. So clubs have been added from Slovenia as well as Isle of Man and Serbia. So they're the 3 clubs added, the 3 countries added. The 35th spot is actually occupied by the last year's runners-up, because to make the format work, you need kind of a multiple of 5. So we had 34. And so it was decided by the ECL committee to not only invite back last year's winners, which are Dreux, but also to invite last year's runners-up, which are Hornchurch. And in fact, they've been drawn together with their English compatriots, Wimbledon Cricket Club, in Group B. So that's a sign of the ECL expanding. I'm not sure if you could really go further from where we are now. I said that last time. Gone. So well, how about that? Fernando comes out and Bubba, well, he tries a party trick. It was the pace on delivery from Burns, who finds himself on a hat trick. This isn't the orthodox spinner. It's the quick ball slides on. And Bubba, well, I'll give him 10 points for the catch. And I'll give him 3 points for the try. That's their further celebration. Janitha Fernando, well, he's going to have to go for a golden duck. And you've got to feel for him. He's had a pretty good series, I think, with the bat and the ball. And that's the way it goes sometimes. Well, the new batter won't want the duck to follow him, Chimalka Fernando. He will come out with Lorne Burns on a hat-trick now. If my memory serves me correctly, Lorne, he's got a bit of form as far as hat-tricks go. He took a hat-trick back in the ECC. So we'll probably spot him here. Let's see what number he was, Lorne Burns. No, it must have gotten away from me there. I'm going to have a look myself. But anyway, hat-trick delivery, and it's Chimalka Fernando who is going to face it. Hat-trick ball. It goes a quicker one again. I suppose it worked the last time. Lorne Burns. Maybe we can go back to that hat-trick graphic again at the end of this over. There you go, 36. Lorne Burns, hat-trick taker number 36. 4 for 9 against Greece right now. This won't be fielded by anyone that's in the 11. And Corey, good umpiring as well. That's going for a bit of a run there. He signals at 4. Nice shot though. Gets inside the line of it and kind of frees up those arms to sweep away. That'll be the end of the over. And Burns finishes 2 for 28, but wickets in consecutive deliveries during that 6th over. It's 78 for 3. In fact, that becomes 82 for 3 after that 4 runs. Hello to Chris, who's in the chat right now. Chris, how are you? Guessing it's Sunday night where you are, and I'm sure you're enjoying yourself. Spain, they're enjoying themselves. They know that a win here will put the trophy out of reach for Portugal, who really gave them a shake this weekend. I suppose if Romania can pull off an upset, keeps the door ajar. So Matty Rahman, I'm happy to see him bowling. Matty had a brilliant ECS last year for his club, Badalona Shaheen. Was also part of the squad. That came 3rd in the Euros just a couple of months ago. Right now, he's going to get pumped for 6. Well, poor Matty might have a few flashbacks because the last time we saw him bowl, I tried not to bring it up, but it's hard not to. He bowled 2 of the last 3 overs of qualifier 2 against the Netherlands. And Skandar Zulfikar just had one of the best innings that we've ever seen. Poor Matty was in the crosshairs that day. Now let's see if he can get it right here. Taranjit Singh, 6 for him. Now a little bottom edge, I think, on this, but good change of pace. Matty does bowl that one pretty well. Chris is asking, was he the one with the hat-trick that went unnoticed? No, that was Arnav Jain of the Netherlands 11, who snuck a hat-trick in. To be fair, everyone missed it except him. Normally it's the other way around. The bowler doesn't realise. Swing and a miss. Good comeback from Matty Rahman. Yeah, so 45 hat-tricks, including that one yesterday from Rahman. 4 in 4. The first time we've seen it in season 2023. Taran faces up. And he goes on the pull and he judges it well. Maximo! Taran is important to say the least, especially with no Ramesh Thiessen in the lineup, no Vasusaini in the lineup, no Nadagodla in the lineup. Very different looking kind of top 6 for Romania, but Taran is still there. And with 3 ducks out of 5 knocks before this game, we've been pretty keen to get some. Now he's going to go offside, so Mati just kind of rocketing and bowling slot here, and Taran's into the 40s. 100 comes up as well for Romania. And Portugal, well, they'll be following this pretty closely as well, no doubt. 100 for 3. Just over 3 overs remaining. Let's see what Taran does here. I mean, you'd say, well, just get a single, keep the strike. But why get a single if you think you can get more? Especially if you've won the battle with the bowler, which no doubt he has now. 3 Maximos in this 7th over. Kind of goes one more time, but inside half the bat will just be a single. And that's not a bad result either. So Taranjit Singh moves to 44, and Romania are 101 for 3 after 7. Yeah, unnoticed hat-tricks. Probably the most famous one was Merv Hughes back in 88, 89. Speaking of cricket at the Cardamore Oval, we are just 3 weeks today away from the first ever ECCW. Big news last week was that England 11 will be one of the 5 sides to compete in that first ever event. 4 matches a day, starting 9:45 local time, which is 2:15 p.m. in India. Right now, time for some spin. And Gulam coming back for his 2nd over. Yeah, that Merv Hughes hat-trick, he got a wicket off the last ball of an over in the first innings, and then the first ball of a next over, and that was the end of the innings. So everyone kind of forgot about it. He ended up getting a wicket first ball of 2nd innings. He thought that he was on a hat-trick then. As this is lifted up and over the top. So Fernando getting in on the action now. He's more than capable as well. He's played a very good level of cricket in his career. Yeah. The drums are going now, so maybe just warming up for later on, but Romanians maybe have just brought their own cheer squad now. Well, if they are hoping to get behind Spain, they've left it a bit late. Spain into their 6th match of the competition, but I've got to say, I'm a big fan. Creating a bit of atmosphere. Late on the pull here is Fernando, but he will get a single. Yeah, so Merv Hughes thought he was on a hat-trick and missed it when he didn't get a wicket the next ball after he got Gordon Greenwich with the first ball he bowled in the 2nd innings of that test match at the Wacker, I think, my old home ground. And then they went back and said, hey, actually, you got a hat-trick. All right, in the air. Does it have the legs? It does. Yasser will take the catch comfortably, but he finds himself in foreign territory. And Taranjit Singh brings up his 50. That's a good knock. And he brings up his 50 off 21 balls. Hasn't hit a 4, but he's hit 7 sixes in this innings. Romania, case of what might have been, had Taran been able to just get a start in 1 or 2 more games this weekend. Now he gets a single. Chris talking about famous hat-tricks, and Peter Siddle's hat-trick on his birthday. That's pretty iconic as well. But I always look at dropped catches off hat-tricks as one of the worst things that could probably happen to you in cricket. Oh, well, this is really good batting from Fernando. And do you hear the drums, Fernando, here in match number 8, as he, again, makes good position outside the off stump to free those arms. And that'll be the end of the 8th over, 118 for 3. Yeah, the Siddle on his birthday is good, but yeah, what about Shane Warne dropping a hat-trick off Damien Fleming? It would have been his 2nd ever hat-trick in Test cricket. So a 2nd hat-trick in Test cricket is pretty rare. I think there was a bowler, I think his name might have been Jimmy Matthews from Australia, did it in each innings of a Test, the same game against South Africa back in the 1910s. Top of my mind, that one. But yeah, give us some hat-trick stories. I know it's been done. I think off the first 3 balls of a game, we actually saw that done by Nasser Baluch in the ECL, Ariana Keefe. But tell us maybe some of your strange hat-trick stories. We had some controversy in Romania, actually. Cosmin Zvoiu got 3 wickets in 3 balls, but one of them was stumped off a wide. And ultimately, the best definition we could get that's widely accepted is that a hat-trick cannot have any wides or no balls in it. So he didn't get a hat-trick. credited, but he did get a fifer with the extra ball. So he's still in the Hall of Fame, Cosman. Edged, and it gets past Aways. And, unfortunately for him, gave it kind of everything he had, but he just couldn't get up and to his right in the end. Steepling edge. And so, fighting the natural elements of gravity, 9.8 metres per second there. Always Ahmed. But Taran gets that slice of luck that's been missing so often this weekend. He moves to 56 not out. Home ground for Peter Siddle as well. Yeah, the MCG. That's everyone's dream. If you're Victorian at least. Nice shot. Just worked away. Oh, Taran. Stop it. He gets across and just caresses this one. Rico Full rejoins me. And Taran's got his timing back, Rico.
Oh, he has. Ikatara Bajra. Oh, yeah. Ikatara Bajra. I told you, he sneaked in an Alu Pronta too. He needed something. That's what was missing. He was away from home, away from Romania. He found it. He dialed a Pronta. It came, and now he's performing. It's all about timing. 62 of 25. Superb knock. And, well, now he gets knocked over. Well, maybe it's me. Maybe I'm Taran's bad luck. I come back in after a spot of lunch and he gets done. Good bowling from Hassan Ali. Gets it on the spot. But still, I think Taranjit Singh is given Romania maybe an opportunity against Spain here. And it just means how can they finish here? I mean, if they can get to a 140 mark, they give themselves a chance, you know. But well batted to Taranjit Singh. That's more like it. That's what we wanted to see from him.
Yeah, it's overdue, isn't it, from Taran? He did kind of get a bit of a start yesterday. But, yeah, you want to turn in something more. And I'd call 62 of 26 more. Leaves his team in a good position with hitters to come. Gaurav Mishra, not a bad guy to come out in this situation. 8 balls remaining. So, look, let's say that they go 140s here.
Yeah.
I mean, with a good finish, they could even touch 150. It'll really feel like a bit of a final for Romania. I mean, I know they've still got a game to go after this against Portugal, but they'll say, look, we've done the hard work. Let's try and put our best bowling and fielding performance together as well and see if we can spring a big upset here. Mishra drives straight to Sebastian Hughes-Pinan at point, but does get a single. Yeah, Fernando's been pretty composed here. Just looking at their batting card as well. They've still got some batting to come. I see that Saeed Ullah is into the lineup from ACCB in Romania, and he's a pretty decent hitter of a cricket ball as well. Dylan Fernando listed to come in next. Kishore the keeper. Luca Petre down there as well. Saw him hit his first ECN 6 yesterday.
Yeah, key thing that could be here, and I think we mentioned this last time we saw them playing, is their fielding. They've got to take the catches, haven't they, Romania? So if they get the scores on the board, it's going to be a tease. Somebody's got to call it, and in the end, I'm glad that it was Reddy who got out the way of this, because I had visions of Reddy and Ali colliding. We've already seen Spain do that once already.
Yeah, and he actually notices there's someone else going for the ball. So the really bad collisions are where no one knows until the moment the bodies come together that there's someone else in the frame. It'll be the end of the over, and Fernando survives somehow. It's 130 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, going well. So can they get push on past the 140 mark here? This becomes a very important over. Hamza Salim Dar is going to bowl it. He's going to bowl his first. So you have a look at the bowlers there. On Burns, 2 for 28. He's quicker delivery, getting the wickets there. I think he's been keeping that. He's been keeping that at bay, hasn't he? First time we saw that, I think.
He hasn't really had to use it because the other ones have been coming out so well this weekend. Hello to Louis Bruce, who's watching, and he's in the chat right now. Louis, hope you're well. Where are you watching from? Might be in the UK at the moment, actually, Louis. As Hamza Salim Dar comes on to bowl the last over. Also want to say hello to Aziz Rahman, who's watching from Uganda in Africa. Got Mohammed Sharif watching from Zimbabwe. And also Ramesh Satheesan watching from Romania. But we've got Luke watching from Australia, who actually can get a German passport. And I know he's been flirting with the idea of getting it. I would say do it. Also, even just for travelling around Europe, it's very useful to have a European passport these days. If you're British, you need to get yourselves together and have another vote. And then that passport will be worth something again.
Nicely played out there by somebody like Fernando to take the single.
Not wanting to get political. But when you've got about 1% of the population that have done it, and most of them have died already anyway, it might be time to have another look. Just saying it to someone.
What are you trying to stir
Someone
up
that
here?
has British citizenship that is travelling around Europe all the time. Sick of being treated as a second-class citizen. Anyway, this is up in the air. Now you've got me on my high horse. You do try to stay kind of away from any controversy, but that's one I'm willing to speak out on.
Yeah.
What,
Hey,
what
it's
a mess
nice.
that was.
Nice to see Matty and Roman
Yeah.
playing in this match. Of course, a young find here in Barcelona and made his way into the international scene.
Arms up. 3 to come.
Unfortunate for the batter. He's played this pretty well, but he's found Mohamed Babar there, and it's straight to him. So they'll just take the single.
Got Uruj in the chat asking for a summary of today. And I'll just send him the link to the scorecards, and everyone can use that to keep an eye on what's been happening. Of course, this is all at EuropeanCricket.com.
Isn't it wonderful to see just how many of our family are tuning in and from where? It's absolutely delightful from
Yeah.
all around the globe.
Super Sunday of cricket. 2 to come.
And, well, you say 2, I say 6, because that's going to be 6. And it almost bounces over the fence. That'll do nicely. So they're touching on the 140. Well, already 140 is the target. Can they get another one here? Hamza goes for the slower ball. Doesn't work out. And Gaurav Mishra finds a welcome boundary for Romania.
Nice shot by Gaurav. Yeah, so giving themselves a fighting chance. They are going to set that 140s that we talked about. Last ball coming up.
And it's going to be a dot. So sneaks this one in, goes back to the cricket delivery. So, well, 139 for 4. They do set Spain 140, so they've got something to bowl at here. But like I say, Romania, key thing for them is this time around, got to hold on to those catches.
I think we should have a rule that on the last ball you're allowed to tackle the fielders. So they really wanted to try and find a way to get a run there. Could the batter go and just try and hold him up, get the other guy to the other end, get up, run to the other end? I can't see that one coming in. But anyway, what I can see coming in is a big match for Romania. Big innings coming up because, okay, this time their batting has stood up. They got 139, but we know that Spain, they are so dangerous. They've shown us time and time again. Romania, they're going to have to be top of their game in the field and with the ball to pull out the win.
Yeah, they certainly are going to have to. But, you know, it was Moyes who started things off before he was bowled beautifully by Sebastian. But 29 of 9, that's the start they needed. And like I say, it's interesting though, it's the first time that both the openers for Romania have scored runs. Normally, both or one of them has always got a duck, and as a result of that, you can see the difference it makes. You push on past the 120. That's a nice catch taken there by Mohamed Babar, but the party trick doesn't work. He could have given himself a little pain in the back there, and this one, well, despite the ballerina effort from Awais Ahmed, he couldn't get off the ground. And that one went for 4, but then that was curtains for Taranjit, but well batted, 62 of 26. That's the Taranjit that Romania need. And when he's playing like that and 1 or 2 chip in like Moyes and, of course, the Fernandos, then you can get runs on the board. They've got something to play with here. They could cause a little bit of an upset if they can bowl well and, more importantly, take the catches. That's one thing that has let them down. Even in matches where they haven't got as many runs on the board, they still could have been competitive if they took the catches. So that's what they've got to do. A good start from both the openers. Moyes went quickly and scored a quick fire 29-9, and once he was gone, Taranjit Singh, he stepped up, the captain, and he made a fine 62 of 26. Ricky Gill has been good all the way through. Jonathan Fernando, he went first ball, but Chamlakat Fernando was there towards the end with Mishra to give them some valuable runs as well. Lorne Burns, 2 for 28. We've seen that already. A wicket for Ali and also one there for Sebastian Hughes-Binan, whose second over was a little bit expensive. He went magical. First over only went for 9. So 139 on the board. 140 will be the target. Join me, Rico Paul and the Maximo when we come back in about 10 minutes' time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as Gaurav Mishra is ready to start with the ball for Romania. And they're looking to defend 139 that they scored against Spain. And they could start with a wicket straight away. Will it be? Could it be? It is, you know. Mohamed Babar has got 2 Goldens on the spot. Quite incredible. What a catch. Romania, well, if they do believe they needed this wicket straight away and they get it, what a fabulous catch this is. And Mohamed Babar is, well, he was out for a royal duck against Portugal, and he's going to be out for a golden duck here as well. A little bit of mayo on the catch there, I think. But Babar will go. What a start this is for Romania. Oh, they've got to believe, haven't they? And Mohamed Babar is going to get another golden. Romania looking to cause an upset here. So, well, would you believe it? You couldn't have scripted that, could you? And come on, Romania. Dud and Butch is what they're saying. Come on, shake it just a little bit. We can do it. We can get the victory. Do they believe? Bravo, bravo. Well, what a start. Mishra. And doesn't field it himself, but Taran anticipates well. Awais Ahmed, like he did in the last match, comes in. And number 3. Oh, ek tall. Keep me bajdi it there. Tall bajdi tall. Can you hear it? The old tall is playing in the background. I think in support for the Equipo España. They want to take on Tarrant. Gets a hand to it. Was always a single there. And they take it. There's no second. Well backed up by Dylan Fernando. Yasser Ali, the captain. Seeing his opening partner, Babar, depart once again, very first ball. What a great catch that was, though, by Jump Club Fernando. This is up in the air, and it's going to be 4 runs, despite the effort from Danica. So they get the boundary. This is the way that, I mean, you know Spain's going to do this. No matter how many wickets fall, they're going to just be super aggressive. Well, we saw one captain, Taranjit Singh, who hasn't had the best of series so far, perform in his last appearance in this series, scoring a fine half-century. Yasser Ali, the other captain, the captain of Spain, he's been very much the same, hasn't really produced his best. Maybe he is going to shine in his last innings as he plays another delightful shot. This is a good shot, isn't it? Look, gives himself some room and just carves it away behind point. So 4 more runs, 2 boundaries on the spin. So here comes the reaction and the response from Spain. Hello to Liam Day. So we're going to miss this time. And I think just for a moment there, yes, here, maybe thought that the keeper was up and he thought he had to hurry back. End of the over from Gaurav Mishra. And not a bad one at all. Just the 9 from it, but the big wicket of Babar, 9 for 1. Spain still favourites, 53-47. Romania will take that. They know they come into this one very much the underdogs. Mishra. Gets the breakthrough. Can they continue here now? So, Jenica Fernando gets the ball. See if he can continue this good start. So, Janitha. Got to get it full, and straight. And that's more like it. But this is picked up beautifully. Gets underneath this. And it's not a bad delivery. It just goes to show the quality of some of the striking. This one ends up on the top of the net. So, well, if you're netting in in that part of the ground when you've just had a bit of a shock, haven't you? So, where's Ahmed? Like the good old days, he's probably saying to Yasir Ali. These two have batted many a time together. Slight change in the field here now, so they pushed mid-wicket back on the boundary. Third stays back. And that's not a good delivery. Strays down the leg side and it just gets flicked away. So Cuatro Mas does change the angle and then he sort of tries to whip this ball into a ways. But he does it too much. Not a very happy looking Babar there in the background. Sat there contemplating and thinking how. Got to be thinking about the team here, though. Continuing this left arm over. Gets pushed away. That should just be a single. They take the single. Glorious afternoon here in the Catalan part of Spain, here in Barcelona, Montjuic. Of course, this is the Olympic ground surrounded by all of the Olympic memorabilia here, the Olympic Stadium. One huge 6 away from where we are. It's nicely bowled. That's better areas. Just trying to flick this one away was yes here. Of course, remember Barcelona is renowned for its beaches now, but there was no beaches here in Barcelona until the Olympics. So basically until 1992. So the beaches are all artificial due to the fact that before those Olympic Games, where the beaches are now was very much an industrial area. High up in the air, chance. And taken, beautifully taken. I like the way this gets claimed by Dylan Fernando. He's got guys either side of him. But Dylan says, it's mine, boys. Leave it to me. I want it. And he takes the catch. So Yasir Ali, though he did impress with 2 boundaries, that's all it will be. He will go, just loses his shape here. And doesn't keep his body nice and still. The head goes. And then the ball just follows suit, doesn't it? High up in the air. Dylan Fernando comes across, says, leave it to me. Takes the catch. Yasir will go for 8 or 5 deliveries. So Dylan gets another breakthrough. And both the Fernandos combining well together. Denita Fernando, the bowler, and Dylan Fernando taking the catch. So Spain, similarly to the way they did against Portugal, are losing wickets, but they're not going to shy away from playing these shots as Mustafa Ghulam bowled very well, gets his opportunity. And this gets worked away. Yeah, so back to the beaches here. So, like I said, it was all industries until then. And now, of course, it's that coastline of beaches, artificial beaches, go spread over 2.8 miles. And they're considered the best beaches in Europe now. And in fact, the Barcelona beach was also named the best urban beach in the world, and being voted by National Geographic as one of the best beach cities in the world as well. Barcelona itself is the first and only city in the world to be awarded a Royal Gold Medal for architecture by the Royal Institute of British Architects, and that's something that Barcelona is very proud of. 21 for 2 then, as Mishra will continue and be hoping to swing his way and Romania to a few more wickets. This one is going to be called. See, Adnan Khan takes a long, hard look at it and feels that the ball just catches that wide line, so it gets called. It's a miscue, it's a chance. And it says Dillon again. And he takes a really good catch. Really well taken. You can see there that Mishra was wanting it himself. And you can see, once again, he claims it. And I love that about Dillon Fernando. Says, no, you stay there. You stick to the bowling. I'll do the catching. Well, the bird that was in danger there for a moment. And there he is again. Safe hands from Dillon Fernando. And we just say adios to Mustafa Ghulam. He now departs. Wickets falling. Just one to his name. So doesn't make the most of his opportunity. So Mishra picks up his second wicket as well. So Spain 22 for 3. As Hamza Salim Dar now comes out. Just quietly going about this, Romania. What I'm liking is they're not getting too excited. I mean, they will be excited. Of course, they'll want this win desperately. They won't want to finish the series without one. And of course, they got another match as well. Oh, straight after this, they do play Portugal. That could turn out to be a huge match. It's struck really well. That is a delightful shot from Hamza Salim Dar. Beautiful positioning. Just look at his body here. Look how still he keeps it. And, well, there's it looks like a runner in the background there. As Vinny Sandhu is making his way back our way. Delightful shot. Mishra. Okay, this is going to just make it. Just for a moment there, you can see the Romanian eyes looking at the fielder. Denitha Fernando thought maybe it's going to be a catching opportunity, but it's not to be. 4 and 6 is the start from Hamza. And just as we suspect and we know from the Spanish boys, yeah, they don't hang around and they don't let pressure get to them. They go out there and they play their way. Even though, well, the win predictor, probably for the first time ever in this series, has Romania as the favourites. A little bit closer this time. A little bit of hesitation there from Ahmed. Not the quickest, it has to be said, ways, but he does get there. And the right-hander will have a ball to face here, Mishra, and that's nice there from Dillon, saying, come on, we believe in you. Give us your best. Give us your best. Let's try and get another wicket here. All the threes, 33 for 3. Mishra. And this is a good shot. And this is just going to be to the left of us. And it bounces over the fence. So, beautiful shot. That's nice compared to... See the difference there between that shot and that? You saw Yasser get out to. It's all about keeping your shape, keeping your body nice and still. And all of the weight distribution goes into that. Keeps his balance. And gets it out of the middle. 6 runs. Lovely shot. No was the shout there from Hamza. And it's a good shout. No single there. End of the power play. 39 for 3. And Romania, they're fighting. But they know that they've got to keep fighting. They've got to believe. They've got to try and find a few more wickets. And... whereas Spain, well, they're hoping that this partnership is going to be the fruitful one for them. As Vinny Sandhu does join me back in the cube.
Yeah, runner means frog, doesn't it?
It does.
These actually are called, I can't remember the exact model of shoes I'm wearing, but they are called something Little Froggies, I think they're called.
Yeah?
They're called Little Froggies, these green shoes.
Little Froggies, okay.
And so, yeah, interesting kind of state of play in this tournament. I mean, I almost had given the trophy to Spain in a brown paper bag, I think, after match 7, but the Romanians having something to say about it and batting well, getting 3 key wickets. A king pair for Babar here on day 2. But yeah, the actual equation is that if Spain were to lose, they can still win the trophy on net run rate. So then, obviously they're trying to win and just remove all doubt. But if not, then the margin will matter. And it also would mean Portugal have to win and win pretty handsomely against Romania in match 9 to steal the trophy.
Shot. And this one will go all the way. What a beautiful hit this is. And this is Awais Ahmed's area, though. This is where he likes it. Put it into or anywhere near his pads. He will play this shot all day long. He is such a good, clean striker of the ball in that department.
Well, I've seen him play some big innings on this ground. Probably my favourite was against Skyways when he finished on 98 not out after he was dropped on 0. Probably the easiest caught and bowled chance in cricket history. But then he just started doing things like what he just did then, just putting balls not just over the baseball fence, but over the fence of the complex.
Yeah.
And he just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, he's a very talented player, isn't he? And, of course, he's served Cricketer Spaniel well. Fernando has caught well. But can he get another wicket here? Well, this is a thunderous shot. The power in this is quite exceptional as another one sails out of the ground. What a hit this is.
Yeah, brilliant shot. And can't pick it, smack it, really. It looked like it might have been the overspinner there from Dylan Fernando. But Hamza just continues on. And Wasiva in the chat kind of summing it up, saying Spain giving hope to their opponents in this series, but later killing them. It's a bit harsh using that imagery, but I kind of see what you mean. And, well, they find a ball. It's not the ball that got hit because that ball is lost to the city now. 2 to come.
And that was Gundy. It's a Gundy ball, and he gets dispatched out of it, and that will make his way all the way down to the centre of Barcelona, maybe where you were having to play last night.
Yeah, it was a genuine half track. It's funny. Sometimes these balls get wickets against guys that are on because it is kind of like what you're not expecting. Yeah, but Hamza didn't fall for it, and he put that one over the fence as well. That ball had a very short lifespan.
And this one will probably go in very much the same area, and is misjudged by the fielder as well. So Ricky Gill gets outfoxed by the Tortuga. And this one certainly, I mean, it seems to hit that deck and really deviate big time. The over goes magical, 24 come off it, and Spain, just like that, they're right back in front, 63 for 3.
The old trampoline Tortuga. Yeah, the bounce was a bit too tricky for Ricky. After 4 overs, 63 for 3, and Spain ahead of the rate. Just death by 1,000 cuts, isn't it, against this Spain lineup? They just continue having guys come out that seem to be able to have the pressure just wash off their back.
Yeah.
Taryn's into bowl.
Playing with that wide line. I think that's a correct call from the umpire. It seems harsh, but the ball does go over the line. Interesting choice to go back to spin here. I think Taran wants to have a bowl. He's a captain. He wants to win for his side. But I think, bearing in mind how Dylan went and fared in the last over, you just think maybe spin's not the best option. This time, well, watch. He said, "You're not going to do me twice." Not twice, says Ricky Gill.
Different sort of spinner, though, isn't he? Taran. So finger spin. We did actually see Hamza get out 2 off spin before, so you don't mind it. Captain also taking the responsibility. Taran batted well in this game. 62. See if he can be effective with the ball.
Straight down the ground, 6 runs. Shaba, Kinna, Sona. Well, I tell you what, that's another reason why you wear a helmet, especially if you're in the nets here in Barcelona, because there's many and plenty coming your way.
Yeah, that one has gone a mile. And here Taran kind of gambles, tosses it up, hopes for a miss hit, never comes. Spain now well ahead in this game, according to the win predictor. Remember, they were behind for a little period when that 3rd wicket fell.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start. I mean, of course, you mentioned it. The king pair for Mohamed Babar. Then Yasir, after playing 2 boundaries, he gave his wicket away pretty early. Mustafa Ghulam then went. But these two, looks like they're steadying the ship and batting pretty sensibly. They're putting away the bad ball. And you see there, they're quite happy to take a single of the good ones and rotate the strike a little as well.
Still window of opportunity, though, for Romania. There's still 5 overs to play. It's only around about halfway to the target right now. But they've got to break this partnership and break it pretty quickly.
And that's unlucky. He's going to race away. And will be 4 runs. And you can see Taran just arched over there with despair as this one gets past the keeper and races for 4.
That's frustrating as it gets, really. Always 30 off 11. Again, he's kind of good once he settles, always. There's certain guys like Isan, he's a freak because he can come out and just do it straight away.
Yeah.
Arms is a bit like that as well. Others, like one of the old cars, take a little bit of time to warm up. Anyway, right now, Spain on track. Walking stick 77 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, not the worst of overs there, but of course the last one from Dylan Fernando hurts you. That one went for 24. And the captain just trying to, you can see him looking around saying, right, what do I try now? He obviously doesn't want to go back to Dylan Fernando. As we remind you of the upcoming events, of course, starting tomorrow is the European Cricket Series here, where we will see 10 teams do battle. 8 of those new teams as well. We'll see some of these players in action as well. I mean, that is going to be an absolute feast. And remember, though, we stay in Spain for the end of the season when we go back to Cardiff for the Women's Euro Championships.
Different region, of course, and Spain is quite a large and diverse country. Wide start the over from Chamarca Fernando. I was doing a bit of research. Obviously, you know, I'm trying to study Spanish at the moment. And little by little, I'm improving, I think. But also there's, well, we'll wait for this because this might get away from Mishra. There's a lot of work to do. I think he does well in the end.
Yeah.
He'll concede 2, but he saves 2.
It's a really, really good stop. He doesn't give it up. Has to dive. He does. And he doesn't go with his feet, and that's good to see. And really good stop. All of these are valuable runs.
Yeah, Mishra. He's a guy that will give you every fibre of his being when he pulls on that Romanian shirt.
Nice shot. And once again, it chases on. But I think this time it ain't going to be stopped. And this is just good batting. One thing I will say about Always Ahmed, I think every time that we have seen Spain play, there is always a match where he does come good, isn't it? There's always a match where he performs just when Spain need it. A little bit like Mohamed Ishan did in the last match.
Yeah, true. Just always have somebody stand up, don't they, Spain? In this era, I don't know what we call it. Like there's Hasball or there's Bazball. I'm trying to work what we call it.
Come on, tell us a little bit more.
I was just going to say in Spain, I've distracted myself now, but it's quite a large, diverse country, and even the dialects of Spanish will change. Like there's a few, like more of an Andalusian variant. There's Bosque, I think, as well, and then also obviously learning Spanish. Remotely, as I do most of the time, you know, there's also Latino Spanish as well, spoken in the Americas, which has some key differences as well. That's quite an interesting experience.
Yeah, but have you noticed the difference being here in Catalan?
Oh, yeah,
how everything's
got Catalan
written differently, spelled differently. They obviously a lot of the words are different as well. Oh dear, this is one that's got away, and that's the last thing that you need. Runs are coming pretty freely as they are from the bat, and that's going to be 4 buys as well.
Yeah.
And, that's disappointment for somebody like Kishore.
He's been pretty good, Sharat, in this series with the gloves, kind of filling in for the regular keeper, Satwik Nadagodla. But, yeah, it's always annoying when one gets past you, especially with the game slipping away as it is right now. Chamarca Fernando to bowl the last ball, the 6th.
Power and executed to perfection. Is going to be 6 more. Manos Arriba from the upper. But I tell you what, he doesn't know where the balls are coming from. He's thinking, being in these nets, I like having a bowling machine. I'm watching you bowl, and yet balls are still coming through and beating me because they're coming through from this side.
Well, they probably just got that last ball down, and as quick as you like, another one comes back. So 95 for 3 after 6, and so that means 45 are required off the last 4 overs. Still not impossible for the Romanians if they can pick up wickets and maybe catch a few guys that come out cold.
This is a gamble, though, for me. I think for Taran to bowl, I mean, I get the feeling they're going to go after him here. It's in the air, and oh my goodness me! Have you just seen that? That was incredible. The best catch that we've seen in this series. And you know what? Some people will say probably the best boundary catch that we've seen all year. What a catch it is. Janita Fernando, take a bow. This is an absolute humdinger of a catch. Wow.
Can you believe this? I mean, it also robbed 6. And, Fernando, well, he got off the ground. And he just judged it perfectly. He even knew he was able to land, didn't have to do anything too funky, didn't have to kind of throw the ball away. But that is top stuff from Romania, who needed a spark, and they find one through Janitha Fernando.
Well, what a catch. I mean, for him to get up there, it was one thing. But there was never any doubt in his eyes. I mean, it's such a shame we don't catch all of this. You see him grabbing it there. Oh, that was just incredible, exceptional. And we were here to see it live, and we saw every moment of that catch. That was just spectacular, incredible. And Taran
Forgets which hand the ball should be in, which is one of the key
he's still
things.
in shock. He can't believe it. Oh, this one doesn't miss the up stop by too much, but once again, it's more buys. And just keep the one. It is, of course, Ishan, who was the finisher last time that comes out.
Look who's come out. Ishan saying, what are you kidding? This is even easier than what I did before. Yeah. Wasn't he brilliant in that last game against Portugal?
Oh, well, watch out, everybody. Coming your way in the centre of town. It's another biggie. Boom, blasting. And more big hits from Hamza. This was my worry. I think Taran bowling his second. I think the batter, especially Hamza, has been out there, knows what's coming. He moves on to 47 now.
Yeah, I suppose he did get a wicket. Can he get Hamza before it's too late?
And power, more power. That's going to be his half century. It's going to come up in 15 deliveries. Hamza Salim Dar. There's always somebody. And that is the power. And that is the beauty of this Spanish team. Somebody always delivers. And it was Ishan in the last match. And this time is Hamza Salim Dar.
Well, Hamza, the only inconvenience for him is he has to take off his Frederic Constant watch every time he gets on the cricket field. He won that for being the MVP of the European Cricket Championship right now. He's got his team on track to go 5-1 and to win the trophy, and it's just going to keep on coming. This one is 4 or 6. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo, Spain. This is just very Spain, what they're doing here. It's bash ball. Maybe that's what you call it, because this is the Barcelona bash. And we like to call it this ground, and Hamza is motoring.
And he's going to get this one in the gap as well. 4 more, so this over is going to go magical from Taran. Just had the feeling that they'd already shown their cards here and they needed to do something different. Taran, he did pick up a wicket with the first ball, which was quite incredible because it was a sensational catch, really, that ball it about. But other than that, it's all one-way traffic from here on in Spain. 118 for 4. They need just 22 of 18. And with the likes of Hamza going the way he is at the moment, it all looks like a foregone conclusion, which means that, unfortunately, this match, the last match, is really Romania just playing for pride, trying to pick up the victory that they haven't been able to get so far.
Still an international match, isn't it, though? And Romania won't want to go winless throughout the competition. Oh, this is a pure shot now. It's Ihsan saying, don't forget about me. He just helps this one over. Ground rule double. Maximo off the mark is Mohamed Ihsan.
Yeah, I mean, it's... both these guys in such good form. Ishan, of course, just scored a blistering half century in the last match. And it's all about timing. He's in the groove at the moment. Doesn't rush the shot. Takes his time. Puts it away. Prasanna, his first ball, goes for 6. Oh, well, this one doesn't quite come up as much. And he does well to get a bit of bat onto that. Otherwise, he would have been right in front.
Prasanna might have had a few more opportunities with the ball, to be honest, in this series. He's known as a decent left-arm spinner, but often he's been brought on kind of after the horse has bolted.
Well, he chases a wide one. Didn't have to play this shot as well at all. And, well, Ishan, maybe he was in a little bit of a hurry to finish things. Or Prasanna, well, you said it, Vinny, he hasn't maybe bowled as much, but he does pick up a wicket after being hit for 6 of his first ball. This one, I think, would have been a wide for me. Yeah, definitely big time.
It's been a massive wide, but Ihsan had kind of burned his bridges as far as leaving it because he would have been stumped. So he does have to try and throw the bat at it, and he can only get it to the infielder. Yeah, so Ihsan, I suppose confidence probably turning into a bit of overconfidence there. We can excuse him for that. 124 for 5 as Mati Rahman gets a hit. And Mati, let's not forget, a year ago, he equaled the record for the fastest century at the time, knocking up a ton in 100 balls. In 27 balls, I should say.
Yeah. Another young sensation, another big find here in Barcelona. Matthew Rahman.
100 and 100 balls. Boring. In the old days, imagine you got 100 and 100 balls. Everyone's slapping you on the back. Now you see guys in like the ODI World Cup, they'll make like 100 of 115, and they'll be like, you cost your team the game. How quickly things change.
Prasanna done well so far, just that 1-6 off his over. I think this is okay. You know, you can see that Matty having a quick look at the umpire, but I think he squeezes this one in.
Yeah, I suppose the angle is coming from quite wide of the crease. Yeah, I think it's probably okay when it passes the crease. Popping crease, that is.
And this is up in the air opportunity, and it gets dropped. Oh, Dylan Fernando, who has taken 2 great catches early on. It could have been the perfect 3 out of 3, and he puts it down. And, oh, well, this is the one they needed. That could have made a difference. And, oh,
look,
no.
The only saving grace is it was Mattia Rahman that was dropped and not Hamza. But that will be the end of the 8th over, 125 for 5. And yet, Romania have worked hard on their fielding. I know it's a slightly different look squad, but you can just see they need to double down on that. They've certainly probably gone backwards, I think, with their fielding this series compared to the standards we've seen them setting in the past.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that hurts. And I suppose in a funny way, it means that Hamza is kept off strike for the start of the new over.
Yeah.
So maybe it'll work out, but maybe not. It's going to be pretty good bowler here, Janitha Fernando. Just put off that stunning catch. Now he's going to try and pull this game out of the fire in the 9th.
And, this one gets worked away. Is going to be 4 runs. Well, it's not often that you see this, Vinny, is it? I mean, 2 batters, left-handers, bowler, left-hander. So it's pretty unusual at the moment.
I think it happened, I remember in Australia versus India Test match where I think Langer and Hayden were opening, and then there were 2 left-handed opening bowlers, and they said it hadn't happened for a while. So, and not just 1 bowler, but 2. I had a question from Chris about the ECS, and kind of following on from the question that Jeff had about where they play the domestic cricket here in Barcelona. There's a few grounds around this region, including this one, where some of the domestic cricket gets played. The thing is, there's so many teams and competitions, and even there's a level of kind of informal cricket as well that exists under the regular club cricket structure, and now another kind of element with our ECS and a few super teams getting formed, just to give those players that are kind of a bit higher level the chance in ECS cricket. But Chris was asking, Pack I Care, will they be favourites for the ECS? I mean, they'll be up there, but there's some really good teams that I've been spotting as far as the playlists go as well. Also had a question about Sporting Alphas, but I'll come back to that in a second.
Oh, well, this is just sweet out of the middle, and it's going to be 6 runs. He just picked it so quickly, and just look how quickly Hamza has moved on to 69. Just 18 deliveries. Such a good striker of the ball. I mean, you've got to bowl and get it spot onto him. Otherwise, he's just going to destroy you.
Yeah, might not have too much time to touch on this, but yeah, Sporting Alphas won't be in this ECS because they're not from this region. So this is from basically teams from the Catalonia region. So they won't be winning this ECS, Pack I Care. They will be a real hot chance, though. 4 to win.
And this time, it goes for the big hit to finish it. It's not going to be.
A few people were talking about Isan kind of not needing to do that. I remember that there's a guy in my team once, and he fancied himself as a batter, but he was batting at 10. Waited all day to bat. He did exactly what Isan did just then, but then, he left it hoping for a wide, and then he realised, as he got stumped, that he was gone. I remember being in the change rooms when he came back. And let's just say he wasn't happy after waiting 5 hours to bat. 4 to win again.
Goes for the big shot. We'll just get the single. So an opportunity for Janitha Fernando at least to have a go at Rahman. But Rahman, I mean, he's a talented player. I really did feel for Matty, of course, at the ECC. I mean, he wasn't the only bowler that got absolutely walloped, but to bowl that last over for Netherlands to win, I mean, that's got to hurt, Chan. It's something that he's got to remove out of his mind. And this is a good opportunity for him to be playing these games here to get that out of his system. And that will help because now he can focus on scoring the winning runs in this contest against Romania. But he is a talented player. And look at that lovely shot. All the time in the world. Exquisitely played. Great timing. And once again, another successful run chase from Spain.
Yeah, so congratulations to Spain. We know that they are now insurmountable as far as their spot on the top of the ladder, and it's Matty. And a nice moment, I agree with you, Rico. Nice moment there for him to hit the winning runs that secures the ECI trophy this weekend for Spain. But Portugal-Romania coming up. We'll see that coming up. Should be back on track, I think. So should be starting at 1:30 p.m. GMT, which is 2:30 in Central Europe, and 7 p.m. in India. But yeah, handshakes all round. Spain deservedly are the ECI champions.
Yeah, well done to them, only losing the one match to Portugal. But other than that, I think the performances were superb. I like the fact that also there was the rotation system in place as well. Some guys bowled at some occasions, some didn't. They rotated it around. Same with the batting. One person who won't be too happy with the way things finished is Mohamed Babar, because, yeah, like you said, he made a king pair, being out first ball on both occasions in the last two matches. And the thing was, though, Romania had to believe, and they did believe, because though, yes, they did start with 2 boundaries himself, then we saw this catch from Dylan Fernando, but he wasn't done yet. He was going to get another one as well. And I think this is it here first. The bird was in danger. Dylan comes across, takes a catch, but maybe the one that he put down could have been the important one towards the end. You never know. Another wicket at that point could have made all the difference. I tell you what did make all the difference. Awais Ahmed, he came out and he batted beautifully. And even though there was that wicket of Mustafa Ghulam, that would go. But Hamza and Awais really were looking dangerous, and they took this match in big time favour for Spain. That was a half century being brought up there by Hamza, but he wasn't done yet. This was Ishan who gave his wicket away, chasing a wide one, but he committed himself. He knew he had to play it. If he didn't, it would have been stunned. What a shot this is. Absolutely brilliant. But hey, that was the one actually that he was put down on. I thought it was the one that he cleared. That's the winning shot. Nicely played by Muddy.
Yeah, congratulations to Spain. They go 5 out of 6, even though had that wobble against Portugal yesterday. As far as Romania went, I've got to say, though, you want to look at, see improvement in real time, and just have a look at their games against Spain as a sign of how much they improved during this weekend. I'll come back to that in a second. But Hamza Salim Dar, well, what a year he's had in ECN cricket. 70 off 20 in the end. Gets his side home. 38 from Awais in quick time as well. And Matty, yeah, nice moment of him at the end as he brought up the winning runs with a boundary. Yeah, but the first time Romania put 67 on the board, Spain chased it very easily. Second time they put 115 on the board. Again, they pushed Spain to the 9th over. Now this time, they get to the end of 9th. They're able to put essentially 139 on the board, forcing 140 chase. Although they don't get there, I think they've got a lot to be proud of. Mishra was influential, I think, this weekend for Romania. He took 2 for 27. Janitha, 1 for 28, including a sensational catch in there. Taranjit Singh, 1 for 36, and Prasanna taking a wicket late in the piece. But Romania, they're not done yet. They still have another opportunity. If they play like that against Portugal, they have every chance of actually getting a win this weekend. That's what they'll be hoping for. Portugal will be hoping to finish with a win as well. We'll be back in 20 minutes with the final match of this Super Sunday. Vinny Sound to here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We're in Barcelona, and you're watching the ECI Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Buenas tardes, hello and welcome back. We are at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. I've got Sono here who has created a lot of atmosphere this afternoon, and he does have a little bit of a weapon with him. We've seen a lot of weapons on the park as well, and we're going to see match 9 now between Portugal and Romania to close out what's been a really entertaining weekend of international cricket. Now let's have a bit of a practice go. Got a bit of a crowd here as well, and a mixture of supporters, but right now let's take it away. Ready? 1, 2, 3, let's go. Okay, let's go with the coin toss now, where Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains.
Portugal to call.
10.
Tails is a call.
Stay.
Yep.
You're going to ball.
Quick use of the toss. What's that?
Well, loving that. There's not too many things that can drown the voice of the Maximo. Well, the Indian tall does do it. Well done to Sonu there. Liking the sound of that tall being played here in Barcelona, of course. Being played in celebration, I suppose, there for the victory from Spain. But, well, the festivities here on this international weekend are not over yet. We've got the last match, match number 9, taking place here. Portugal taking on Romania. And Portugal winning the toss, as you heard there. Well, sort of kind of heard there, underneath the sounds of the beautiful tall that's being played there by Sonu, that it will be, once again, Romania that are going to have a bat first. And can this time the likes of Taranjit Singh and Mohamed Moyes get going? Last time round, both made contributions. Moyes got into the 20s, a quick 5-20 it was, but Taranjit Singh got that half century and he's in form now. It will be great for them if they can pick up a victory here. Who will win? Well, the win percent says that Portugal 80 to 20% favourites here. Here's the first ball. And it's been hit away towards the fielder. Got to deal with the sun there, but you can see there that Francois Stoneman has got the shades. He's got the equipment that he needs to be fielding at that part of the ground. So Moyes off the mark. He just got the feeling that Mohamed Moyes, the last time he was there, he decided that his best approach was just to attack. Sort of a little bit of the Mohamed Ishan about him. Taranjit was a little bit more careful. And it's up in the air, and he's going to carve this one away. That's a really nice shot. Cuatro carreras. Say hello to the umpires. That's Nadeem. There's Ashik is the umpire. And you've got well, Shane Lightly who's out there with him. That's a nice shot from Taranjit. So the first boundary. So Romania, remember, they did get to their highest score in this series so far in the last match against Spain, 139. But they weren't still able to get that victory. Spain getting there with 6 balls to go. It's high up in the air. Stoneman coming across and takes an incredible catch. Well, we've seen some absolute blinders here. And Stoneman, well, I told you he needed to have the right equipment. Well, he's got the right equipment. He's got the cap, he's got the shades, and he's got brilliant hands to take a fantastic catch. That is the end of Taranjit Singh. He goes for the big shot. It goes a little bit aerial. It gives Stoneman a sniff, but only a sniff. What a good catch that is. Well, we've seen some sensational catching here. That was quite brilliant. Well, Danitha Fernando himself in the last match taken absolute beauty, didn't he, to remove Awais Ahmed. Now, Taranjit Singh, he'll probably think he's pretty unlucky to get out to that. Great catch and a big breakthrough for Portugal straight away as they get the wicket of the dangerous Taranjit Singh. 62 he made in the last match against Spain, but he's going to fall for just 4 this time round. Ricky Gill is the new batter. Nice looping delivery. And, well, it's all about the Stoneman show at the moment, isn't it, Francois? And, well, how about that, Mum? Of course, Anna and also Bucks Stoneman, I'm sure, are tuning in from Portugal. I bet you loved that catch. And if you did, come on, get on the chat. Say hello to us. Brilliantly done. And a big shout out, of course, to Anna and to Bucks. and great supporters of Portuguese cricket, and do their fair share for it as well. Always doing something behind the scenes. And this one won't be caught. Well, not by anybody in the ground anyway. That is bashed away. Mohammed Moyes, he now knows with his captain Taranjeet not in the frame that if they are to get to a match-winning score, that his role in this contest is pretty key. Big hit from him, 6 runs. So, Shahidur Rahman, his bowling has been absolutely brilliant. And he's been picking up wickets like right, left and centre. Remember, he did take that 4 for 4. Took 3 in the match earlier against Spain as well. 3 for 14. That's a good shot. Cracking hit. It's only the umpire Nadeem that was in danger of that one. Firmly hit. Is another boundary. And look at Moyes there. There's something about him there. He just hits this and he just shrugs off to the other end. Oh, he's a bear on a mission, isn't he? And 16 come off that first over. But, well, do you give away 16 runs to take the wicket of Taranjeet Singh? I think you do. So I think that's a win for Portugal. So 16 for 1. Rahman once again in the wickets, leading wicket taker, I think comfortably in this series. So Moyes starting the way that he did in the last match. But can he get past that 29 score? 29 of just 9 deliveries. Ricky Gill, he's somebody when yesterday when Romania were having all kinds of trouble with the bat, he was the one man that did stand firm, played nice shots. He does play very well on the offside. He plays the spinners particularly well as well. And it's a batter that is not guilty of not moving his feet. Allows that one to get past him though. Juan Henry has been another exceptional bowler. Been right up there as one of the pick of the bowlers as well in this series. And gets this one to move away. Catches the line. Wide will be called by umpire Shane. Well bowled. Well, it's liked by Gulia, who starts to appeal. Then automatically, yes, a lot of wicket keepers tend to do, starts to have a look at the square leg umpire. Well, square leg cannot give call behind, no matter what you want to think. If Shane Lightly says he's not out, he's not out. Get a little bit excited there, Gulia. But Ricky Gill just playing a missing. He's normally pretty strong outside the off, just not getting his footwork right this time. Now they make a change, so Stoneman comes in, and that's because they move the man at square back. And that's better. That's what he does do. So he plays this nicely. The chase is on the Iba, and it's almost a fantastic save. Well, he loses everything, and his shoulder as well. I don't know what comes out of his pockets here. I know this. The shades go, the cap goes. And, well, what is that? Is that... Oh, the shades are busted, I think. I think the shades... Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. The shades are in 2 pieces. Watch this. Oh, no. What is he going to do now? And I think that's his watch as well, you know. There's all sorts of things. And he's in a spot of bother as well. And never mind about my shades. Never mind about the watch. He said, I'm more concerned about my shoulder. And that's Suman Gamiri. He gives out a lot of shade. I'm just wondering, now the way he's holding that shoulder, has he dislocated it? Has the shoulder, because I was looking at the way that Amandeep Kaur was holding that. No, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look very good, this. I wonder if he's popped that shoulder out. Well, mind you, if he has, you don't want to be doing that with it. Up, down, up, down. जिधर नलका ਹੁੰਦਾ ना पानी वाला वो कहता है इधर ना कर मेरा पानी निकल जाना. Conrad Greenshields goes over and just checks, and meanwhile it's an opportunity for the bear to take on some fluid. And well, now he's having a few problems with his helmet. Well, it's all happening there at the moment. But of course, the main concern is with Suman Gamiri. And the reason that there's concern is here. But I tell you what, don't go asking him what the time is. because he ain't going to be able to tell you, because this is what happens here. Well, watch this. A little bit of explosive action. Ganda aale and gaganya sir bat ke laga apni kadi bhi tut gayi. Ganda yaar ki kana. Well, that tell you what. I reckon Cricket Portugal are going to get a bit of an invoice there. Well, I wonder. Nah, I think he's in trouble here. I don't think he's walking away. Vinny, it's good to have you back.
Yeah.
Oh, there.
Never like to see injuries. Look, 100% commitment there from Gamiro, though, and you might think this is a dead rubber. I mean, it's an international match. I mean, every time you pull the shirt of your country on, then there's a certain sense of pride. You're going to go 100%. You saw that from Gamiro. Certainly, I think, given the situation as well, you've got to get him off. You've got to make sure that he doesn't worsen it, maybe get him checked out. But, yeah, I mean, Romania, I didn't get too many out of Taran, just the 1-4 today. It's just been that kind of a series for him, hasn't it, where he hasn't been able to get any kind of fluency in his batting from innings to innings. But that's the way it goes, I suppose. And so now the subfielder will come on. And haven't spotted who that is just yet. But will be Juan Henry to continue.
That bangs this one in a little bit shorter. So back to the proceedings. Ricky Gill did get one away for the boundary, but then this one, Henry says, well, I'm not pitching up there again. Shorter one, playing a miss. 21 for 1.
Yeah, Henry's had a breakout weekend, hasn't he? And really enjoy watching him operate. Does move the ball a bit both ways as well. He's got a cracking Yorker. Goes for the Yorker there, doesn't quite get it, and leaned on by Ricky Gill. And it's Shazad who's looking pretty sore and sorry for himself as well.
Yeah.
Just trying to make the chase. He can't do it. 4 runs.
Yeah, now, Shazad, notice here, he's not moving freely at all, is he? I mean, the Grizzlies moving pretty well, but Shazad, who was after it, couldn't get to it. And, I mean, it takes a lot out of you, doesn't it, these matches? You can see that Shazad is now, I think he's signalling that he probably needs to change places with a player, but doesn't get time to straight away, as Ricky Gill gets tucked up this time. So the shorter ball seems to be working better for Juan Henry. It's the end of the over as Gill takes one in the belly. It's the end of the over, 25 for 1.
So Romania, not a bad start. I kind of used Romania's 3 matches against Spain to show how much they had improved over the last couple of days. I suppose this player group, you've got a couple of guys that aren't necessarily qualified yet for T20 international cricket, but I mean, if you are on the way to do that, you are able to play ECI cricket a bit earlier. And you can see the table there, Spain already having locked up the trophy with a 5-1 record. But another opportunity for these two teams to have a hit out and to see who steps up. Yeah, so and Romania kind of made a pretty small total that Spain overhauled in the 6th over in the first time they met. And at one stage, Spain actually had them 5 wickets for just 7 runs. The second time they improved about 115. Third time, 139 each time, though, wasn't quite enough against Equipo Rojo. Right now, we're watching Moyes go on the attack. And, well, the Bears being caged for a lot of this weekend, Rico, but we know when he gets going, he loves to hit big sixes. This is his thing, though. At this level, he's been tested because it's almost like Moyes is almost committed to go in that direction all the time.
Yeah.
And if he can't do that, then he's tended to struggle to score.
Yeah, a little bit of grizzly on grizzly action here. The grizzly ball against the grizzly bear. And Moyes at the moment is on top. He moves to 17. But, of course, he knows that he's got to be thinking about a bigger score. I mean, his high score so far has been around 29, I think.
Yeah, you can see there. A lot of batters will try and hit that over cover. There's nobody, and I mean nobody on the boundary in the offside. But he decides that he's going to hitch his wagon to that across the line swipe.
Yeah, and of course the thing about it is he's up against the top bowler in this series so far. Rahman, he's been absolutely brilliant. So you might get 1 or 2 away, but Rahman always finds a way to get his man.
Well, sometimes it works as well because Moyes does get this in the slot and puts Rahman over mid-wicket. Maximo 6 carreras más for Romania.
It's a good job that they have removed the crystalware from these openings, because that would have smashed another one. That's why the windows have gone, and it's just mesh wire but good hit. He hits it hard, he hits it long, he hits it strong. And Rahman, well, I think he's going to have to think twice about pitching up. He's got to have a different plan here. Maybe the slower delivery, or maybe he bangs one in short. But with the Gulaya standing up, it may not be the best option.
Offside this time, and Shazad gingerly will pick it up. But the captain's looking pretty bothered, I think, physically. I wonder if we'll see him bowl in this innings, maybe. He might see him batting a bit lower than normal as well, the way he's moving.
Yeah, I mean, interesting though. I mean, he's definitely in some discomfort, but interesting why he is fielding in quite a key, prominent position.
Yeah, or playing at all, given that Portugal can't really move up the standings in this game. This is hit straight, nice looking shot from Ricky Gill. And he's a breakout. Like I say, he is on the way to qualification for T20 international cricket, and I think the Romanian selectors will be pretty happy with what they've seen from him this weekend.
Yeah, there's something about him. I mean, he is very different to a lot of the other players we see. I mean, he's got his own little style, but it's effective. And one thing he's shown us in this series is, whether he's pulling, hooking, cutting or playing straight drives, he's got all the shots.
Yeah, true. And he's handled the pressure better than most. But he gets beaten by the angle this time. Rahman, he's had such a good weekend, hasn't he? He's been a real standout for me. He's going to finish 1 for 33 here, though. And Romania, 42 for 1.
Yeah, Romania, got to believe they can get that. One thing that Romania have shown me in this one, I mean, they've shown us that they're not, even though they haven't been winning, they haven't got a win so far, but they're not a team that are just relying on the likes of Taranjit or Moyes, because when they haven't performed, other players have stepped up. Chamkla Fernanda has been good. We've also seen Mishra playing some good role as well. And Dylan Fernando is another one. Janitha Fernando as well. Thing is, though, they haven't been able to play their best cricket all together. If they can do that, if they can combine all of those talents together and play well together, they will start winning matches. And that's what they've got to try and do. That's what the captain here, Taranjit, has to try and work towards. Everybody puts in their best performance at the same time. Francois Stoneman going to bowl over number 4. And that's a really nice shot. It's not a bad delivery at all. We've seen Faf Stoneman bowl in this area before, which a lot of batters have struggled with. He's just trying to sneak that ball in. But, well, the Bear, he's got the reach, he's got the eyes, and he's got the shot. It's nice to see him play in that part of the ground. It just goes to show Vinny that he can play out on the offside.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I think there's a sense of premeditation about when he wants to go leg side. It's almost like when he wants to play a big shot, he decides that's where he's going to go. But, there's more than one big shot. Now he's going to chop on. So Stoneman is having a pretty good start to this game. Took a sensational catch out in the boundary. And now he goes bear hunting and he comes up with a big catch as Moyes goes for 28, chopping on. And it's 46 for 2.
Yeah, very similar to the last match against Spain. Moyes, that time he made 29 or 9. This time it's 28. But once again, he makes start. He's aggressive. He's a good hitter, but he's got to be selective. He's got all the shots, and he's got to choose the right shot to play. I mean, that's not the shot to be playing to that ball. We've seen him just already play out on the offside, and that's one thing that he's got to work on, because if he can stay there longer, look, he scored, see there, 28 of 9 deliveries. So if he can bat 20 balls, all of a sudden you can see what a different animal, different beast he becomes.
Yeah, so Moyes is in a funny crossroads in his career, I think, because he's good enough to, I suppose, just tweak his technique a little bit, maybe his decision-making. The thing is, domestically, he probably gets away with that, and he can bully attacks, gets a lot more bad balls, I think, as well, in the domestic competition when he's playing for the Gladiators. But I think at this level, he needs to be working on, hitting straighter, hitting the right shot for the right ball, but he has to kind of bat that way, I think, domestically. If he can't just kind of turn it on and off. He has to make a couple of technical changes, I think, to be effective against better teams. I do think he's capable of doing it. That's why I mention it. As this is Chamalka Fernando coming out at number 4.
Yeah, Chamalka Fernando. He has made runs. I like the fact he's coming in at number 4. I think he's my choice ahead of Janitha. So let's see if he can get a good partnership going here with Ricky Gill.
This one a bit too wide. While we're talking about Moyes, might use the old Winnie the Pooh reference and just say that he's not just your average bear. He certainly has a bit of the X factor about him, doesn't he? We've seen
Yeah.
that domestically with the ball as well. Haven't really seen him bowling too much in this tournament, but he just can do special things. So yeah, I hope that he can raise his game to the international standard, and I think that then Romania will be happy. Anyway, right now, smart option. Who's that? Is that Sam down there? Decides to duck. That's his one for the over. It's over his shoulder. It's over the boundary. Stoneman, for the first time, really gets short, and he gets set for a Maximo.
It's a beautiful strike, that, isn't it? It's a lovely shot, and it's so smooth, crisp, and gets it absolutely right. Brings up the half century as well. And one thing, don't want to go on about Moyes too much, but it really reminds me of and somebody who has been able to make that adjustment. Look at in Sweden, Sher Ali.
Yeah, Sher Ali.
Very similar.
Really
very
good
similar.
Yeah, definitely. This is a bit fuller from Stoneman, and Fernando can't catch up with it. Yeah, that's actually a really good shout, Rico, because Sher Ali, I think, at the club level, because they are so good, there's so many ways they could do it. So it's a natural thing. If you can hit the ball a bit further leg side, you tend to keep going that way regardless, and if the bowling's not quite as good, you get away with it, and everyone claps and pats you on the back.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm always big on judging people how they go at the next level up and how willing they're hard to work to get to that level. So I'll give you another. I mean, there's plenty of players who have done well at the club level, have found it hard to go up. But anyway, this is the end of the fourth over, 54 for 2. Hisabu and Davitsi is one for me as well.
Yeah.
That I think has a couple of shots that really do him justice in the domestic competition, but he can't just rely on those going up. So you need to find a way to improve your game, and that's really what levels of cricket is all about. Not just in this kind of club versus international, but even at in cricket playing countries where you've got 9, 10 levels of cricket. If you want to go to the next level, there's always certain adjustments you have to make to your game to be competitive in that level.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and I think we see that. I mean, we look at the Spanish squad, who of course are the winners of this international series. I mean, there's a good example. There's a lot of players there that we've been able to follow and have had the pleasure to have followed over the last few years, but we've seen them improve. We've seen weaknesses in their games, but we've seen them work hard at it. And I think that's what the like of a lot of other players need to do. And, one prime example is there's Moyes. He's a talented player.
Yeah.
He's an exciting player to watch. Love to see him play. But, he's got those little weaknesses that he can change to make him a better player.
Kokar coming on in the 5th. Yeah, and the other thing is, once you do become a two sides of the wicket player and looking to score two sides of the wicket, you become a lot more difficult to set a field to. Well, heads up here, because this is coming our way. Cube bound, and that is Maximo time. Ricky Gill puts us under attack here, doesn't he, Rico? That was well struck.
Yes. He's what I often say that a lot of batters, you've got to use your feet, even if the keeper's standing up. Don't be afraid. And Ricky Gill is one guy who's doing that, and he plays, great shots. I mean, we just saw him play a superb off drive, and now he just flicks that away in his pads. I'm liking this guy. I mean, he said that pretty soon he'll be qualified to play T20 international cricket. I'm looking forward to that because I really think that they've got a serious player here at Romania.
Yeah, this is cut away and we'll get through the infielder, but should just be one. No, I think it two, and I think he slips there. For now, Fernando, it might have been a blessing in disguise. I couldn't see him making it back. Yeah, it's actually really good advice if you are going to charge. Well, two things. Number one, stay balanced. Don't just go for a wild swing where your head flies into the sky. But also, don't plan on missing the ball. If you're going to charge, commit to it. Right now, this is going to be a bit of a fingertip job for Shazad, who can't climb the ladder. Maximo, 6 more to Tricky Ricky.
Yeah, well, Ricky is, he's delighting us with an array of shots. And the other thing he's doing is, even though Romania have lost some key wickets, and that's Moyes and Taranjit Singh, they're scoring at a very healthy rate. And here's another one. He goes all the way. Balle. Shaba. Manos arriba from the arbitro. 6 more. And just like that, at the halfway point, Romania have moved on to 75.
Yeah, and again, he charges, but he actually keeps his shape really well. Even though it was short, he still decided to kind of go fairly straight down the ground. So that's the end of the 5th over, and the score is 75 for 2. Gives us an opportunity once again to welcome you into the Cube. Well, for one of the last times, I suppose, in this ECI, but we're not going too far, are we? Because we'll be right back here tomorrow morning for the start of an ECS. And I know, look, Barcelona is always a bit of a trendsetter, and we're going to see an ECS unlike anything we've really ever seen before, I think.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Let's face it, the season that we've had has been absolutely magical. It's been record-breaking, but it's not over yet. More records will be broken.
Yeah.
More records will be broken. Yeah, I'm telling
think
you.
so.
I'm telling you.
You won't want to miss a minute of that. And it starts tomorrow, runs for 3 weeks. Then we'll head back to Cartman for the first ever ECCW. Now, this is Junaid Khan coming on, and he's going to be leaned on by the batter. Again, it's both of them really getting in on the action. You see that. Very smart, just using the pace of Junaid. And Jamal Fernando moves into double figures. Yeah, Junaid has been a funny one. And we were talking off air about the fact that maybe doesn't get as much lift out of this pitch as some others, for example, when he's bowling kind of up the hill at Cartama. But he's got to make those adjustments. The other thing is he hasn't really swung the ball as much as he normally does. We know he's got such a good record of taking wickets, especially in the first over innings.
Yeah, he just hasn't done the right things for him, has it? You see this one like normal. I mean, that's normally he would be getting that to be swinging away. And he's one bowler that can get the ball to swing in and away. But at the moment, it's the batters that are swinging it away and swinging it to the boundary. Another really nice shot. Has a really unusual technique, doesn't he? To play these on the offside. He sort of goes down and then he carves at the ball, doesn't he? Plays it really well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a straight delivery, as you can imagine. And Fernando, yeah, you're right. Slightly different technique, but I like the way he manoeuvres his wrists to get the ball in that direction. And he's also got on this one, but his partner, Ricky, is overcommitted. He'll be run out if he hits. Now he's got told to turn around. Could be run out twice in one ball almost. And I think he will be. You can't believe.
Terrible.
Oh, well, I will say this. That's kind of on Fernando because he knew he was fine, but he had to factor in the fact that Gill, who would have been better off just standing in the middle of the pitch, by the way, at least he would have been close to the second run.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Yeah, Gill runs an unnecessary kind of 10 metres here because he might as well just stayed there while this throw hit the stumps because no one was going to stop it.
But why are you... I mean, Ricky Gill, all right, he has to get back. And then you can see that you got Fernando who's running at him. Ricky Gill's got his back to him. He has no idea that he's coming. And in the end, he turns around and says, all right, I have to go. I mean, he's run probably 3 there. He gets run out. And it's little things like that that have really hurt Romania.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, on the plane where they say kind of fit your oxygen mask first before you put it on anybody else. Well, I think in this case, you do have to be a bit more concerned for your partner before you decide to take off for a run that you can make.
It's criminal. That is absolutely criminal because Gill, once again, was batting so well.
Oh, Fernando combination then. And
is it a repeat?
But here's what's so funny about it. I mean, he turned back to try not to get run out the first time. And he turns out that was unnecessary because if he had just stayed where he was... He could have walked to the other end, right?
Yeah, but
I know that that's hindsight.
Yeah,
but it's just poor Ricky, and that's the last we'll see of him with the bat in this tournament as well. But he's had a good weekend. Now, nice cut. This has been a really good and effective shot for the Romanians so far against this offside attack as Janita Fernando gets off the mark in style.
Well, both Fernandos do like to play in this area. And that's a lovely shot, and both of them can execute that pretty well. But yeah, when I see that run out again, though, I have to say it's almost like Chamlaka Fernando saying, well, I don't know about you, but I can make it to my end.
Yeah, exactly. And have we seen that before? It reminds me a bit of that scene in Back to the Future 3 where he's told to dance and they're shooting at his feet. He was all over the place, poor Ricky, at 6s and 7s. And now he's taking his pads off, wondering how that all went down. Junaid has a good finish to the over. He'll go for 12 in the 6th. It did bring a wicket for Portugal through that run out. It's 87 for 3.
That's where cricket is a really interesting sport, isn't it? Because you think about a lot of other sports. If you're in the groove and you're feeling good, right? Only yourself can spoil that.
Yeah.
In cricket, something like that can happen. I mean, he's feeling so good. He's playing all the shots. We're commenting how good he's looking. And yet, something that's out of his control happens, and it's done and dusted.
Yeah.
You know?
It's so every game has its own, every sport has its own dynamics, I suppose. But yeah, you're right about that, and the fact it's actually a teammate as well. Sometimes the opposition might do something special that obviously throws you off, but in this case, it was essentially friendly fire. Anyway, we've got 4 overs to go. Faf Stoneman is going to bowl the 7th. And Jamal Fernando will be on strike. So, yeah, an interesting contest. The win predictor not too far from split. Now, we'll see Jamal get 1 off the first ball, the 7th over.
Yeah, it is the last match today. Steve, we only got 4 today, so I suppose an opportunity for our viewers to fire in some random questions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it is. So why don't you fire in some random questions? Let's get random. That run out actually reminds me, it's a pretty random thought I had earlier when we were talking about batters kind of spitting the dummy when they get out. So everyone has a different way that they handle it. So I did play with a guy. This is when I was coming up the grades, and his nickname was Scratcher. I don't know why, but hello to Scratcher if you're watching. Anyway, it's kind of senior player. Oh, yeah, takes on the pull and gets it. Nice shot by Janitha Fernando. He's had a pretty good weekend as well with bat and ball. Another emerging star of the future, I think, of Romanian cricket with shots like this. That was breathtaking.
Well, that's the old Hollywood shot, isn't it? Because he goes out to it and he just stands tall and goes crunch. And, well, Shub, he's learned. He has caught one and he decided, now that I've caught one, I'm not going after anything.
Quit while you're ahead. Genuine 50-50 shot then. Saying at the moment. Now pitch is up and it's hit straight. It's going to be close. It's over the line. Maximo back to back as Janitha Fernando rolls the dice and comes up double sixes.
Yeah, I mean, this is good. I mean, all right, there's been wickets that have fallen. And, there was some bad play there when we saw Gill go, but they're still scoring at a good rate. Look, the 100 is almost up. And we're in the 7th over. So they once again looking to try and get close to that 140 score.
150 pace, actually. See if they can keep it up. This is cut away for just 1. So, yeah. So, think of about a player probably in his 30s, batting with someone 18, 19. Horrendous mix-up, a bit like that, but worse. And Scratcher's out. And Scratcher's probably going through a divorce or something at the time, Like he's just thinking, what am I doing here? And, he had high hopes of getting a big score. So it's probably a story being played out around suburban fields all around the world right now, right? And, well, every weekend at least. And I remember Scratcher's thing as we get to the end of the 7th over, 102 for 3. I'll tell you how he dealt with it in a moment. But first, why don't we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? Because here the ECS will be getting underway. And, yeah, some of these Catalan names actually sneaking into the team names as well.
Yeah.
With Spartan Hospitalet taking on Catalonia Red in the opener. And also we're going to see Magic CC as well as Badalona CC on day 1. They are just some of the teams we'll see. In fact, there's 10 teams taking part in that series over 20 days. Really interesting finals format for that as well. We'll come into that. It's the same one as we had in Malta earlier this year. But join us in the morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Should be caught, dropped. Well, you wouldn't believe this, because there's been some great catches taken in this innings. One, Henry, dealing with the sun, but guess what? He don't have the shades, and that might have been the difference, Rico.
Yeah, he don't have the shades, but maybe because they were busted by Gamiri. But, yeah, I mean, he says straight away when he goes out, says, sorry, it's the sun. And Junaid Khan, he's probably thinking, you know what, this is Barcelona is not for me, because he could do with a break. He doesn't get one.
All right, goes after this, but it's pretty much straight up in the air. Keeper wants it and takes it.
Oh, only just,
Yeah, well, he takes it and then absorbs the impact personally, doesn't he? So Junaid does get a wicket here in match 9. It'll be the end of Janitha Fernando after a bit of a cameo of 17. He's got to go. It's 103 for 4.
Yeah, and I just saw when this one went up in the air, bearing in mind what I just said the ball before when Junaid said, give me a break. He wanted to take this himself. He said, look, you guys are not helping me. I want a wicket here. But Kulugulaya says, no, it's mine. It's the keeper's catch. Stay away. And he almost spills it. And that's why you need that bit of webbing in the glove, I suppose.
Yeah, sometimes. Might need some shock absorbers as well if you're going to land like that. Anyway, I'll get a chance to just finish what I was saying, which was...
Come on, how did he deal with it? I want to know. How did he deal with it?
Well, a lot of people like to go for walks in nature Our home ground at this stage was on the bordering on a national park. So that was it. Scratcher was run out pretty early, and it might have been like a 70 or 80 over day. So he just didn't say anything to anyone, and he just walked away for hours. I was just thinking, what if we get bowled out here? We're going to have to field with 10. He just, oh, well, tight one. I suppose that's what happens when you go straight away. You get there. Mishra's off the mark. Yeah, so everyone deals with it their own way. So some people, even at high levels of cricket, punching their bat or punching things they shouldn't. I remember Aravinda De Silva throwing a bat through a window at the Wacker after getting out for a Royal Duck one day. TV's going to...
So that's the worst thing you've done?
You really want to know?
Yeah, go on. Any age, doesn't matter.
Problem was it wasn't. I'll tell you. I'll open up here because this is random questions time, and it kind of leads into a question that Croom's asked as well. But I'm pretty sure I cried every time I got out. It definitely until my teens, solidly into my teens. Because I think at that stage, when you've got such high ambitions of obviously playing for Australia at that stage, which I would eventually do in indoor cricket. So I suppose I've still got that achievement, which I'm really proud of. But you think, well, these guys have probably never gotten out in their life. As this is going to take a trampoline Tortuga. It will be handled eventually down there by Muhammad Adnan. That's pretty well to stop it, actually, just a single. So yeah, I just thought, look at these guys on the TV, like Alan Border. I'm like, I bet Alan Border never got out until he was. I had this idea that they get to like Test cricket, and they've like never gotten out because they're so good. So I was like, I'm never going to make it because I'm getting out all the time. Like as an 11-year-old, playing a couple of years off, I made 5 ducks in a row. So yeah, it must have been tough to deal with me with the waterworks. That wasn't really bad behaviour. That was just probably a little bit of emotional immaturity. Little edge, and he's gone. So Fernando's going to have to go. Junaid does get a bit of that zip in the end, doesn't he? That'll be the last ball he'll bowl in the series. But it does bring a wicket. Golia in the action again. This time a bit more of a regulation one. The same 2 Portuguese players combined for another wicket. And after 8 overs, Romania 106 for 5.
Yeah, I'm pleased with Junaid Khan there. Not a lot of things have gone his way, but he's picked up another wicket there, 2 for 16. And that's the difference, I think. When Junaid gets that ball to do what it does there, that's where he becomes a little bit more dangerous. But batters have been able to deal with it fairly easily because he's not been able to get that bounce. But he finishes well. That'll be a smile on his face, even though not everything goes his way. But Romania, they've got 12 balls to go here. They'll still be looking to touch on to that 140 mark here.
So I was going to say, eventually I realised, all these guys that play international cricket, they started like everyone else. Some of them weren't even standout juniors. And some were, obviously. Some were prodigies. But yeah, it's quite interesting. So it's almost how you can deal with things not going your way. That's actually quite an important component, I think, in making it to a high level in sport.
So why are you avoiding the question? Come on,
what's the worst thing I did? Okay, I got to tell you, this is quite funny because I do try and be philosophical. Normally, I just try to forget it. Used to bring the newspaper with me, and I'd go and I'd just start reading the paper, just distract myself. We weren't allowed phones or anything like that back then, right?
Yeah.
Still can't now at high levels. But I'd just go and start reading the paper and get away from everyone until I was ready to come back. That was my thing. But I actually went through a phase where if I wanted to throw equipment around, but obviously I really liked my equipment, right? So this was when about 17, playing first 11 cricket at school. If I got a bad decision, or if I was annoyed, well fielded by the way, this one, I'll only get a single. I would calmly put all my stuff down, kind of keep my anger for a second, and then my best friend was playing in the team. I'd kick his stuff around because I knew he was in the change rooms.
That's awful. So you'd pick up his bat
smart.
and throw it and
drop kick his helmet.
Oh, there, that's bad.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not condoning that. I'm just calmed down a lot in my
I was
normally
pretty calm, but we always had these problem that we had at one point when we were playing cricket in England. You knew the umpires, and you knew some umpires just didn't like you.
Yeah,
it happens, right? I think it happened. I think everybody knows that. And we used to play this particular team, and they had an umpire, and he was terrible. And if it hit your pads, you knew you're going to get triggered. And I just knew this was going to happen, so I got triggered. So when I go off, I'm pretty calm. And one of our teammates wore glasses, and when the drinks were taken out for the batters, I told him to take the glasses and give them to the umpire. So it didn't go down too well.
Oh, you wonder why you weren't liked.
But that was, look, at least it was non-violent, right?
I always did a good job of pretending that I was quite interested in the umpires and their personal lives, and you know, I always ask them how their family is and tell them they're doing such a great job, and a lot of them were too scared to give me out, I think, by the end. That was
They thought you knew something about them, yeah.
But then sometimes it worked against me because they said, oh, well, Vinny will forgive me because I feel he's out here, so I'm going to give him out.
Yeah.
Whereas they knew that I'd still talk to him afterwards. Some other good questions coming in. What about what's the most adventurous thing you've done? That was from Kroom. I like that question. Probably for me, on my 21st birthday, one of the presents I got was to go bungee jumping.
Right.
You know, bungee jumping where
Yeah.
you're all strapped in. Oh, this is a bit of a false shot. Hanging in the air for a while. Watch out. I could see that coming
You knew
a
it.
mile
You
away.
knew it.
Oh, well, Rahman, he's had a good time. Abdul Samad knows all about this, but he's about 100 metres away, so he probably couldn't warn him.
You just knew it.
The writing was on the wall as soon as this went up. He's caught in a genuine no man's land. It's like chipping the goalie from 80 metres.
Well, if you got 13 on your back, I suppose things like that are going to happen to you. But we can see it happening. Oh, gone. It's going to be wide, but he's going to be out. Now, Shazad, I mean, I want to know what a question mark is. Why is he bowling? We said, why is he even playing? You can see he can't bowl his normal stuff, but that just goes to tell you can bowl trash and still pick up wickets because this was a horrible delivery. I'm not sure where the batter was going with it, but he's going to get a wicket from probably one of the worst balls he's ever bowled.
Yeah, it's actually brilliant keeping. And look, Shazad, he was holding his head because he knew it was such a gundy ball, but then he turns it into a celebration. So... yeah, smart piece of work by Goliath. It's been excellent in this series with the gloves, to be honest.
Yeah.
He's taken 2 good catches, high one and a kind of regulation one, and now an excellent leg side stumping. Those are a little bit easier, even though you've got to go a long way, but you get a good look at them after it's past the batter because he was so far out. But really good technique from Goliath. So 115 for 6. Will be a wide, though, so it'll be bowled again. Romania just kind of losing their way, aren't they, in the second half of this innings?
Yeah, they are. I mean, it looks like they're going to maybe finish around about close to that 130, but they know they've got to go better than that.
Petro gets a bat. Oh, that's nice as well. Hit a 6 yesterday, his first ever in ECN cricket. Pretty much all the teams been good with time as well in this series. I've noticed that. And international teams, yeah, there's an organisation about them which I think keeps them friendly on the clock. Well, this is just right arm slow from Najam Shazad. Shades of Pavel Florin of 2019 about that one. It'll be the end of the over, though. And the score is 115 for 6.
I wonder if this was a chance. I think if he took it cleanly.
He took it clean. It's probably the easiest one he's had all day.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll forgive him for that. Okay, what's the most adventurous thing you've done?
I mean, you probably know I'm not the best of swimmers. I can swim, but not very well. Not very confident swimmer at all. But when we were in safari in Kenya, went deep sea diving.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
that's pretty cool.
It was quite amazing. We saw amazing things.
So you mean deep sea diving with a full-on scuba tank and everything?
Yeah, so I was able to do what you had to in the swimming pool, which frightened the hell out of me, but I was able to do all of that.
It's okay once you realise you're not going to
but I did have a
there.
guide with me all the time. And, I mean, this guy was, I was holding on to the sort of rope.
Pretty
line,
cool.
But it was fantastic. But I would never do it again, though.
Okay.
I would never do it again. I mean, I was a lot braver back then. Yeah, it was quite amazing. Different world, as they say.
Yeah, well, it is a different world down there. All right, so we go to the last over. And Henry's going to bowl it. Goes short and challenges Mishra. Can't catch up with it. Probably the other most adventurous thing I've ever done is probably this. To decide to take this on essentially full time. Away from my family and friends and all that. It's something that I had a big decision to make, and I'm glad I did it. It's been a couple of times in my life where I might have taken a bit of a leap into the unknown, and I didn't. So this one I did, and I'm glad I did. Right now, this is high, and that looks like Abdul Shakur, who thinks about catching it. Well, Shub, somehow he fumbles it into the boundary. So a little bit of Lloyd Christmas about this type of fielding. But anyway, it's a good result for Romania. It's going to be 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Shakur, I think 2 hands are better than 1. Well, at least he saves 1 and loses another, and Shub then just kicks it over the boundary fence. Anyway, good shot that from Mishra. 120 now up.
Loads up. He probably wants 2 here, Mishra.
Yeah, I think he's got to go for it.
Well, he's going to get there anyway because of a rare fumble from Faf Stoneman out there at deep mid-wicket. Okay, another question came from Alex, and he's asking, where do you see European cricket in 10 years? It's a hard one to cover in 3 balls, but we'll try and maybe we'll give a quick answer. Go on.
Globally.
Okay.
I see it going global.
Yep. That's cool. Good answer. Slower ball, but he gets the line wrong here, Henry. He's going to be basically stand-up swept away by Mishra, who's coming to the party late in the piece for Romania. Gets him up to 1-2-7 with 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, well watched. Nicely played. So that's why it's key, I think, that Mishra went back on strike there. So he can get them to that 130-plus mark here. And once again, give them something to bowl at.
By the way, I thought you were going to say you're going to go swimming with crocodiles or something like that. But I'm glad you didn't. Although you never know what's down there. Yeah. Tell you what I think about European cricket in a moment after this ball from Henry, which is a pretty good Yorker, dug out, and they think about running. They do run. Petre gets home. He'll get the chance to face the last ball. Look, I kind of agree with you as far as going global. It's like, because European cricket now, it's kind of, yes, it's the region, but it's also a type of cricket.
Yeah.
It's a format of cricket. It's not just about the 10 overs. It is kind of the whole package, I suppose. But I'm not sure where we'll get to, because I never thought we get to where we are now.
Yeah.
I've been, 3 or 4 years in. So I suppose as long as we keep improving, that's all I'd want to see. As Petre will get off the mark here. Might as well go for 2. Should be out at the keeper's end with any sort of throw. That was a perfect throw. And Petre is going to be caught short. And so Henry is going to finish with none for 23.
Yeah, Junaid picks it up, gets the throw in, and I get the feeling it might have even hit the stumps direct, but you can see Kulugula not taking any chance. But yeah, perfect throw.
Yeah, just gets him. Well done to Luca to leg it out as well. And made that close. It had to be a perfect throw, I suppose, in the end. So Romania, they're going to finish on 129 for 7. Keep the random questions coming in. We'll catch up on a few more of those in the second innings. But for now, let's go back and look at the first half of match 9, the final match of this ECI weekend. Romania desperate to get a win on the board. Something to take away from this in the points column. Well, they've got the score on the board, don't they? 129, 130 will be the target.
Yeah, we'll beat Tanjit Singh. The captain started well, didn't he? He had a lovely shot through the offside with 4, but then, well, he would get himself caught. And it was a really, really good catch from Francois Stoneman. And we see that here now. So goes for the shot. Had a lot to do and had to contend with the sun and everything else. What a cracking catch that was. And then we saw a bit of a mishap this from Saman Gamiri. We do hope that he's okay, but you can see busted glasses, watch, and then unfortunately the shoulder as well. And I think just the precautionary that he's not on the field to play. I wonder if we're going to see him with the bat. And then there was a wicket there for Moyes, just once again, just getting bowled there by Stoneman, gets a bit of an inside edge, and just went for the big shot. One big shot too many. And then we saw some really nice shot from Ricky Gill. Ricky Gill's been outstanding. I think without doubt, and by leaps and bounds, he's been the player of the series for Romania. I really enjoyed watching him, but then this happens, and well, he gets cooked, doesn't he? He gets barbecued, you have to say, by his partner, Chamalaka Fernando. But the good thing was, though, even though they were losing wickets, they kept on going, and they kept the momentum going, and that, in the end, is why they end up with, I think, a respectable score, 129 for 7. And this one was half the year. And Junaid, who wasn't having any luck going his way, also picked up a couple of wickets towards the end as well.
Also think they used him kind of differently in this series, didn't they, Junaid? So they're giving more opportunities up front to Shahid Rahman, for example. But, to be fair to Junaid, he bowled pretty well. This was a classic egg on your face moment, the trampoline Tortuga getting on top of Shahid Rahman. So, yeah, Romania seemed to be on track for something a bit bigger than that, didn't they, at one point? And we saw some more good keeping from Golia, good stumping down the leg side. But, yeah, they were 75 at halfway. So you'd think, okay, you can keep that up, you go 150. In the end, they get 54 from the second half, and 14 of those came in the last. So 129 for 7 off 10. I think a lot of the teams, in fact, all the teams, have been pretty good with the extras, just the 4 wides in the 10 overs here. 32 Ricky Gill before he became victim of a calamitous mix-up. He was the top scorer. 28 for Moyes, though. The Bear was on the attack early. Chamalka Fernando chipped in with 21 as Janita Fernando and Gaurav Mishra 17 each off their blades. 2 for 16, Junaid Khan will take the figures in the end, but also wickets for Shader Rahman, who's had an incredible series with the ball. Faf Stoneman with a wicket and a brilliant catch in there. Najam Shazad with one. Now bowling a lot slower than he usually does. Got to say, Kuldeep Collier as well. He was excellent with the gloves with 2 catches and a stumping. We'll take a break. Back in a few moments. We'll see if Portugal can make it a 3-0 sweep over the Romanians in their mini-series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico fullback soon in Barcelona for more ECI Spain.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Buenas tardes, mi familia. Bienvenidos, and welcome back to the Mountjuic Cricket Ground. Well, I think all eyes are on Romania here to see if they can pick up their first win in this international series. Portugal, I know that they will finish second behind Spain. They have beaten Spain once, but Spain did the win over them in their little contest 2-1, and that means that Spain will be crowned the winners of this series. Portugal will want to finish with a win themselves, but Romania, they have done better today with the bat, and that's because batters have started to perform. Moyes once again in the 20s, and though Taranjit Singh did not perform, Ricky Gill put a fine 32 on the board, and Chamakla Fernando 21 as well, and then we saw some good hits from Janitha Fernando too. But can they put it together with the ball? I mean, this guy, Gaurav Mishra, bowled very well in the last match, and there's the swing there for him as well. This one just doesn't quite carry to Taranjit. I think Taranjit was probably tempted to try and make an effort on this, but knowing if he overcommit, the ball could have gone past him and gone to the boundary. But if they can keep it tight, keep it tidy, hold their chances, they could get that win that's eluded them so far. Oh, beautifully bowled, and I think that's too much. And also for me, this bounce is taking it over the stumps. I think you see that again. See, when it hits him, it's still on its way up. So I don't know, a bit of bat there as well. Just noticing that on the replay. It's a good call there from umpire Nadeem. I have to say that the umpiring for this international series has been absolutely superb. They take it on, and they will take the run. It will be signalled a leg by Nadeem. I think Andan Khan, Ijaz Hussain, even Shubnavjot Singh, when he was called upon yesterday, Shane Lightley and Nadeem Ashik have been absolutely fantastic. Been well led by Tyrone Peters, so well done to the umpires, and of course to the ECN crew that have been here as well. Sam Samir, Paolo, Shub, Mahil and Diana. Great job by everybody. And of course, have to say a big thank you to the likes of Roberto, and of course the Federation here, John Howden, Juan Carlos and Jaime Gonzalez have been absolutely fantastic with all of their help and work behind the scenes, which have made it a really, really great series. And well, being here at this Mountjuic Cricket Ground with the sunshine as it comes down to caress the final innings of the series, has been absolutely superb. Mishra, well, he'd won a wicket here from Romania, and he's not going to get one. This one just a little bit short, but well dealt with by the fielder. Does well even without the shades. I mean, you've got to have your shades on there at the moment, and that's a nice stop being made there. Looks like that might actually be the area where you really are looking right at the sun. We saw a couple of times that issue. I think in the last innings, one or two players from Portugal had difficulty there. I think Henry put a catch down in that zone as well. It is the end of the first over, and it is going to be Moyes who's going to be called upon to have a bowl here. They haven't always gone to Moyes. 4 on the board, so nice steady start. Taranjit, he would love to lead his team to a victory before they head back to Romania tomorrow. The wild swing this time from Dar. Amir Dar, we know he's a very aggressive player. So a slight change to the batting lineup as well. I mean, from Portugal. Yeah. Of course, no games in their side this time round, so it's an opportunity for some others. This has been picked up beautifully. Oh, what a pickup that is! And once again, only the fence stops this one going into the stands. Stronger together is what the banner says up there. You'll see it hitting around about that zone. And stronger together is what Portugal have been most of the time. Like I say, only the defeats to Spain, and they gave them a good contest as well in those matches as well. This one is an opportunity. Taranjit Singh takes the catch in his familiar pose, and then, yep, he's delighted with that. Moisey gets the wicket. Slightly slower delivery, I think, this time to Amir Dar. So Dar will depart for 7, And Romania get the breakthrough that they wanted. Staying focused, staying committed. That's what they did in the last match as well. They never got overexcited. They really did push Spain. And when they were picking up those key wickets. But it wasn't to be as Spain got home with 6 balls to go. So 10 for 1. Dar will depart. Goes for 7. New batter makes his way in. And, Mohamed Adnan has a little word with Amadeep. It looks like opportunities being given to some of the other players. A slight change in perhaps the batting lineup here. And this could be 2 in 2. It should be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. So Mohamed Moyes gets another straightforward catch, this time for Jonathan Fernando, who of course took an absolute unbelievable catch in the last contest against Spain. Well, this was more routine, more straightforward. So Amadi Kahar will go for a golden duck. And, well, that golden derrick will be glistening beautifully in the sunshine. It is not to be for Amandeep. Gets an opportunity, he'll go. But it could be an opportunity for a hat-trick here for Mohamed Moyes. Well, the bear, he was hungry with the bat when he was blasting the ball all over the place. And now, is he going to be hungry with the ball? There's a bear attack here. A little bit of grizzly action in the Montjuic Cricket Ground as Vinny Sandhu comes in right in time to see if we're going to see another hat-trick.
Well, the bear's come in like a bear in a china shop here, hasn't he? And he's torn a bit of a hole in this top order. Stoneman comes in. Geez, he batted well earlier on today. In fact, he was important yesterday in Portugal's win over Spain with a stick as well. Moyes, we know he likes multiples. Here's a hat-trick ball. Oh, well, Danny DeHuda, wherever you are, I always think of you. Danny, of course, is kind of our Czech correspondent here in the commentary box for European cricket. And whenever I see a wide on a hat-trick ball, I think of him, because it seems to always happen when he's commentating. But Moisey, he'll be disappointed. Having said that, gets another crack at Faf Stoneman, who's pretty careful here, knocks it down, gets 1. So, yeah, Romania, for all of their sins this weekend, and there have been a few, particularly in the field, if they could walk away with a win against Portugal, at least they feel they take something away from this. I do think, obviously, it's a bit of a development team. You've got a couple of guys that are still, well, they're not quite qualified at this stage for T20 international cricket, so it's been a great opportunity for them to show what they can do at the international level. But, you know, if they were to finish strongly and they really push Spain, if they could get a win over Portugal, they'll feel they've got a lot out of this, even more than they have already. Anyway, Adnan gets a single here. That'll be the end of Moyes' over. He takes 2 for 9, and the score is 13 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, he's still got a very good batter out there, and a man who's in form as well. Francis Stoneman made 47 in 20 deliveries against Spain. He batted really well, and get the feeling that this partnership is pretty key here now. He's out there with Mohamed Adnan, who, you know, he's played some nice shots in this series, but hasn't himself gone on and made a big score. So these two are looking to take Portugal to a win here against Romania. But Romania, they've got other ideas. They want that win, don't they? They don't want to go back without a win under the belt.
No, certainly not. Jeff Mobbs had a question. What happens to the pitch when this tournament is finished? Do they just store it away? That's the first part of his question. Well, yeah. I'm actually amazed how flat this pitch is, because sometimes these pitches get rolled up for storage, and they come out with all these kind of little kinks in them. It's a nightmare, but these just been pulled super tight. I mean, Alistair was probably the one stretching it out, so you know how strong he is. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know where it would be stored, Rico, but it'd be stored somewhere, maybe here at the facility.
Yeah, probably will be. Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, the pitch has played so well. Each time that we've actually been here is better and better. I think you touched on the fact that before it was a lot narrower. Sometimes we couldn't even actually get those the return sort of crease lines that they could be for the bowlers. So they've done a wonderful job. I think the mat is far improved. But the more importantly, and you showed a picture of this yesterday, the actual, if you like, the foundation that's laid for it has been done its job so well.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the past we've had issues with it rolling up, with it moving. None of that this time.
Well, we had the famous Ripple Warriors chase where the pitch was coming apart, and it was basically like day 7 of a test match. Yeah. And it was very hard. We had balls rolling last year, but I mean, it's a brilliant pitch, and hopefully it stays in such good condition. A bit of a template of how to do it if you aren't trying to put an artificial pitch on an AstroTurf outfield. Second part of Jeff's question was, are there any turf wickets in Spain? And the short answer is yes. I'll tell you more about it in a minute as Janith comes in. Block hole delivery and kept out by Adnan. So Romania, not just the early wickets, but they've kept things pretty quiet at the moment. Yeah, so of course, Desert Springs is a facility in, is it Almeria? Is that where it is?
It is,
Almeria?
in Almeria, yeah.
Formerly, there was some turf pitches at La Manga in Murcia as well, which is actually where we held the first ever ECL in 2019. But apart from that, am I missing one?
Khartoum.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Khartoum. Yeah, Khartoum can have turf pitches. Yeah,
Khartoum have
of course.
They've got a square there in Khartoum, yeah.
Yeah. So you can potentially play on turf cricket in Khartoum, of course, yeah. But then the issue is, the reason we don't is because of how much cricket we play.
Yeah,
it'd be impossible.
Absolutely, yeah. You're right. But I've got to say, while we're talking about pitches, I mean, and it's not just in Spain, but this is to cricket in Europe in general. I mean, a lot of praise and credit to European cricketers because, look, they love the sport. And, of course, the grounds are not there. You know, cricket grounds are not there. So you play wherever you can. I know there was a question earlier about where else is cricket played here in Spain. Well, you know, wherever this a place be good, if there's space, you do it. Sometimes there's grass, sometimes there's rocks and pebbles, sometimes it's just hard mud.
They used to play on broken
glass. Baseball grounds.
Play on broken glass in Madrid, didn't they?
Yeah, and then you got to be imaginative and adventurous, and that's how you come up with this sort of system here that works an absolute treat.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is an absolute treat as well for Portugal, who need to get a wriggle on, don't they? Adnan throws the hands at this pretty low on the bat, but he gets the journey. Maximal 6 runs. It is a challenge which I don't think there's any easy answer, because it took me a while to kind of get on board with the fact I'm like, are we really going to play the ECL on artificial pitch and things like that? But I mean, obviously they've done such a good job there that I can't imagine it any other way now. It's also really consistent and fair for all the teams. It's just hit straight, and it's going to be hit well enough. It's a good flat bat smack from Adnan straight down the ground. Maximal 6 more as he doubles down.
Yeah, well, this is what Adnan can do. The thing is, though, can he do it pretty consistently here and go on to make a big score? He's always made contributions, but he hasn't been able to turn that contributions into a match-winning product. Can he this time round?
Yeah, so the thing is, and it's just a fact of life, that on artificial surfaces, you can get away with more, especially little kinks in your technique, more than you can when you do play on turf, on grass. Oh, this one hits his pad. Actually, it's well stopped by the keeper, who has a shot at the stumps now. That was pretty tight. Also thought if the keeper doesn't stop that, it's going to hit the helmet for 5. So pretty good stop there by Sharat Kishore.
Yeah, this is a great stop because he actually gets wrong-footed and he is able to somehow get the other way and smother it. And I think the other reason it's a great stop, if he doesn't stop it, it's hitting the helmet.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So it takes us to the end of the over. It'll be 26 for 2 after 3. So here's one thing. So look, I think it's great, the fact that artificial pitches an economical solution in Europe. Obviously for us, we're playing so much cricket. It's really the only solution. But one issue, if you're trying to bridge the gap between, say, European cricket nations or continental nations, probably with the exception of the Netherlands, where there is a lot of turf cricket, and the rest, you look at Austria, for example. Austria did really well, qualified for the World Cup qualifiers in Scotland, which are going to be on turf. They went to Isle of Man, played a couple of T20 warm-up games there against the Isle of Man. Isle of Man put them away. And Austria had a real tough time, obviously, against good opposition in those World Cup qualifiers in Scotland as well. Well, Luca gets this very wrong. In fact, it's one of the more remarkable shots you'll see this weekend. Can the fielder keep it in front of him? Short answer, yes. Drops the catch, but makes the stop. This is going to be a big no ball as Luca turns off gravity for a second, and there'll be a free hit coming up.
Yeah, and Luca, he did this yesterday, but sort of halfway through, he's over. But at least he's got it out of his system. It just comes out all wrong, doesn't he? He doesn't really bend his back enough. And he's got to be aiming to hit the deck here. So free hit coming up, the license to go the full Monty.
It's a wide, so the free hit will stay in play. So, yeah, I don't think there's an easy answer to that without money. And so the Austrians tried to get a bit of practice on turf. Okay, that would have helped them a little bit. But, you know, a cricketer that is playing cricket in Europe, and I suppose the only way they can improve, is to move out of Europe and go into, say, somewhere in the UK, play club cricket there, or go to Australia, or go somewhere like that, which isn't always possible for practical reasons. So it is a problem which doesn't have any kind of easy solution as far as bringing these nations up to the more established cricket-playing nations. As this ball is sliced away, it is the free hit, and it's hit for 2. Had a question in the chat from Fatima Rafat Noor asking, are Badalona Shaheen part of this ECS? Because I didn't see them in the program. But basically, with the exception of a couple of clubs, and the ones that come up top of my mind would be Bengali and also Pakakare Badalona. These clubs essentially have been made for the purpose of the ECS, using players from a variety of clubs here in Barcelona. So it's kind of like a super ECS, but this is a super shot from Adnan. He's had a pretty good weekend as well. He takes Luca Petro down the ground for 6.
Yeah, good, clean stroke. He likes to have the ball pitched up, doesn't he? I think if you're going to pitch it up to him and put it in the slot, he's going to put you away. And Adnan, well, he's starting to make an innings here. So he's starting to do what he hasn't been able to do in the past. So a nice shot from him. And straight away, I think Luca Petro has to try and do something different. He's there having a chat there at the moment with Gaurav Mishra, who's trying to use and pass on some of his knowledge and experience. And I think maybe a slower delivery here, or at least shorter and outside the off, where Adnan is not able to hit the ball straight down the ground.
Yeah, so just going back to what Fatima was saying, he was asking about Badalona Shaheen. Of course, a lot of people looking forward to seeing them because they scored the 229 here in the Barcelona Bash last year. But basically, the players are kind of spread out. Some of the top players in Barcelona amongst different clubs that will play in this ECS. So, for example, Babar Khan, who also known as the Spanish Boonie now, playing for the Spanish national team, he'll be playing for Magic CC in this ECS. So, you know, you will see the kind of same kinds of players you're used to seeing, but just maybe a few club names that you haven't seen before. It's because it's the first time they've played as a club.
That's too high, so, you know, I think this might be the second. They'll have a look at this. First of all, let's focus on the fielding. It's a tremendous stop. It really is brilliantly done there by Chamalaka Fernando. But I think this is going to be too high.
Yeah, they didn't call it on the field. Let's have a look. I mean, obviously, it wasn't as high as the one that was about head high. But I kind of agree with you. Yeah, I think that's one you got to call. It's probably hitting him in the belt. And so...
not seeing anything as yet. He might get away with
maybe
this,
the match referee's feeling a bit generous here.
Oh, dear. Well, he does get away with that, you know.
That's a clanger. And, well, free hit or no free hit, it's going to disappear. The next ball is out of here. Maximo! Well, Portugal, they won't be too happy that they don't get the benefit of the free hit and the extra delivery, but still, the next ball is hit for 6.
Yeah, it's once again, it's in the slot. And if it's in the slot, it will disappear. And Mohamed Adnan, he's enjoying this at the moment. So while Portugal, after losing 2 quick wickets, the partnership between Francois Stoneman, who is, can you believe it, only faced the one ball in this partnership so far. I'd like to know what the partnership is worth because he's only contributed 1 of 1 ball.
Oh, well, sometimes it's nice to be the strong, silent type. It's working at the moment as Portugal trying to get back up with the rate. The rate would be 52 off 4. Yeah, Luca, I suppose, you know, he's a guy who's been practicing a lot in the nets, and it gets a bit tough this time of year to be able to do that in Romania. Now he gets hit offside. It's Ricky Gill. He has to do a little bit of running. Not as much running as he had to do earlier on in this match, though. It'll be the end of the over. 47 for 2.
Can't believe it. He's going to go back on strike. So this partnership is now worth 37 because they came together when the score was on 10. And all but one of those runs have come from the bat of Adnan and maybe some extras, of course. And Francois Stoneman has only faced the 1 ball, and with that signal off the last ball there, he will once again be going back to the non-strikers end. He's just been leaning on his bat. That's all he's done.
Yeah, it's funny how it works. I mean, kind of how Moyes went in the power play yesterday it was, wasn't it? Well, he faced 1 ball early on and faced the last ball, a third that actually got him out.
Well, speaking of Moyes, they're going to go back to him here to try and break this partnership. I think it's a good call. You don't want to leave it too late. So Marvin Moyes has picked up 2 for 9 in his first over. I don't think Adnan's going to change the way he plays here, but Moyes has got to make sure. I think Moyes is probably not a bad shot because he does bang the ball in a little bit shorter. And the thing is, though, it's too short, and this is clobbered away. Well, that's a shot that Moyes himself would be proud of. So Adnan now goes into the 40s as he clobbers this one away. Here's another Maximo.
Yeah, sixes coming thick and fast at the moment. But the Bear was able to grab a couple of victims, wasn't he, earlier on? See if he can break this partnership. Well, he might, and he should. Well, remaining, the catching's been horrendous. Taran wants it, and he will drop it.
Oh,
and
will they take it?
Well, no. Well, short answer, no. Long answer,
why
I'm not
is
quite
Taran
sure what
going for
happened.
this? Yeah, you can see he's saying, look, Ricky Gill's saying, what are you doing, Skip? Taran's gone right away. Let's have a look at this. They clobber into each other. He gets a second chance. I think he might even got a third chance to it. They don't take it. Oh, dear.
Well, Taran feels that he's the man to do it because he's got such a short pair of hands, but it was a more difficult catch for him because of how far he's got to go. But that kind of sums up the Romanian fielding, I think. With a couple of notable exceptions, they've taken some flying Superman catches. They'll probably grab the play of the day for Saturday and Sunday, but there's been a lot of regulation stuff that's gone down.
Yeah, that's been the thing, isn't it? I mean, they put down the easy ones, but taking the hard ones. And that one, look, it was Adnan as well that they dropped, so he moves to 42. Oh, dear, Romania. And I think that's one thing that they know that they will look back on and one thing they've got to work on.
Moyes, let's just say, I'm glad I wasn't in his proximity when that went down because the Bear will be fuming with that. And, yeah, Portugal ahead in this game, and that could have just brought things back to get that big wicket. Edged onto the pad. So, yeah, Moyes, he hasn't bowled too much in this series. It surprised me a bit. But he's doing a good job here. Just looking at the ECS squads tomorrow. So, yeah, plenty of names that we will know. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing exactly how that works out. This is up in the air, but it's kind of helped towards the fielder who should catch it. And this one will be taken. It was a pretty difficult one, to be honest. Shamalka Fernando hairs in from the boundary. So Stoneman stays a brief one. He goes for just a single. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, Shamalka Fernando, he's been good, hasn't he? And look at the technique here. I mean, the ball is dipping in front of him. He knows he's going to have to get the dive in, so he dives. And that's beautifully done, well executed. Dives, and then when he lands, he makes sure that he's got all the fingers wrapped around that ball, so when he hits the deck, he's not going to drop out. So, yeah, he couldn't get on strike. He was kept off strike, Stoneman. And when he gets on strike, he just manages to clip the ball and in the direction of Fernando, who does the rest. And that means that Kulip Gulaya will come out to join Adnan in the middle with the score, 54 for 3, with the ball to go in this, the 5th over.
Golia coming out in the number 5 spot. Moyes does get his 3rd wicket in the end. 3 for 16, but he's just got 1 delivery remaining. He's looking at some of these squads. Look at this Jaguar squad. Wow.
Yeah.
Decent side, this. Yasser Ali's there. You've got Mustafa Iqbal, the monster. Mustafa Ghulam, Roger Adil, Shiraz Iqbal. You've got even more talent outside of them as well, as Moyes will finish with a dot. Nice spell from the Romanian Bear, end of 5 overs, and the score is 54 for 3.
Yeah, he was brought in to get the wicket. They needed one there. The catch was dropped, and they had a chance to take Adnan. That's the one they really wanted, but he does pick up Stoneman.
Hey, so I just got some messages, actually, from Rookie Ahmed from Gina Brescia. He just messaged me to say he's really looking forward to seeing me at the ECL because they qualified a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I think they'll be strong. You know, they'll probably have Hassan Ahmed, I think, as part of their setup. And more. You know, we'll have to see what their squad looks like in the end, but they're going to be tested in that group. And there's a couple of sides there. Gina Brescia's one, Donnerstadt's one. They actually have qualified for an ECL before, but unfortunately it was an ECL that, of course, in 2020 and 2021, we couldn't play it because of the pandemic. So it's unfortunate there's a few teams like that. No, Swartzen from England's one of them as well. But they are yet to re-qualify. So Gina Brescia will finally get that opportunity. And so we'll Donnerstadt right now. This is going to be right back to line. Luca Well, it would have been an amazing catch if he'd pulled it off, but he had to step out of bounds before he even jumps. Maximo, 6 more to Portugal.
Yeah, well, Mahesh Prasanna comes on to bowl. It's very much similar to like he did last time he bowled. The first one is smashed out of here for a 6, but then he did come back well for the remaining 5 deliveries and picked up a wicket as well. Only got to bowl the 1 over last time round, so he's been balled in a little bit earlier. And this time it's a little bit too short, and he's going to split the field as well. This is going to be 4 runs. It just bounces before the rope. But good shot, nice and straight. Yeah, there we go.
Nice little puff of the artificial pebbles that you can see. Hey, one name I didn't mention, that Jaguar, when I said there's some good players outside them. Pretty decent player. Hamza Salim Dar in there as well. All right. Nah, that one is too short, and Prasanna gets it wrong. Well, he's getting a chance to bowl a bit earlier this time at least, but he's going to have to try and pitch it up a bit because this one was an easy put away for the batter.
Yeah, you can't be bowling there. And Adnan, while we've been chatting, has gone past his half-century as well, so congrats to him. Really good knock. And I was saying that he's always been there or thereabout, but never gone on to get a big score. Well, he's done it this time, hasn't he?
Good bowling by Prasanna this time. He slows it up, pitches it up a bit more. So Adnan, he's kind of living on borrowed time here, but he's getting his team in a decent position. Still about 60 to get, though. So, yeah, Portugal, interesting, they are still favourites, but they are only going pretty much at the rate. They're not really ahead of that red line at the moment. Again, well bowled by Prasanna. Taran pick up and throw, but they will scramble through for a single.
Yeah, this is, well, Taran thinks it's pretty close. And I would tend to agree with him. I think if this hits the direct hit, it could have been pretty interesting. We might get a chance to just quickly have a look at this again. Let's have a look. Direct hit. Yeah, he would have been gone.
Yeah, it would have been. Good call. Had to be perfect. Pick up and throw from Taran. Now, this one's just going to be blasted over everything. Maximo, once again, Prasanna, a fraction too short, and it's a standard deliver job from Adnan, who swings his way into the 60s.
Yeah, well, that's the over that Portugal were looking for. It goes magical. 24 come from it, and just like that, they make a big dent in the rate. That was climbing to a point where Romania probably would think themselves and consider themselves as favourites. But, well, that one takes the score now to 78 for 3. And Portugal needing 52 of 24 deliveries.
Yeah, so change of bowling now. I think they're going to go for Dylan Fernando. So he's a different kind of customer as well with the ball, isn't he? Having a look at the skyline in the background there. I love those wide shots here because we are halfway up the mountain here at Montjuic. And we won't quite be able to get into the night game tonight because it's only a 4-game program, but we certainly will tomorrow when we start the ECS and go back to 5 matches a day. So, time for a bit of wrist spin magic, but it never bounces. In fact, it won't bounce on the field, artificial or otherwise. Maximo, it's Golia who cashes in the gift from Dylan, first ball.
Yeah, it's not the best of deliveries, and Golia, we know that this guy is a dangerous batter. He comes in hit number 5, but quite often we've seen him opening the batting, and he's a very good hitter. I can see now that nobody in the nets anymore. They've thought, no, it's too risky to net here. Yeah.
Yeah, Kuldeep was good in the ECC, wasn't he? Opening up, showing he can do it against good attacks. And this one is an attempted repeated stroke, but it needs to be held. It will be. So that's a pretty difficult catch. And he's got some industrial strength shades on there, doesn't he, Janitha Fernando? But that's an important wicket to get, I think, as Romania try to claw their way back into the contest. Portugal, 84 for 4.
It's just what you needed, especially after that last over from Prasanna went for 24. You needed to hit back, and what better way to hit back than to take a wicket? So Kuldeep, after hitting one big 6, he will go. Mohamed Adnan, though, he's the wicket they've got to try and get. He's on 65 of 23. And 20 of batters still to come. And, of course, now it's Amir Ikram, who's very similar to Adnan in the way that he bats. He's just likes to attack. So Najam Shazad himself, he's holding himself back a little bit here and maybe giving some others the opportunity before he calls upon himself.
Yeah, you saw him struggling to walk, to be honest. So it makes sense that he'd try a few other options first. It'd be an in emergency break glass kind of option, I think. Let's see. what Ikram can do. Yeah, better bowling. Bit of indecision there. Yeah, this game's an interesting one. Adnan's there at the moment, so Portugal are big favourites. But if he was to go, I think they probably dip to under 50-50, I'd imagine. But it will change pretty quickly now. Ball by ball. All right, pitched up, goes for it, doesn't get it at all. Everyone wants a piece of it. No one's going to get there. It probably ends up about 25 metres from the bat, but Ikram's off the mark.
Yeah, just looking at where that bounce is, and I get the feeling, I mean, he wouldn't have known it at the time, but I get the feeling that Dylan Fernando, probably himself, could have been the closest to it. So he miscued, all right, but yeah, this is the moment. This is the wicket that they want. Adnan, and Adnan will know that he's starting to run out of partners slightly. Oh, well, he goes for the big one, and opportunity, but I don't think it goes quick enough to the keeper. I think he has to wait a long time for it. Let's have a look at it again here, and he does stay inside the crease anyway. So
yeah,
he keeps his foot down inside, doesn't he? Doesn't drift out.
Good game, this. Romania. It's just a shame it took them so long to warm up, really, this weekend, because right now they're pushing Spain and Portugal. And one of their issues is they've been patchy. They've been able to outplay opposition for short periods, just not for a whole game. This is not going to get past the bowler either. So Fernando with a pretty good over. Remember, it started with him getting whacked over the fence, but in the end, there's only 7 off that one, and the score's 85 for 4.
Yeah, what a good over that is. What a good recovery. So we thought when the first ball went for 6, which is going to be a difficult one, but well done to him. So he really puts Romania in the driving seat here. The favourites with the rate required now over 14. This is what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, Spartans taking on the Red in match number 1. It'll probably take us a bit of time to get used to these team names. Some ones we haven't seen before, but it's a kind of magic. That's just in my head every time.
We'll have some fun with those names, you know.
Oh, we will. Especially when the Jaguars get on.
Yeah.
Shades of the Jacksonville Jaguars of the NFL. Anyway, all starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India. Last 3 overs, we've got a game on here, folks, and Romanian fans have probably just been sticking with us all weekend, just hoping they can register that win. They would love to finish by getting one over Portugal. Always feels great if you can finish your last match as the victor, but this isn't going to help because it's going to blast through the fielder out there. Well, Ricky Gill, he's done some very good things this weekend, but things just don't seem to be rolling his way here in match 9.
Yeah, it just things aren't going his way. You're absolutely right. And once again, it's another one that gets through him. It's 4 runs. It should have been just a single. And disappointment for the other Fernando. Chamkala.
Into the bat job here. Tough one for Mishra. He's not going to get there. So Adnan, what a knock this is. He's got 73 out of the 94 runs in this innings.
It's exceptional. It really is. Exceptional batting. And yeah, you're right. You take that away from it, it's quite crazy.
I'm just going to mention with Romania, obviously struggling results-wise in this series, but just get a sense of proportion. Almost like the flipper, but he's all over it like a rash. And Adnan is seeming like a beach ball at the moment. Maximo, 6 more.
It's just a tremendous knock. It really is. And I'm just trying to, work out, you know how my mind thinks.
Yeah, it could be on.
It is possible.
Yeah. Definitely the way he's going at the moment. 100's up for the team, that is. And I don't know, they might have visions of grandeur. This will just be a single, though. Yeah, but Romania, okay, they're I suppose the team that are the big underdogs in this grouping. But when we saw them in ECI cricket early in the year, they won the ECI, didn't they? When they were playing against Croatia and Slovenia.
Yes.
And they were the team that looked a bit more like Spain does here. Right? So just to give a sense of proportion. Anyway, there's no proportions about this because Ikram's just put it over the grandstand. Maximo! Well, he might have to be marched down to the local constabulary because he might burgle 100 here with hitting like this. What a shot from Ikram.
Oh, well, that one's been horned, hasn't it? And that's a problem here, you see. I mean, remember, Prasanna's 6 over went for 24. Then Dylan Fernando bowled an absolute beauty when there was less than 10 that came off. He's won only 7. And now this one, and score magical again. 22 come off it. So every time they do good, then they do bad. And, of course, don't forget the error in the field there from Gill. If he keeps it to a single, Adnan's not on strike.
Say that louder, he'll probably hear you. That's the problem. Anyway, they are going to go back to Dylan Fernando. I agree with this. Just 2 overs remaining in this European Cricket International weekend. This is right in the balance at the moment. Dylan Fernando, he's been brought into this Romanian side. Let's see if he can be a match winner. He's got number 9 on his back. He's bowling the 9th. And as we know on ECN, it all happens in the 9th.
He bowled a very good first over, only 7 from it. Picked up a crucial wicket.
The pitch is up. Batter takes it on. Going right back to the line. Taran.
What a catch.
Do it. Yeah, he'll do it on his own as well.
What a catch.
And, you know, Taran, he dropped one earlier, but there's something about Taran. When he puts one down, there's a bit of magic round the corner. And what a way to get Adnan. He's gone for 80 and it's 107 for 5.
What a catch. I mean, this, you won't understand how difficult this is until you look at everything in perception. He's got his back to the ball. He's anticipating this catch. He can't go that side of the road. Look at this catch. That is unbelievable. He's actually having to turn his back on the ball at some point and catch it with the ball coming from behind him.
Yeah, what you're trying to say there is, he couldn't catch it normally because if he gets around the ball, he's on the rope or outside or at least very close. So he has to basically go and get it once it's gone past him. So it was a great catch. And then he hits the ground straight away because he doesn't want to take a big step or anything like that. He basically uses the ground to stop his fall. So potentially a match-winning catch there. I don't think it's quite kicked into the match odds yet, or the win predictor, but I see what kind of hit that gives it. And now Junaid Khan comes out, doesn't really pick this, but slides onto him from Dylan Fernando in a dot.
Yeah, and Junaid coming in, that tells us straight away that obviously that the captain, Najam Shahzad, the injury is keeping him from coming out. So Junaid comes out here. Adnan goes for a fantastic 80, but what a catch to remove him. We've seen some catches in the last few matches, haven't we? And Taranjit, who does the fielding here, that is an extraordinary catch. I don't think I've seen a catch like that in a very, very long time. And we've seen some amazing catches on the boundary where at least fielders are able to keep their eye on the ball. Taran has to anticipate where that ball is and take that catch. And those of you that know the game and know it well will know that is an exceptional catch.
Now, the dot. And so this has been an incredible 9th over from Dylan Fernando, backed up, of course, by his captain in the field.
Well, this little spell from Dylan Fernando, how crucial this is. 22 of 8 deliveries required. Got to get bat on ball here. Ikram.
He doesn't get bat. I'm surprised they didn't at least try and run there. So how about that for another dot? So after that wicket, it's gone dot, 1, dot, dot. And how quickly things can change. Romania now, they have to be huge favourites in this.
I'll tell you what, Romanians around the world are sitting on the edge of their seats, biting their nails, thinking, are we going to get this victory? They're the favourites now, surely. And this is going to be another dot. What an over. Just the 1 run from it and 1 wicket. And, well, that there, I mean, there's been a lot of good performances here, but that bowling figures there from Dylan Fernando, exceptional. 2 for 8. And you know what? Romania, I've said this all the way through this series, Romania have been guilty of losing matches on a lot of occasions because they've been dropping catches. The catch that Taranjit took there is the one that could win them this match because the ball was going for 6 and he takes the catch. Unbelievable catch. Dylan Fernando, 2 for 8. Superb figures. 3 wickets also from Mohamed Moyes. And now it comes down to the last over and 22 needed of 6 deliveries.
Sensational work, really. He couldn't have hoped for any better, and that's exactly what they want. Dylan Fernando doing, creating a bit of chaos. 1 wicket, 1 run off the 9th, and now Portugal need a magical finish. But having said that, Ikram did put a ball about halfway to the Olympic Stadium when we last saw him. Okay, so here we go. They're going to go for Janitha Fernando in over number 10. He's been pretty good across the weekend, but, of course, have been occasions where the batters have gotten after him. So 21 for a golden ball, 22 for a win. Last over of this ECI coming up. Oh, gets lucky. That'll probably go for 4. It does. So well, there you go. You kind of need 4 boundaries, I think, to give this a shake. There's one of them, not off the middle, but it doesn't matter.
Well, luck. Is it going against Romania? Oh, dear. Well, they need some good luck, don't they? They need something to go their way.
Yeah, so Junaid swings hard. I think he'll enjoy the fact that it's back to pace now. Didn't look too super comfortable against the spin. All right, Junaid has done these kind of late innings miracles before. And now he's going to get 6 more. So it's game on here at the Barcelona Montjuic ground. I mean, look at this from Junaid Khan. He just loads it up and puts everyone in under attack. The Romanian bench felt the brunt of that shot.
Just like that, it's 12 now for Taranjit. Is having a chat now with Denita Fernando. What could he be telling him here? Well, probably saying, hey, look, come on, get it outside the off. Let's try and see if he can play the cut shot. Go a little bit wider. Don't bowl into his arc.
All right. 12 off 4. Oh, and he misses the middle of the bat. Has to be stopped. It is.
Oh, they take us. I'm surprised they run here. I'm surprised.
Look, Ikram's a hitter. You know, actually, if anything, he's more of a batter than Junaid. What do you think about this then? There's probably a few ways we could get a golden ball here.
Ooh.
What a way to finish the weekend. Yeah, I mean, you got to give Ikram a shot at glory as well, I think. Anyway, 11 off 3, 6 and a 4 will tie it. Oh, end of the bat. That's not going too far at all, just 1. So, wow, they just hit the stumps and gone away for an overthrow. Well, how's that happen? So we thought it was 1. It'll be 2 in the end. Every run matters at the moment. There were so many fielders ready to take this throw. There's one thing they didn't bank on. Look, he's saying, hey, just take it easy, take it easy. Hits the stumps, runs away.
I mean, sometimes things can be cruel,
At least
can't
it
they?
didn't go for 4. All right, so
9.
the other thing here you need to know is if it goes to the outfield, you've got to run for 2 because then you can at least tie it with a 6. You have to be quite aware of that. All right, need a boundary. Miss, and surely Romania from here are going to get up. And really, they've come a long way in this 2 days, this player group. And I know they are missing a lot of their established players, but they have been working really hard. They've kind of taken stuff with a grain of salt. They've shaken themselves off. They've had some tough moments, but you've got to be pleased for them as a neutral that they are going to walk away with some points in this ECI, beating a very, very talented Portugal side, by the way, that beat Spain yesterday. Last ball just has to be legal. It is, and Romania will get the chocolates here in match 9.
Yeah, bravo, bravo, bravo. Romania have done it. They will get some points on the board. Well done. I mean, it was always in the balance this match, but we knew that it was, of course, Mohamed Adnan that held the key. He was the main batter, and well, we thought he was going to win it for Portugal, didn't we? And then we saw an outstanding catch from Taranjit Singh. And for once, Romania, they held on to one that mattered. They got the big fish. They got Adnan. Then after that, well, they kept it tight. There were some concerns there in the start of this over. They needed 22, didn't they, Portugal? And with the ball going to the boundary, the edge, and little things not going their way. The edge that went from the boundary, the ball hits the stumps. They turned 1 into 2, but they held their nerve. Well done to the bowler there right towards the end as well, Denita Fernando. And it is victory for Romania. So all the teams managed to get some points in this series. But of course, it does mean that Spain will be the victors.
Yeah, and they thoroughly deserve the win, Spain, but also Romania deserve to take some points away. I think when you have a look at some of their players and how they have actually challenged, they have won bits of games, haven't they?
Yeah.
And even in this one, I would say they dominated the whole innings. They had to deal with Hurricane Adnan. Wasn't he on fire? His 80 was an out of this world innings, but it would be a bit of magic that would get him out of the way. Before that, though, it was the Bermuda Triangle gone wrong. And Taran fumbled that one.
Yeah, but that was Adnan being dropped by Taranjit Singh, by the way, on 41. And we thought that one was a moment when the match could be lost. And then, of course, Adnan, he just kept popping the ball to the boundary. It was boundary after boundary. Other batters would come and go, but they knew he was the one that you had to get. And Taranjit, who put him down earlier, takes one of the most amazing catches that you will see with his back to the wall, takes a catch, and then just like that, Romania got themselves to a position where they could win the game. There were still some blips because there were still some boundaries. Ikram blasted one out of here as well, but they held their nerve and they get their win. Well done to Romania. Well done, of course, to Portugal as well, who played fantastically well all the way through this series. And, of course, congratulations to Spain, who were the winners of this European Cricket International Series.
Adnan with 80 was brilliant, wasn't he? But he didn't get a lot of help in this innings. You can see that the Portugal lineup, a little bit different looking. Gimire with that shoulder injury, unable to bat. Najam Shahzad was bothered as well, and he didn't bat either. And credit to Romania. They had a couple of bowls that really put them in the box seat. Mishra, I think, was excellent with the ball. We saw him bowling more and more as it went on. Moyes with 3 big strikes, 2 for 8. Dylan Fernando was game-changing, wasn't he? And that's exactly what they want him to do. So congratulations to Romania, who end up getting their first win of the series in the very last game.
Yeah, fantastically well. Look, I know you can look at a lot of performances there. Of course, the 3 wickets for Moyes. Moyes coming back onto bowl when they needed a breakthrough, got one. But for me, Dylan Fernando, he bowled brilliantly. He's my player of the match.
And not just that, he was helped by Taranjit Singh, wasn't he? When you look at that catch, which when you look at what it came down to, if that goes for 6, I just don't think Romania winning that cricket match. So fielding is very important. Romania, for the most part, their fielding wasn't really up to standard. But having said that, when you look at the highlights reel, they feature pretty prominently. Just quickly, we're going to go in a second, but I do have a bit of an announcement. Obviously, we know that Spain have won the series, but the series MVP is actually going to be, I've heard, Shaidur Rahman of Portugal. So in a series kind of dominated by a bat, he took, I think it was 11 wickets in the end, and also his economy rate was around 7 or 8. In these conditions against some very good cricket teams. And of course, who will forget that double hat-trick, the 4 and 4 he took yesterday, which included just the heart of that super strong Spanish kind of top and middle order.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think he was fantastic. It's something that you very rarely see. I mean, we've had I don't know about yourself, but I've had the pleasure of seeing it twice. I know you've been with me on 2 occasions. I don't know if you've seen another one at the other point.
I've seen
it was quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, Yusuf Sahak was the first one that did it for Ariana CC in Landskrona.
Yeah.
And that actually was when the batting team needed 7 to win. It was last over, 5 wickets in hand, and he went wicket, 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 and then it was run out and it was all over. And that was an 8 for 4 collapse. But that is for another time. Right now, I want to thank everyone for your support of European cricket. It's great to be here. We'll start a new series tomorrow with the ECS. We might be able to give you a quick look about what's coming up tomorrow as well, because we go back to the 5-game program. So we're starting at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. So you might not be very familiar with those team names, but you will be before too long. There's 10 teams there. You know, there's such a wealth of cricket talent in this region, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go against each other in yet another Barcelona bash. So we're going to leave you there. I want to remind everyone, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you haven't already, tell your family, tell your friends about ECN, because it is such a unique and special thing to get involved in. Thanks to the interactivity as well. It was wonderful to get so many insights and have a bit of fun as well with a few random questions there. In match 5, I will also remind you about our website, europeancricket.com. You can check all the fixtures and you can have a look at the squads there. Getting a lot of questions about squads. So go to europeancricket.com, click on the series ECS Spain and click on squads, and you can check everyone out there, including their player profiles. Finally, our social media at European Cricket. That's where you're going to see a lot of highlights, including that catch from Taran, I'm sure. Rico, great to have you back over the weekend.
Been a great international series. Of course, you're talking about from Taran, which was sensational. And don't forget some of the other catches that we've seen, particularly that one from Janita as well. That was quite amazing, wasn't it? I mean, we've seen some amazing things, amazing catching, amazing batting. We saw the highest score scored in the series as well there from Mohamed Adnan. What a knock that was from him, 80 runs, but unfortunately just couldn't finish it off for Portugal. Yeah, that's true. Well, if social media is anything to go by, Cricket Romania can be very clever, and they'll look like the best fielding team in the world if you just cut together the highlights. We'll leave you with the highlights here of day 2. Big thanks to everyone at Spring Productions as well for their fantastic coverage, including getting over that little issue that saw us muted in the first innings of the day. I can hear in the distance that the highlights are coming your way very, very shortly. So stay and check those out, and I'll see you tomorrow along with this guy, Rico Full. It's Mr. Maximo saying good night for now. Enjoy the early night, but strap yourselves in. We've got 3 weeks of bashing coming your way. See you tomorrow for more European cricket action right here on ECN.